16 in every other game for the Mavericks.
What's up?
These are the Sean and RJ Morning Snacks on 105.3 The Fan. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Early sound check. RJ Choppy. It's a hump day edition.
Hump day.
Very nice. Here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, are you there?
I'm here. I'm ready to rock, Sean, at 5:30, 30 minutes earlier than I ever agreed to.
Yeah, Bobby probably, I don't know, would you exchange having no snow to drive into the station to be here at 6 versus the wake up for 5:30 sitting on your couch?
No, that's the thing. It's the same. Just because my drive-in is so far, it's the same wake-up time. So I get up at 5, and then so since I'm just up, I can get on. It's not a 40-minute drive into the station, so it's not a problem.
Choppy, what's the weather update? How's it looking in the Noke?
It hasn't done anything. I don't think. It did not do anything yesterday. There was no precipitation yesterday. It was just like rehardening of all the ice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously. It looks like someone is milking you right now. Like your background, your hangover background has, you're in Bradley Cooper's shirt. You're like right up against his stomach.
Yeah, I am. It's the microphone here. So I've got this other microphone.
Oh,
and
put your hand on it. Grab it. Yeah, there you go.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's very girthy. And it's coming through. I can see it, but whatever. It's all for kicks. It's all for S's and giggles. But the road I live off of has got a nice little hill, like the main road out there. And yesterday there were about 11 cars just stopped on the hill. Some trucks, some truck, some pickup trucks, some 18-wheelers, and some just regular cars with people trying to get out. And they're just spinning their tires. They're just spinning and spinning and spinning. And they're stuck on this hill. And the amount of abandoned cars out there. My neighbor lives, he backs up to it. He just kept sending pictures all night of people just stuck. Can't do anything. Getting out of the car, leaving them there. It's like, oh, well, all right. I'll tell you.
That was the Tuesday night activity. It's like the nosy aunt checking in on the new neighbors. They'd sit on your back porch and take pictures of people stuck on the hill.
Yep, that's it. That's all he was doing the entire night. Like, literally the entire day, there's just every hour there's a new photo just being thrown of an extra car just stuck there.
I got to say, Dallas, Texas TV, they really come in handy for times like this. I mean, you just want to go to that Twitter account, and they have all the chaos and all the craziness throughout the Metroplex. So did you go out anywhere? Did you attempt to leave your house at all?
I tried to leave. I
For what?
We needed, so we wanted to make chicken and dumplings last night. Okay, which...
Oh, God.
So to show you what a moron I am. I was like, oh, yeah, I love dumplings. Like, we're going to make them handmade. What kind of meat are we going to put into them? And she goes, what do you mean meat? And I said, what do you mean meat?
What, isn't it called chicken and dumplings?
Yeah, but this isn't those kind of dumplings. These are like, this is biscuits that you cut up and you roll up and you throw them into the boiling water.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that kind of dumplings. Oh, okay. I said, I don't know what you call those.
What'd you think? You were getting yourself some pan fried with soy sauce on the side?
Yeah, like real dumplings. I said you shouldn't call them dumplings because those aren't dumplings. Those are dumplings, not dumplings. You put a G on it. You should have put a G on the end.
Yeah, you're trying to go to you're going to Cracker Barrel, and you thought you were going to Nobu. You're going to Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do it. Why not? Let's make some dumplings. And then she's like, no, dumplings. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do them in.
So you went to the grocery store for dumplings?
Yeah. Well, like there was like a convenience store, like 7-Eleven. They had like those the little round thingies.
Yeah.
But it was picked clean. But that's only about a quarter mile from my house. It's not on any. It's very, very easy to get to. Beyond that is where you're like, ooh, treacherous. But I there's no way I'm venturing out that way.
So driving there and back, that wasn't too bad?
It took about 30 minutes. It took about 30 minutes to get a half mile.
And how did they turn out?
It turned out fantastic. We made a lot of chicken. There was probably about 8 chicken breasts in there that were shredded up.
Bobby, did you venture out at all in Flower Mound?
Yeah, I went out again last night just to kind of test the road, see how everything was. It was still pretty slick, especially on those bridges and overpasses, Sean. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Bobby sends us a text last night. You know, it's especially slick and dangerous on these bridges, and we were like, "Thanks, man. We really appreciate that." And he said, "Here for more at the top of the hour."
I was making sure. I knew you knew that. What I was making sure to make clear was that the roads themselves were not too bad. I could probably pass the roads, but the overpasses were unpassable.
And don't drive at high speeds either. The lower the speed, the better off you are, Choppy.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
And don't drink.
So, anyway,
don't drink either.
Now, as we stand this morning, we've got most everything, this low-pressure system. I don't know that it's a low-pressure system, but the low-pressure system has moved off to the east. So you're talking about Rockwall and points east, really having to deal with most of it. We're mostly in the clear at this point, as you can see. Yeah, pure as the wind-driven snow. And
why are you just pointing to Dallas? What happened to Fort Worth? You should ignore us.
Fort Worth, I just sit in front of like this. I don't even bother with Fort Worth. No, everybody, the Metroplex. No, I only sit in front of it for Choppy. Actually, I was sitting in front of Dallas. I don't know what I was doing there. But as you can see, with my floating hands, we have Dallas and Fort Worth clear. Now we're just waiting for the thaw down.
So this is coming over more towards Payton's neck of the woods, which we'll get to in a second. But you went out last night, and did you venture? You just went out for a test drive and came back?
Yep, that's all I did. Nothing's open around here. Nothing's open around Flower Mound past 9 p.m. on a weekday anyway.
Right.
And when it's iced in, nothing will be open at all. And so, yeah, there was absolutely nothing to go to. I was just trying to make sure, start the car, don't let the battery die, and drive around.
I'm looking at a weather, like one of those weather radar future things. Look at what it shows. Dang it, with the background, you can't do it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to take the background off.
You did this for a year and a half or 2 years. You don't know how to work your green screen anymore. There you go.
Look at the purple.
Ooh.
Look at the purple at 12:30.
Looking like Lil Wayne's cup.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
That's coming down. That's coming right at us. Yeah, the green screen thing, man.
No, wait. You just said it's coming right at us, and Bobby just said you're in the clear. So which one is it?
Who's lying?
Well, I think Bobby's is current. This is future.
Yeah, mine is a current radar look, and I was discussing the high pressure system and the, or I said the low pressure. I think I don't know which one it is, and the barometric pressure and the models. The models.
I don't know
Sean.
why I like
These are
watching.
just buzzwords.
I don't know why I like watching this coverage. I don't know why I do, but I just like to sit back and drink some coffee and make some stew. Everyone had to make some type of chili-esque dish like RJ last night, but I like sitting here watching this coverage and all these updates. And then you got Pay living the hotel life at the place across the street. So what was your day and night like?
So I actually went to the Denny's right next door to the hotel for dinner. That was the only place open. I had sandwich stuff, but I had sandwiches the last 2 days, and I got tired of it. So I tried to go be a little luxury meal. So I got a cheeseburger, fries. It was all right, but wasn't worth, the $17 I spent on it.
17?
Yeah. Now, I might have gotten a deluxe burger, 2 patties, but...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I had to eat. But
was there anyone else in there?
Yeah, there were a bunch of old people. I mean, I think one group that
didn't have to say.
One group had their own heater
for 3 years.
Wait, so you're telling me Denny's has old people in there for the breakfast and the dinner? Like they they don't all clear out by like 7:45 a.m.
No, it's the only place they can hang out with. Hang out at. And someone actually brought a heater in there, which I didn't know if that was safe.
Cigarette?
No, just like a portable heater.
They brought a portable heater in there.
It should be warm.
Did they not see the Rockwall story?
Yeah, are we trying to have a Rockwall boat situation again, Payton?
No one goes that far east anymore. These are clearly Dallas old people.
Right.
The one consistency between Rockwall boats and this Denny's is Payton. Maybe Payton is the one bringing the heater and
the arsonist.
Places.
The arsonist.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sean, did you cook your stew, your chili?
The wife made chicken tortilla soup.
Oh.
That was very good. Very good. So thumbs up to her on that. But no, I was not trying to venture out whatsoever anywhere. My first look at the outside was this morning at 5 a.m. I just went on the sidewalk, and it's basically an ice rink.
Yeah.
Basically an ice rink, even though I heard like a car or two whiz by outside on the side road. So then, Payton, what? Denny's and then just back to the hotel? And what are you forecasting for tonight?
Yeah, back to the hotel. Once again, college basketball was on, so I had to watch that. Now, the roads here, I can say the highways, they're pretty much clear in Dallas. So many people have driven on it that there's not a whole lot of ice. But yeah, I think around 12:30 is when the next wave's going to come in. So I'm going to try and get home before then.
So what's the updated forecast, Bobby Belt, back to you in the Weather Center for what we're looking like today? And will we be in the studio tomorrow, Roberto? Oh, I'm sitting here looking at NBC5 of some of the highway coverage, and it looks pretty clear. I'm not sure which highway that is. But, Bobby, what are we looking at today and tomorrow?
Well, in terms of whether we'll be back in the studio, I guess that's a question, Sean, of do you want to be back in the studio? If you don't, I think we can find the justification not to be. Because we're going to continue to have this this unfreeze and refreeze pattern, and with us having to get up early in the morning, we've always got a chance for the slickness. But yeah, I do believe around noon today, that high pressure system is supposed to move out. You got a dry line coming in from the west. That's going to cause all sorts of problems, all sorts of just falling ice.
Choppy,
it's
Choppy,
going to
what's
be
happening?
hide your women and children.
What's going on without the pressure points, Choppy?
It looks like we're just
I know Choppy's going to call for Armageddon.
It's actually going to get blasted at 12:30. I have no idea what's going to happen before then or after that, but the WAP, the wet-ass pavement, says that at 12:30 it's going to be a pink nightmare. It's
Throughout
pink.
DFW or more east or just
Everything.
everywhere?
Everything, it looks like. From Weatherford to Garland, it looks like it's just going to be a big, giant cotton candy thing over top.
Pink Nightmare was my first girlfriend.
All right, we're starting to get some reports. The leakage is happening. Nothing related to what Bobby just said. The leakage is happening when it comes to the relationship between Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore. We're going to take you inside all that drama. G-Bag had on the insider of the day. We got headlines. We got another Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway. And let us know where you are, how you spent the night, what you cooked in the crock pot, and what your day is looking like in terms of the weather situation in DFW. It's a Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
with Sean, RJ, and Bobby getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, you'll get the best audio from the world of sports and elsewhere every day. The G-Bag.
was Anita Baker out of Detroit singing before the NFC Championship game. So someone will twist this and say you're disrespecting America like we did yesterday, supposedly with the anthem.
Yeah, even though we didn't disrespect it, and even though I'm not. So, like that. But so you're right. Someone's going to say something.
All right, let's get to the head coaching news that came out yesterday. Sean Payton is heading up the Denver Broncos. We'll get to the compensation here in just a second, but there were conflicting reports. We had a source-off. We had another Zoolander source-off between Schefter and Rappaport, as Ian Rappaport said that before the Houston Texans gave D'Amico Ryans his 6-year contract to go back home, Denver, as of yesterday, was still trying to get D'Amico. He said, I'd rather have the Texans job. This is from Rappaport. And then they had to settle for Sean Payton. Adam Schefter then comes in off the top rope and basically says that report is not true. So what are we left with? We're left with Sean Payton in Denver and D'Amico Ryan's 6-year deal in the armpit. Choppy, what about the Sean Payton compensation that cost you sleep last night rolling around, tossing and turning?
I mean, like the idea of, I was trying to figure out who's dumber. Sean Payton for taking the Denver job or the Broncos for giving up a 1 and a 2 for Sean Payton. Like, I was trying to think of, like, who made the worst decision here? I can't figure it out.
Question.
Yeah, thank you. I was like, who made the worst decision? Because giving up that kind of compensation, I mean, there are starting quarterbacks you wouldn't give a 1 and a 2 for. Like there are outside of like Khalil Mack, what defensive player, or Jamal Adams, like he went for like 2 1s. That was a crazy deal.
Some people here would go crazy thinking that Dak Prescott could command a 1 and a 2 to trade for, which Bobby Belt would then lose sleep. But that was to your quarterback point. But they're getting a third. There's a third pick thrown in here as well. Denver's first round pick. Next year's second-round pick, the Bradley Chubb selection plays into this, and then the Saints' third-round pick is going to go back to Denver.
Yeah, so at least they're getting something back in that, but still, this is a crazy amount of compensation to give up for Sean Payton, for any coach for that matter.
Well, this is going to test coaching. This is going to put RJ's theory right on blast with the hot stove, because the only way it's worth it, of course, there's 2 things, in my opinion, Bobby. Number one, can Sean Payton fix Russell Wilson? If Russell Wilson comes out and balls this year, that's gonna disprove Choppy's coaching doesn't matter theory. The other way it works is if the Denver Broncos told Sean Payton how they can get out of this and what the immediate short-term plan is to shove Russ off a bridge. So it's either we're getting rid of Russ if it doesn't work, or Sean Payton fixes the humongous contractual mistake. So those are the 2 ways to look at it that I see, Bobby, when it comes to Denver.
Yeah, but like the other problem is what happens if you shove Russ out and then you're going to be bad with or without Russ if he plays like he did last year, but you shove Russ out, you have no quarterback, and then you're bad, and then Seattle is rebuilding with your high picks. Like, that's the problem, is that they're in this awful position where they've purged this capital for Russ. Now they're purging the little capital they had recouped with the Bradley Chubb trade. They're now pushing that off to get Sean Payton here. This will either be, like I said in the prep email yesterday, like this will either be a home run or it's like going to be a golden sombrero, where it's like you traded the little capital you had to go get a head coach, and you're asking him to fix it with the resources you have because you don't have the capital to rebuild cheaply. So it's either going to be a rousing success when Sean Payton, gets there and is able to turn things around, or this will be an absolute disaster and they've set themselves back even more than they were before they hired a coach.
Who believes which side, Rappaport or Schefter?
I generally believe
Ian.
Schefter.
Oh, perfect. We just had a disagreement there.
I mean, doesn't everybody generally believe Schefter over everybody else when it comes to football?
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's talking about like, sexual assault or death or anything else that he wants to be inappropriate about.
I was trying to figure out a way that you weren't going to make that dark, but you did.
I had to. Is Bruce Allen in the league? Is he with the Broncos? Was he able to write the story for Schefter? I don't know.
So you believe that Denver, so we would have to believe, Bobby, that Denver preferred D'Amico, and then number two, that D'Amico preferred Houston.
Yes, I think both those are true. In fact, I think Broadus was hearing, I was listening to G-Bag yesterday. I think Broadus was hearing the same thing, and Broadus has some pretty good Denver connects. He was always really ahead of where Paxton Lynch was and their disappointment with him. And so I think Broadus was saying yesterday that he was hearing the same sort of thing, that they were pushing for D'Amico, and that D'Amico, partially because family's in Houston, in-laws are in Houston, and also just the where he started his career, where he played.
Oh, I can't imagine anybody would want. I mean, now granted, the Denver situation isn't great because you got the quarterback saddled with a high tag,
and picks and lack of picks.
But man, I mean, Houston is a dumpster fire, dude. I mean, you got an owner that seems to be like a lunatic. You've got a general manager who doesn't know which end is up. I mean, that whole organization got bamboozled by a charlatan for like 5 years. They've got no quarterback. They didn't get the first overall pick. They're going to have to trade to move up if they want to get Bryce Young or CJ or whoever, right? That's a tough spot to be in, too.
Well, the thing is, we don't know about Denver's ownership really right now. Like, they just flew in to try to steal Harbaugh again. You know, apparently there was a report Sean Payton didn't get along with one of the Denver owners, but now here it is, a first and a second. So I'd like to know from Tolos. Now you know the compensation. Would you have wanted to give that to the Saints to push Mike McCarthy out? A first and a second round pick at 877-881-1053. Because I think he's foolish for taking the job, unless, Bobby, you're going to give me a contractual out that they can get off of Russ like after a year and not stink. If that's not the case, I think Sean Payton has made a major, major mistake.
Nope, it's really, really difficult to get out of that. It's him and Deshaun Watson are two of the most difficult contracts to move on from the league. So
and then
they could get out of it.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, they could get out of it, but I mean, we're probably looking at 2 more years of Russ.
That would have been perfect Cowboys fate then. Sean Payton waits, Staley gets fired, and it's Sean Payton and Kellen Moore together in L.A. with the Chargers. Yes. Speaking of Kellen Moore, we go behind the scenes with the drama between Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy. G-Bag had on the insider, and Bobby Belt may know a few things or two. It's the 6 a.m. club for the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.
with the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I want to know from the Twolos, from the Tolos, from the truckwreck.com text line, who's up right now and why. That's what I would really like to know. Because I asked the guys in the commercial break, how are we looking in terms of traffic on the texts? And Bobby said they're still rolling in. So why are you up and what are you doing at 877-881-1053 so we can give you some 6 a.m. shout-outs. And we're going to give you a concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway to thank you for sticking it out with us despite the weather. And I would also like to know if the Cowboy Tolos would have given up a first and a second for Sean Payton like the Denver Broncos did yesterday. So, Bobby, where do we stand with some of the responses?
Let's check the text here. On the Twitch, shout out to DePope88. He says he's up doing the same thing as us. He's working. So, we've got that.
337?
We got 4. Yeah, well, that one's on there too. No. Sean Payton's not a genius. No, that's too much for Sean Payton. Not giving up picks for a coach from the 214. Another 214. No, not worth it. 540. Payton. Sean Payton will bring in Taysom Hill. So yeah, we got some responses. I haven't seen anybody yet say, "Oh my gosh, yeah, I wish we could have done that."
All right, there you go, Choppy. That should make you happy. That should make you proud.
Man, I mean, it's just so much. Even if you love him and you think that he's like the best coach in the league, a first and a second is a lot to give up for a head coach. That's so much, man.
Maybe their final desperation shot to try to save the Russell situation. So let's go inside our situation as Albert Breer, NFL insider, used to work here in DFW, yesterday went on G-Bag and the Dan Patrick Show, and Albert Breer talked about a possible feud between McCarthy and Kellen at the end.
Was Kellen more fired by the Cowboys?
I heard things weren't great between him and Mike McCarthy at the end. And, you know, I don't know if it was finally the fact that they were both sort of play callers by trade that got them, or it was the way that Dak played. What I do know is like that arrangement that I think had worked okay, but had its ups and downs over 3 years, had sort of run its course. And obviously there were some great opportunities to be an offensive coordinator elsewhere for Kellen Moore. And I think this sort of allowed them to come to a everybody wins type of scenario.
So there it is. Not great towards the end. And this isn't that surprising to me. I mean, it's not surprising if you hear any coaches like have some beef. They're two offensive guys. McCarthy knows his head is on the chopping block as well. If you don't beat San Francisco, especially if you don't beat Tampa, it's just amazing how the Tampa win means nothing to anyone around here. Nobody cares anymore. Leading into the Buccaneers game, we were like, oh, Tampa has a good defense still. They shut us down in week 1. Are we definitely going to be able to go in there? The Tom Brady mystique. And then we quickly flush the narratives just like that when they go in and dominate and have an offensive explosion in the first round of the playoffs. And we're just wash our hands of it. We're done. We don't care. And then McCarthy and Kellen, more drama on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, listen. If they wanted to move on from philosophical differences, that's one thing. If they moved on and he moved on from them because they couldn't get along, I mean, like that. I just hate that for the fan base. I do. Like that. It's not Jerry Jimmy, but it's like we've already seen that. You can't get get along.
You would think the two that wouldn't get along were McCarthy and Dan Quinn, as everyone has anointed Dan Quinn around here, and we all think he's the next head coach in waiting, and McCarthy would have more bitterness towards him.
Right, you would think so. But if there's a bad working relationship or animosity, I mean, work through it, dude. You guys got to work through this. If this, I mean, you guys were third in expected points added per play this year. Like, your offense wasn't broken at all. Now, it had some problems at the end. Yeah, it did, but a lot of times do. I mean, are the Bills, I mean, they scored 10 points in the playoff game. Are they getting rid of everybody on the offense? I mean, I have no idea. Like, are they going to get rid of everybody? Or are they going to, like, okay, we had a bad game. We had a bad couple of weeks. I mean, which one is it? So, I mean, man, this was, like, if they moved on from him because they couldn't get along, like, shame on everybody there.
Tell us what you know, Bobby. Tell us what you know, Bobby.
I think he moved on from them and they just said okay, is essentially what I think that part of this was Kellen being ready to go and Mike going, I'm not going to fight to keep him here. And the Joneses going, all right, well, if he doesn't want to be here and the coach doesn't want him here, I guess we can't necessarily fight for it. If Kellen really wanted to be here, if Kellen Moore really wanted to be the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys, and it was just Mike McCarthy was kind of like, I don't know, I might like to move on. I think Kellen Moore is still here because I think the Joneses would have said, nah, he wants to be here. We'll give this another shot here. But I think ultimately, if you were going to split the percentages in terms of the reason for Kellen not being here anymore, and I know everybody kept saying Kellen was fired, and sure, mutual, just like they always say. 60% of the reason, I think it's a 60-40 split. 60% of the reason is Kellen's desire to go. Is what it is. I think this was 3. I don't think this was just this year. I think for 3 years they butted heads. I think it was as much to do about, both being offensive guys and different philosophies or whatever else, as much as it was they just had very different personalities. And I think personality-wise it was sometimes a clash.
Here's Albert Breer on with the G-Bag Nation. Is it a done deal that Mike McCarthy, because this still seems up in the air, is it a done deal that Mike McCarthy is calling the plays here?
It sounds like he's going to call plays. Now, you never say never with this stuff, because sometimes if you're in competition with another team for someone you really like, then maybe you'd offer something like that. I still think, though, guys, like let's say like you're competing with Baltimore for an offensive coordinator candidate. Well, that offensive coordinator, you may tell that offensive coordinator candidate, yeah, you're going to get to call plays in Dallas. He's still going to look at that and say, well, there's a better chance that I'm going to be able to hold on to the play calling responsibility in Baltimore because John Harbaugh doesn't have the offensive background. So is it possible they offer that up? Maybe. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make if you're in competition for certain candidates. And you also have somebody, I think, in-house in Brian Schottenheimer who had the role that Ben McAdoo had before, where he's sort of working on both sides of the ball. and, could be a great resource to Mike McCarthy and probably wouldn't need play calling to take that job.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Brian Schottenheimer. Choppy, you got some nerd stats for us when it comes to the possible next offensive coordinator for this team?
So I got a direct message the other day from a guy named Dave Bartu. Now, Dave Bartu was a college football player. He has this awesome website. It's
Is this the hemp place?
Well, so he's really big in. He's got the Pro Athletes Hemp Association, but he's also got this website.
Okay, what does that mean? The hemp. Wait, you're just saying it like it's like there's 10 of them out there. The Pro Athletes Hemp Association.
Okay, so here's what the bio says: formulated with the strength needed for pro athletes, aches, pains, inflammation, sleep, and body and skin and hair recovery. All natural, made in the USA, baby.
Wow.
But he's got this website that he does for college football, which is basically nailed every single Final Four at every time in order for like the entire time. He's been nails on it. Well, he went and he has dug up a list of every single of the last, since 2017, the top 50 scoring efficiency seasons in the NFL. And Brian Schottenheimer has 3 of those 50. All 3 overperformed the league by at least 11%. And in his first year, his efficiency progression was 21% better. So
this was with the Seahawks with Russ?
Yes. So that's just one little nugget that he was able to dig up that, it did quite well. So we'll see. Who knows? But that was, 2017, 2018 with Russ.
Bobby, were you able to find out anything more on Jeff Nixon, the Panthers running back coach, interviewing for the Cowboys OC job?
Just a very little bit. It definitely seems like he's a referral. Just from, it's somebody that Ben McAdoo knows. It's somebody that James Campen knows, who they were interested in bringing over as potentially as their offensive coordinator. As I mentioned yesterday, Joe Philbin coached with him for 4 years. He doesn't have play calling experience other than I guess he covered at the end of one of his gigs when an offensive coordinator got fired. He called plays for like the last 2 weeks or something, but that's it. That's all of his play calling experience. So if he were to come here, it sounds like the type of guy where if you're taking a running backs coach who's really never called plays, it sounds like the type of guy you would bring in here with the idea that McCarthy's going to call plays. That it wouldn't be a guy that you're having come in here, design an offense, install it, call the plays, do all of that. It sounds like it'd be more like what the Cowboys had, honestly, with Maurice Carthon about 20 years ago when he was brought in as the offensive coordinator, but he wasn't calling plays, so they also had him be the running backs coach. So you've got a running backs coach job open, you've got offensive coordinator open. He could come here, coach the running backs, have the title, do all the installation, but ultimately McCarthy would be calling plays. So I think that's the way it would play out if he was the guy.
Final one from Albert Breer on with G-Bag. Is Mike McCarthy still on the hot seat?
So it's like we say that, and that's not really Jerry's history.
Yeah.
Like his history is not to have an itchy trigger finger. Like they stuck with Dave Campo for 3 years. They stuck with Wade Phillips for 4. Jason Garrett got 9, so, I know everybody thinks that, like, Jerry's, like, this gunslinger who, is going to get antsy and start firing people, but that's just not his history, so I do think, like, there's a lot on the line for Mike McCarthy in 2023, and when you clean out your coaching staff the way that he did, you basically put it on yourself to fix it. Now it's really on Mike to fix it. And I think certainly like the amount of players that they have that are either entering or in the prime of their careers, that puts pressure on Mike too to capitalize on the window that they're in right now. So, I think like for Mike to avoid, this sort of discussion when we get to November and December, 2 things are going to have to happen. They're going to have to be back in contention again. And then I think Dak's going to have to play better than he did towards the end of the year last year. I think both those things are attainable. But, with the changes in the coaching staff that Mike made, there are some new challenges that I think he's going to have to overcome to get there.
So Albert Breer in the middle of a Danish right there, apparently. On with the G-Bag Nation. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers was eating or sipping on as he was on with McAfee. Give us the latest with all your drama, Aaron, whether you're coming back to play or not.
So how do you see this going? You have to figure out what you want to do, and then your first call is to the Packers, and then you let them know what you're thinking, and then they said that we'll let you know what we're thinking, and then that's kind of how the whole process will unfold, you think?
I think so. I mean, it sounds like there's already conversations going on that aren't involving me, which are interesting. You know, honestly, I've been insulated to a lot of that. Like I said, I was in Nashville, and then I'll be up here, this week playing in the tournament. So I'm not a part of those conversations right now. When I make up my mind one way or another, then you guys and Packers, not in that order, and everybody else will know at some point.
So here we go.
All right, so drama again with this guy. That's what we're setting up for another offseason of Aaron Rodgers drama, right? Perfect. Can't wait for it. You would think that he wants to get to a new team, so he would want to make the decision quicker. Like, why would he want to get to the new team in a month? Why would he not want to get to the new team as soon as possible?
I'm just trying to figure out who else could be in play besides the Jets. Like, I root for off-season movement. Obviously, I would root for Aaron Rodgers out of the NFC. Bobby doesn't care. He thinks he's basically close to being done anyway. I'm just trying to see who else in the AFC could be a team. Jets and the Raiders.
That's it. Jets and Raiders, I think.
Unless it is like Choppy suggested before, unless like the Titans wanted to try and do something. Like, I mean, the Titans are the only other team where maybe he elevates them a little bit, but I don't know how much they're interested.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. How do we fix the referee problem in the NFL? One former player in Texas says it doesn't matter. It's all rigged. If you love conspiracy theories, put on your foil tin hats. The X-Files NFL segment next on The Fan. But first, so many accidents out there. The roads are an absolute mess. Hopefully. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club Hump Day edition. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bobby Belt teaching weather with now a pirate outfit with the
matey.
With the eye patch, and we got Bobby's eye and RJ's mouth on the fan cam here, Twitch and YouTube. And apparently, while Bobby is teaching weather, RJ, you're in a home ec class. You're hearing a buzzsaw or wood being chopped in your house.
That's more of a shop class, I think. But we got my nephew he lives with me, and I'm in my office, Sean, and right next to me is his room, and this kid is snoring at a level that a 27-year-old should not be having sleep apnea at. Okay, this. I don't think he's breathed more than 4 times an hour. But if I could reach this microphone to the wall, I bet you you'd be able to pick it up. I don't know that it won't reach, but it would definitely pick it up.
But it definitely can't reach over there. Like, can it even get close?
I could try.
Go ahead, try it out.
It get close.
Try to reach.
Whoa! What was that? Was that your blankie?
Yeah, it's cold in here, Sean. It's very cold in this room.
I have a blankie too, Sean.
Oh,
you don't have a blankie?
No, I'm a man. I'm not a child. I'm not a baby.
Wow, okay.
You have a little blankie on your
Barrett
lap.
Sports Media article. Sean Sharif says blankets are feminine.
Okay, we're going to be able to reach here.
And hates dogs. Sean Vick. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Okay, yeah. Crank him up, Payton.
No. Not here.
I think we're setting off silence alarms.
Man, nothing.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not close enough. But did you all drink last night or something? Is that why he's snoring louder or what?
He's not much of a drinker anymore. He's trying to cut back.
Okay.
No, he just snores. He's just a snorer.
All right, hold up y'all's blankets for the fan cam. Let's see what y'all are working with over there.
I mean, mine's a giant comforter. Because I knew I was going to have to wake up and broadcast, so I slept on the couch.
What's really going on? Talk it out.
Nothing.
Tell us.
I mean,
you grouchy now? You grouchy now because you're not eating the same?
No. Actually, that's been surprisingly easy. Like, that has not been an issue at all. The food's been good. I've been able to fall into a routine after a couple days. But no, it's typically if I've got because yesterday I thought I was going to have to get up at 4. I did get up at 4. But just getting up and then getting everything ready, I just figured I'd sleep out here.
All right. So how long is the mother-in-law going to be stuck in town, not being able to fly out?
Ooh, so here's the problem. She's supposed to fly to Maine on Thursday.
Wonderful.
And if she's delayed on Thursday and it waits till Friday, then she was told by
you took off the pirate outfit. You went now with the glasses.
Yeah, I'm doing John Lennon. Kristen's brother, who lives in Maine, they were telling her, well, if you don't get out Thursday, you might not be able to get out for a week because then we're supposed to have ice for like a week. And so the sweet spot is Thursday, so we really need a Thursday takeoff.
Is he a lumberjack?
He is not. I don't know what he's doing right now, actually.
That's about the only job I think you can be in Maine is a lumberjack. That's what you have to be.
I'm probably the worst about keeping up with those sorts of details with like family and stuff because like I just recently had Kristen tell me what 2 of my brothers do for work. She knew I didn't.
Wow, so it's all about you. Like you sent out the family text message that you're now a morning show host in Dallas and you don't care that someone's catching lobster in Maine. You don't give a crap. Nice.
Damn right. If it comes out of the water, I don't care about it. No, but what honestly happens is I can't keep up with. You have 3 kids. You got like jobs and stuff. Like you lose track of what everybody else is doing sometimes.
Right. You're a guy who doesn't lose track of anything. You remember all
I lose track of everything.
Details and okay. All right. So let's talk about this cuckoo bird, Arian Foster. He is now in the Larry Johnson running backs club. So this is Arian Foster. Man, he was nasty when he was playing, man. I mean, this is a guy you went and tried to get in fantasy football. Here he is on Barstool. NFL Rigged was trending, of course, during the AFC Championship. Oh, don't put that on, Bobby.
Oh, sorry.
Don't set RJ off now with the COVID mask.
What are you
on.
doing
They have a COVID mask option on Zoom.
They have a mask filter. Hey, since I look like I'm on the casting couch, I'm just gonna rock with this one now, the little camcorder.
Okay. Yeah, what are people saying about your couch?
Yeah, 956 earlier said that he doesn't think he's seen anything more disturbing than me looking like I'm sitting on the casting couch. Which, to be honest, if you want to go check out the fan cam, yeah, you've got piñatas and fun stuff on your wall. Choppy has whatever that two-fisted bullet he was holding earlier.
90 cal, baby.
And then I just have a painting that I knocked over when we first started this morning, and nothing behind me. Yeah.
Bobby's couch sitting there. Okay, so here's Arian Foster on with Barstool saying the NFL is indeed rigged.
Arian was telling me about how the NFL is rigged and how every year he used to get a script.
Yeah.
Day one of training camp that would get dropped off at his locker. And you would have to, it was like week 1, you'll do this. Week 2, you're going to have a hamstring injury. Week 3, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
Week 4, you're going to get 3 touchdowns. And so then you just have to, did you memorize those before the season started, or would you go and rehearse the script before every game?
We're really dedicated to it. So it was more so like that's what practice was about. It was about practicing the script. Like, this is what goes on and this is what we have to do in order to,
And this referee is going to miss this call because they hate you and they love the Colts, that sort of thing.
WWF, so it's like, you know, we know what's going to happen, but you still got to put on a show.
How
that's your boy, Chop. That's Rocky Top.
Yep. The real genius of this clip is PFT, who's interviewing, keeping a straight face. How he kept a straight face and asked these questions without cracking a smile or a little smirk is a masterclass in interviewing. So well done, Arian Foster, saying, "Yep, we're just not handed a playbook. When you get cut, you walk into the office with your playbook and your script." And no one else in the league is ever going to talk about it.
No one. No one's going to talk about it. Not Arian Foster, not Cole Beasley, not nobody. The NFL is going to sit here, and they are going to, they're going to demand that Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Kansas City, these giant media markets, are going to be in the conference championship game every year for the next 15 years.
And keep us out.
And the Cowboys and the New York Giants and all the other big giant media markets out there are going to be shut out from everything.
Well, you got to do that to throw us off the scent. You have to do that.
That's right. That's Roger Goodell's master plan. We're going to make sure the Cowboys and the Giants, probably the two teams, and the Bears, oh my God, the Bears too. The teams with the biggest fan bases in the sport, they're going to be out. They're going to be out by the end of the second weekend. But Cincinnati and Kansas City, man, that's where it's at.
Yeah, if you wanted to like you referenced there about like, oh yeah, you don't think Cole Beasley would say something, the proof, all the evidence you need that there is no script is Antonio Brown's never told us about it. If there was a script, Antonio Brown, that would be the first thing that he would like send us some like selfie video with Giselle laying on his chest talking about how like, oh, it's all a script, man. I was I got tired of the game and I just walked away from it. I wasn't gonna play it. But then again, you also could make the argument, I guess, or Arian Foster would, that no, Antonio Brown's not really like that. All part of the script.
Yeah.
You think anybody's like that? He's a character.
The scariest thing is not Arian Foster. It's the amount of people. What percentage of people do you think actually believe him? That's what's scary, that it could be 5% or more, right?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think 5%. I think maybe you might get to closer to 10. You never know. I mean, conspiracy theorist dude is out there, man. They're at least vocal. How about that? The numbers may not be there, but the vocal numbers are there.
Bobby, you think it's higher or lower?
Loud minority. I think it's lower. I don't think you find 1 out of every 10, 1 out of every 20 fans who go, oh yeah, the NFL's rigged. Like, I think if you really asked, it's probably, you're looking more at like 1 to 2% would believe what Arian. Now, I will say there are probably some people who, it's 5 to 10% that believe like the Tim Donaghy angles, but probably not to the extent that Arian Foster said.
An individual game was set up. Like Lakers Kings, I do believe back when Vlade and Chris Webber and White Chalk that were playing against the Lakers, I was like,
yep.
And I was rooting for the Lakers, and I'm like, this is rigged. Like, this is fixed. They definitely want the Lakers to win and advance. So maybe for individual games, but there's Arian Foster. Does he have a platform there? Does he have a show on Barstool?
Yeah, like that's his.
He does?
Well, it's like he's a guest, like a regular guest with them. I don't think it's like he's every day on there.
Wow.
But I think he's a regular guest.
Oh gosh. He's a rapper now. He goes by Bobby Fino.
That's
what Arian Foster does.
Here's Ian Rappaport, in all seriousness, saying that the National Football League may realize they have an officiating problem.
I would say, are they aware? Yes. And I would expect some significant discussion this offseason on how to get this thing better. I mean, is it full-time refs? Is it starting from the bottom up and saying, who are we hiring as these refs? And, like, is this the right – are these going to be people that are going to dedicate their lives, their jobs to being a ref and all of the things that it entails, from going out to training camps and getting live reps and, doing, I don't know, virtual reality, whatever people do to prepare. Is everyone 100% committed to that? Like, it does seem like there is an acknowledgement that things should be better.
Bobby, what was Tom Brady saying about the referees and flags?
Yeah, so Brady was on his podcast, the Let's Go podcast, which, by the way, that's the most boring, like, generic name you could ever give to a podcast.
It is a very generic
He was
name.
making the argument to Jim Gray that, look, about this whole officiating thing, I'm only in favor of throwing flags if it's, quote, clear, obvious, and prolonged. And he thinks that those are the only times. So he wants a cutback on penalties, which I think is hilarious because he thinks anytime anything happens to him, it's clear, obvious, and prolonged. I've never seen somebody argue for more flags in the NFL than Brady. And I love Brady. I think he's the GOAT. I've always been a huge fan of his. But it's a little funny to go like, man, these penalties, they're out of control. And it's like, dude, you're part of like the aggressive penalty calling that's occurred. Like you're part of the reason people can't hit quarterbacks at all. You helped usher that in, and every single time you stop down and complain whenever a penalty doesn't go your way. So I think that's a little funny.
Look, Tom does complain. He always has complained. And all these quarterbacks have done a great job of ushering in the penalty world. It's not just one guy. It's not just Tom Brady. It wasn't just Aaron Rodgers that does this. It's everybody. The league as a whole wants this too. They have. You know how I know? Because they put Carlos Jeffers on the Super Bowl, who was like one of the leading penalty calling referee. They put him on the Super Bowl. Of course they want penalties.
Gene Steratore is like the Mike Pereira for CBS. He's their rules guy on TV. Here was his suggestion on improving officiating.
You just have to get better. What you said about the Michigan play, right? I don't like the fact that we're reviewing plays frame by frame. Catches look like somebody's had the ball for a light year when they haven't had the ball for a second. There's 200 plus frames per second. So, review plays at 25%, 30% slower than real time. And if it doesn't jump off the screen at you from that point on, move on. It's not a big enough play to overturn. I think we're in that a little bit, overly technical, right? So some of that gets in your head too. You're trying to get a play right in real time. Now you get reviewed in this frame-by-frame world where you know what you saw was ball movement. He doesn't possess the ball. I've got a feel for that out there. Now we go upstairs. They're click by click, 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 click. All of a sudden it's changed. It gets in your psyche a little bit. Now you're a competitor. So now how do I get to that level to get that right? Or do I become less aggressive, right? Because I'm apprehensive on that. So is there that climate or culture feeling? I think that's a possibility.
Choppy, you're applauding?
Yeah, I want things to be right, but not too right. Okay? I don't want you to be too technical with it. Like exercise some common sense. The problem is everybody's common sense is different. I have more common sense than everybody else in the world. I think Sean's a close second. I'm not sure about Bobby. We don't know him very well. Payton has none. None whatsoever. But that'll come. That happens. No 20-year-old. Nobody in their 20s has any common sense whatsoever. But yeah, the Dez catch technically wasn't a catch, but use some common sense. It was. Like, use some common sense with it, right?
Right.
Use some common sense with all these. It doesn't. You don't have to get technical with it.
Steph Curry versus Charles Barkley when it comes to NBA players sitting out. We have a monkey issue somewhere else in the country. It's not just the Dallas Zoo, and Bobby Belt with a patented weather update when Sean and RJ return right here on The Fan. But look, you're sitting here at home, right? We're all snowed in. Businesses are shut down. You still need to keep track of that business. You still need to Brunoff is going to hop on again during the Expressway to tell us if we're all going back to work tomorrow or is it going to be Friday. Sean Sharif or Jay Choppy and Bobby Belt, all in the comforts of our own homes. We got Pay in studio running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Choppy, I asked some of the Tolos to tell us why they are awake and what they're actually doing, and if anyone is out and about. What are some of the Tolos saying?
Well, some of them are saying that they are EMTs or fire or police, and they're having to go into work just as we are.
And by the way, as Brunoff said yesterday, props to all of you. They don't get near enough credit. It kind of hit me yesterday as I was watching the news, NBC5, of course, and you have this 18-wheeler that is just angled on an access road, and the whole thing is blocked. And I'm like, how do you get that thing out of there? How long is that going to take? Imagine having that job. You're going out there to unstick, unwedge an 18-wheeler that is completely trapped, and then you talk about the medical personnel. Good gosh, what a nightmare.
Oh yeah, and props to them for doing that. About to go drive to work at the gas station. Others are saying that they work at grocery stores. I work at American Airlines. I work for TxDOT. I'm about to salt the roads and sand the roads. Just getting off a 12-hour shift at the police department. So a lot of people out. Well, not, the people that are out are necessary to be out.
Are you guys surprised we don't see like more lawsuits when it comes to employees feeling pressured for work? Did you say 407 Barbecue put out something, Bobby? Maybe my top barbecue in the entire state of Texas. Shout out Brian at 407.
It's good stuff. Yeah, they put out something yesterday where he said if the map looks like this, and it was like a traffic map with all the red and showing how just bad traffic was with the weather, and he goes, then you and your boss asks you to come in, then you need to give him this or show him this, and it was like an application to go to 407 Barbecue, and he said like, we're never going to put our people at risk, and we're always going to look out for them. 407 Barbecue, Brian, the guy who got our bay at Topgolf. So those are our friends there.
And speaking of Brian, I would call that like broadest legislation. If you want to file a lawsuit, the peer pressure from people like Brian Broaddus that shame you in your building and make you feel like a wuss. As I was walking out yesterday, man, did I feel like a wuss. I'm walking out yesterday at 9 a.m. I stayed 45 minutes later than the boss told me. He said leave at 8:15. And as I'm walking out, here's old pill popper Kevin Hagelin walking in with his huge Ziploc bag of medicine since he was out sick. But I hate those people. The Kevin Hagelins, the Brian Broaddus. Broaddus called me yesterday. He's like, how are the roads? I saw you were the only one to go in. So I felt like I was more of a man, and Broaddus, my father-in-law as well. My father-in-law knows I'm not a man. Like, I need him to change light bulb fixtures in the driveway, and he's like, he sent me a text yesterday. Way to battle the treacherous roads out there, because he was a truck driver, and he's like, way to battle the treacherous roads. And I'm like, yeah. He finally, after 5 years, he acknowledges me as his son-in-law. He thinks I was tough for going in. Awesome, yeah, badge of honor. But Broaddus will shame you.
Yeah.
I mean, Broaddus is the worst about it.
If you want to brave these roads, man, like go ahead. But like, I look outside my neighborhood. There's 11 cars just parked on the side of the road on this hill that takes to get out of my neighborhood, like to get out to the highway. There's 11 cars. Go ahead. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna wait till Thursday to get them out?
And it's not just you driving. It's not you that's the problem. It's everyone else that is the problem. And maybe not even other people that are a problem. Just takes one little slip. It takes one little patch, and all of a sudden you got chaos out there. But I'm a bust Broaddus' balls on Friday, the Tough Guy Award. Him and Kevin Hagelin, the badge of honor coming in. I'm just shocked Bassick went in. I'm shocked.
Oh, I know. Oh, I am stunned. He was in. I bet you won't be here today.
Yeah. All right, so Bobby, let's go to the map. Let's give the Tolos what they want with the weather update.
Yeah, let's check on this map here, Sean. As we've talked about, everything was starting to move off towards the that's the west. Everything was starting to move off towards the east down here. A lot of I guess we'd call that fuchsia. A lot of fuchsia right there. But sneaking up behind you, coming your way, Chop. we got some purple. So the purple is now coming towards y'all. And so I think what we're looking at today, Sean, honestly, we got an ice storm warning until 9 a.m. Thursday. So freezing rain will move in later this morning. Waves of freezing rain with thunder through Thursday. Temperatures are going to stay below freezing until early Thursday. Cold rain Thursday, maybe a burst of wet snow is also possible Thursday evening. But I think sunshine and warming temps return Friday through the weekend, or at least that's what Dan Brunoff's email said, all that. Anyway, so there's purple right there, and there's fuchsia. So if you live in the fuchsia or the purple, boy, don't get in your car at all.
Do you think that weather people are backwards in life? Like they're left and right, they just go opposite, or they're like pointing? Do you think that gets them turned around with just your mini meteorology career that you've had here this week?
It must a little, at least at first. I would guess at first you're kind of, but then I would assume you just kind of get used to it. But don't they have? I guess they've got the green screen, right? They're like, okay, so here's the city and the pressure system, and then they what they do, I think, is they've got like a little monitor off screen that's what they're looking at. So I think it gives them a good frame of reference for where they're at. So I think they power through it, but initially it has to be an issue.
So, Choppy, you nailed it yesterday. You said 8 a.m. it was going to hit. Are you telling us the same for noon today? Same thing?
It looks like so. I did the WAP, as you called it, the wet-ass pavement, and the weather app, and it says right around 12 to 12:30, like the entire city from Fort Worth to Denton to Dallas, maybe even to where Payton's palatial estate is in Rockwall. Every single one of them, every single bit of this town is going to be completely blanketed by, it looks to be a lavender color.
Payton, have your parents been missing you in Rockwall? They worried about you living that hotel life here in Uptown?
Yeah, they've told me to stay at least a couple more days, and I told them no politely. So I'll be making my way back. I mean, the dogs miss me, though. You know, the dogs, they're sending me the parents are sending me videos of the dogs and stuff out in the snow, and I miss those things, man.
You're not in Punta Cana, like you're not out of the country right now. You are.
Feels like
35 minutes. How many days clothes did you pack? Is the real question.
Oh, just 2. Yeah, so I'm on my second pair of socks and underwear.
Oh.
I did shower though last night, so I think we're good though.
All right, did you walk out of the shower in the hotel room barefoot?
Yes. Yeah.
I did.
I mean, they clean those, right? I mean, I saw the maintenance guy, or the maintenance
Yeah,
guy, the janitor.
Zero Rest comes over, does the carpets every week.
There's no carpet in there, though. It's
Bobby,
just
will you, being the germaphobe you are, will you shower in the hotel room and walk out on the carpet barefoot?
Yeah, that's not really my issue. Mine is more airborne. Like I say, the particles from the bathroom mixing with the steam of the shower is my big issue. But no, I don't have a problem. Specifically the hotel. Now, if it's a La Quinta in the area where Payton's talking about, I mean, I don't know that I would walk onto that floor. But you know, some of us are just built different, and Payton's built different. He can handle it.
Bobby talking and recapping the movie Outbreak with the airborne viruses, which is a perfect segue to another zoo issue. Now, the Dallas Zoo has an internal problem. They have someone that is messing with their exhibits, and we had a couple of monkeys that were set free. The report from the Dallas Police Department: the monkeys were recovered. So we got the leopard back, and now we have the monkeys back. But Bobby, this is now becoming a pattern throughout the country.
Yeah, there's a whole crime syndicate that is now stealing monkeys because a zoo in Louisiana had like a dozen monkeys get stolen. What's today? Wednesday. So this was on Monday that they had like 10 monkeys stolen out of their zoo. And so this is becoming like it's a legitimate. Now I'm going to be keeping an eye on all the stories across the country. This genuinely does feel like some sort of. You ever seen the movie 12 Monkeys with Brad Pitt and Bruce Willis? Yeah. It does feel like an army of the 12 monkeys. Like, oh, let's free all these animals and let them go wild.
Yeah, wreaking havoc everywhere.
Yeah, this is definitely PETA. I'm putting it on PETA. And if it's not on PETA, It's some PETA-like organization. PETA's now they're the generic name for any animal activism. Any animal activism out there, it's just PETA. It's like Kleenex or Coke. Every soda's a Coke, right? Every soda's a Coke. Every animal activist is PETA. They're in charge of this. Have to be. Nobody else would do something like this. When you have all these animals skipping town, missing, holes in the fence, man, that is mischief. Mischief, I say.
Broadus's theory yesterday when I brought it up on G-Bag, Broadus goes, "Oh my God, Planet of the Apes was true," and so he thinks it's the monkeys are banding together to take us out.
Oh.
So it happened here and now in Louisiana. I just want to know about the security systems. I just want to know about the camera systems on the exhibits. Why? What's the explanation on those? Are they getting cut? What's the deal? Is it a security person who knows where all the blind spots are? So it continues to take place now. It's spreading throughout the country. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We have a concert ticket giveaway, Brooks and Dunn during the Expressway. Woo. Dan Brunoff at 7:20 to tell you if you're going back into the office tomorrow. But let's get to some headlines inside the Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore drama. And would you have given up a first and a second round pick for Sean Payton in DFW? Bobby Belt with his nose hairs. RJ Choppy with Mean Gene in the background. Hump Day headlines.
Hump Day.
On Sean and RJ next. But first, don't count on just sitting back and trusting your own.
is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live as always here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. It's time for Hump Day Headlines. And it's worth it just to tune in to the Twitch, the Fan Cam, and YouTube for the backgrounds from these two fools. Let's get into the... Bobby's going to get in 15-year-old pictures of myself and Choppy. RJ is in the Oval Office. Nice to see him.
I'll be back very soon. I'll be back there very soon. Okay? This is my place. I'll be back here very soon.
All right, let's go inside the drama between Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore. Albert Breer is the one talking about it, and he hopped on the G-Bag Nation yesterday. NFL reporter, how bad did it get between head coach and OC?
Yeah, I think, Brian, that it's sort of run its course, and I think from the start, there's a little bit of an awkwardness to it, and that, they're both play callers by trade, both offensive coordinators by trade, like both came up having run their own offenses, and I think for a time they made it work. And, I think some of the issues that they had with the offense this year, added to some of the opportunity that was going to be out there for Kellen, led them down this road, And so I the way I look at it, like the fact that they had the 3 years together, I think is, a good indication of how they were able to make something work that maybe was going to be awkward from the start. I just think at the very end, like with how well Kellen interviewed in Carolina, and then the amount of offensive coordinator opportunities that were out there, and then how this year went, like you said, like things weren't great between the two of them. It's sort of time for everybody to move on.
Did you guys see any national reaction to the Chargers getting Kellen yesterday? Did you watch any of the first fake shows to see what they were saying about it? I saw Keyshawn and Michael Irvin, and of course this is a topic because it's a former Cowboys coordinator.
Yeah, I didn't see the first take shows, but I did see other, on social media, quite a bit of people were like, man, like, okay, this is it. Now we're going to find out. We're going to find out a lot of answers about this, and I think that's fair. We are going to find out at least some answers. It may not be as many as we hope to find out.
What are the answers? What are the questions we're going to find out, Choppy?
Well, I think that people are going to say, was Kellen Moore scapegoated? Did he make Dak, or did Dak make him? That narrative, people are chomping at the bit on these first fake shows to get to. Did the Cowboys make the wrong decision? Did they pick the wrong guy, either from the coaching standpoint or the quarterback OC standpoint? There's a few of those questions that'll be floated out there.
There's three of them. Was Kellen Moore the problem? Can Mike McCarthy still do it? Or was Dak Prescott the issue, Bobby? Those are the three questions that people are going to be dying to find out.
Yeah, and either way, while I feel like we will have answers, or it'll give us an opportunity to point to certain things and say, okay, so here was this, and this should have been done this way, or okay, we'll see what Kellen did here, and those will be those sorts of things. And also, at the end of the day, we're probably going to look at it and go, if there's success, then you'll have Dak defenders going, well, yeah, but it's Justin Herbert. It's just Justin Herbert's own growth. Are we really seeing Kellen Moore, or are we seeing the natural progression of Justin Herbert? And then if there's struggles there, then it'll just be easy to point to as like, look, see, that was the problem, and this was, and so, I don't know, everybody's going to have their line, other than you, Sean, fair as F, balanced as F, whatever it is, that's you. But otherwise, I think that, we should be able to see, okay, without an offensive coach over him for the first time in his career, Kellen Moore's always been with offensive coaches. This will be the first time he's working with a defensive coach. How does he choose to just do it with full autonomy? And does he improve a team similar, as Chop pointed out yesterday? The Chargers are sort of the Cowboys West Coast. in terms of like the underperformance and some of the ways that they have trouble at the end of the year and people going like, man, this doesn't add up, your talent versus what you're doing. And so, I think that there's plenty of answers we can get from Kellen Moore's time there. But in the end, I'm sure a lot of others will just use it as pretext.
And then the follow-up from G-Bag to Albert Breer, who has Dallas ties. National NFL reported, did Kellen just not want to be here when McCarthy was here?
The way the last few years went for Kellen, where he was in the mix for jobs, but he's never really been able to quite break through, and he wasn't close on a whole lot of those opportunities. I do think that there's that piece of it where it's, I want to be able to run my own operation. And that was sort of what I was getting at, like where when you got two guys who are experienced as play callers and, two guys who have their own ideas of how you should run an offense. Well, if the head coach isn't calling plays, the head coach is going to interject his ideas. Hey, look, like the Charger job to anybody, because Justin Herbert's there, because, you've got Rashawn Slater and Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, you get the whole group there. That job would be attractive to anyone. But for a guy who's a play caller, the fact that Brandon Staley's a defensive coach, I think that's a plus too. That usually means that you're going to have more autonomy over what you do on the ball and maybe be closer to sort of the head coach of the offense than you would be if you had a head coach with offensive background, as was the case for Kellen here in Dallas.
Chop.
And Brandon Staley is super aggressive. So Kellen Moore knows literally on every possession, I've got 4 downs to work with. Yeah. For the most part. I mean, that's a little exaggeration, but he knows that, like, he can really be as conservative on the early downs. If he wants to run the ball more on first down, he can, because he knows that, once he gets past about his own 30-yard line, I've got 4 downs to work with. And that's really, it has to be a huge advantage for a play caller and for a quarterback to know that I basically have 4 downs to work with. Now, if you don't get it, you put yourself in a really tough spot, but, that's the give and take.
Sean Payton has his new job. He is the new head coach of the Denver Broncos. Compensation worked out. So Denver is giving up their 2023 first-round pick that they got in the Bradley Chubb deal. They're also giving up next year's second-round pick. So a first and a second in exchange for Sean Payton. The Saints are going to throw in a third. Bobby, why would Sean Payton take this job with the Russell Wilson situation?
It's a good question because it doesn't look like the job that would be the best one for him to get back on track. It's got to just be, honestly, what it is he was just itching. I feel like he must have been itching to get back out there, and this was just the scenario where he was going to be able to get back out there. It was probably, I would imagine, one of the only teams that would be willing to give up the capital that it was going to take to get him here, and he probably just wants to get back on the sideline. And look, maybe a little bit of an ego boost too. Like, if I can go in there and fix that, like, goodness, what does that do for my legacy if I go in and fix something that everybody said was completely broken? But look, I think that he's a good coach. I think the NFL is better, more entertaining when Sean Payton's actively coaching and giving press conferences and weighing in on things. And so, I mean, I'm all for getting Sean Payton back in the league. So to me, it's an exciting move, but one I wouldn't have made here in Dallas.
Yeah, I definitely would not have made it. I mean, that's way too much. Holy cow. Do you imagine giving up that kind of compensation for basically the guy that you already have? That's from a resume standpoint. From a resume standpoint.
And McCarthy.
Yes. Yeah. So it's Rob Domofsky, just put this out last night. And of course, he was a McCarthy guy from his days in Green Bay. But I mean, he put out everything basically is identical with the two of them. Like resume from losing seasons to record to total years to playoff record to Super Bowls, Super Bowl record. They're almost identical.
What's going on in Arizona? Maybe the Cardinals just didn't want to give up the compensation to New Orleans. Great job by the Saints, by the way, to get a first and a second round pick. But is Sean Payton and others running away from Kyler Murray? Would you rather run to dangerous, Mr. Unlimited versus Mr. Xbox?
I mean, there's a good chance that Russ has a better year than last year just by default. He was so bad. Yeah. It's just regression to the mean, or progression in this case, I guess. But, I mean...
But then Payton also going to the AFC West with Mahomes and Herbert. That's
Yeah.
a silly decision.
Yeah, it's a silly decision. I mean, like, you're guaranteed at least one loss against Kansas City a year. You ain't gonna sweep Mahomes, okay? And you're probably not gonna sweep Herbert either. So you've already put yourself at 2-2 at best. At best, maybe 1-3, and that's just a tough spot to be in.
Why are you zooming in on my forehead, Bobby? I don't got
I'm not.
a 5 head like you got.
I'm not. I haven't. This is the same picture I had when we started the segment.
Well, my forehead is just that big. Bobby, you love the hire of D'Amico Ryan's 6 years with the team he played for, the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I mean, you not only do you get one of the top coaches in the game, you get a guy who's younger. It's it's not an older coach like they made with their last couple hires. This is a guy they can build around, and it's a guy who has a lot of it's one of the few guys you could potentially hire who actually has history with this franchise, with how young it is. And so being able to bring in a guy who has Houston connections that people in that city already feel fondly about, he's one of the better coaches on the market. I think it's honestly probably the perfect hire they could have made.
I mean, they need some kind of a culture change. Now, the culture change a lot of times comes from the quarterback, which they don't have yet. But their issue is going to be, and this is the same question that every defensive coach has to ask: who's going to fix the offense? It's the question they've got to ask. They've got to answer that question. And D'Amico Ryan's answer to that is it's Bryce Young or it's C.J. Stroud. He's going to fix the offense. Whoever they get, whoever they draft, that's the guy that's going to have to do it. And they've got to hit. He knows if he doesn't hit on this quarterback, he's going to be out in 3 to 4 years. It's just the way it is.
Dan Brunoff from downstairs, man. Now you're going at my receding hairline a little bit. Now you're zooming in even more. This is the same photo that was here at 7 a.m. Nothing has changed. Just we worry about whatever you were going to say, Sean. Nothing's changed here. You went from my Folkleys first, my fake glasses, to my 5 head, and now the receding hairline.
I don't see receding hairline. I don't see receding hairline.
I don't have one. I was just trying to make you guys feel better. I'm
a little bit right there.
Wow. Okay.
I think.
Yeah. I'll trade. We'll trade places with him. Don't worry.
877-88. Now I'm gonna take my hat off. I'm gonna show it off. I'm gonna show off the goods right here with the hat on. So that is Sean Payton and D'Amico Ryan's hire. How about the richness of this owner, David Tepper, in Carolina, saying, "I'm here to break up the old boys network. I'm here to make sure that these white owners don't collude together to keep minority candidates out. Yo, bro, you just hired Frank Reich and kicked out Steve Wilkes. Here's David Tepper." Sounding a little foolish?
First off, I think it's every year we get in these NFL meetings, okay? And every year they put some new rule to benefit the offense. Every single year. And it's never going to end. It's never going to end. Okay, every year. And the reason it is scoring brings eyeballs, okay? That's what the league's about, getting eyeballs to watch the thing. So I can tell you again, the new rules will be offense-minded rules. I don't know what they are yet, but they will be offense-minded rules. So you have that challenge.
Chop, you got to love this.
Look, he's right. He is absolutely right that, the league has skewed itself on purpose to offense. That's what they want. They want offensive coaches. They want offensive outputs. That's what they're looking for. And you generally get that by hiring an offensive coach and pairing him with a quarterback. And, you had Brian Flores, who had, who has a lawsuit against the NFL defensive guy with Miami. Gerard Mayo hasn't gotten a head coaching job. Until yesterday, D'Amico Ryan's hadn't gotten one. But then on the other side, I think the Eric Bieniemy ship sailed. I don't even remember hearing his name this offseason or this year for a coaching job. Byron Leftwich had a job with Jacksonville, and he was like, I don't want to work with Trent Baalke, either him or me. And they're like, all right, we're going to choose him. And I can't say that they made the wrong decision at this point with the way Doug Peterson is. They went to the playoffs this year. Sean's about to sneeze. It's going to be amazing on the cam. There we go. But
did that go over the air a lot? Was that
no? We didn't hear it at all. Teams want offensive guys because offense is fun and offense wins. It's up to these teams in the league have got to find a way to produce assistants minority assistants that are on the offensive side of the ball. I don't know
type
how
of-
you do that, but I think that makes it the easiest way to go.
And now you're focusing on a skin issue, like my skin isn't clear. Bobby Bell on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have the Expressway. We have a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway. We're going to chop it up after Dan Brunoff with the latest weather update. And are we going back to work? Is everyone going to be back in the office tomorrow? Let's check in with our news team downstairs, a real professional Bobby, next on the Fan. But first, I got to let you know, the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on Boat Club Road, it's expanding. Just bear with them as they do. The grand opening of the expansion is going to be March 16th and 17th, and the Fan is going to be there. The Eagles Nest on Boat Club Road in Fort Worth. Tell them Sean from the Fan sent you with the 60 televisions and the 160-inch LED screen monster. Make sure to get yourself to the Nest with 105.3 The Fan, Boat Club Road. Tell them Sean from the Fan sent you to the Nest, Tolo.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons. 2023. This Saturday afternoon at Revolver Brewing inside of Texas Live. $3,000 in prize money up for grabs. Which host wins the fan bracket? Roundtable discussions, and of course, we'll enjoy some delicious Revolver together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
We have breaking news here on Sean and RJ, and it's presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Tom Brady has just announced his retirement for good. We'll get to the details and the reaction after Dan Brunoff, our expert meteorologist downstairs at News Radio 1080 KRLD. Dan, thanks for joining us again this morning. What are things looking like out there right now?
Well, first of all, what a great segue. The greatest of all time leading into weather.
And you're just as good looking and fit.
Yeah, I can still throw a football a little bit, but the big weather story is the weather here. It's gotten crazy here the past 48 hours across North Texas. Day before yesterday, our northern counties got rocked with sleet and cobblestone ice. Yesterday, widespread sleet with thunder and freezing rain worked its way across all of North Texas. And this morning, we're waking up to icy roads, temperatures in the upper 20s, we're below freezing, and we had the next wave of precipitation about 2-3 hours away from working its way into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And this will start off as some light sleet, and then as the air saturates, we'll start to see a heavier precipitation changing over to freezing rain through the afternoon and evening hours as temperatures hover just below freezing, 30 to 31 degrees. And we have an ice storm warning in effect for much of North Texas for up to or slightly greater than a half inch of freezing rain accumulating on top of what we already have.
So, Dan, is this looking just as bad moving forward today as yesterday, today and tomorrow as yesterday?
Yeah, we have frozen precipitation. Yesterday it was mostly sleet, and that looks like snow. If you wake up and you're like, hey, it snowed. Well, it's sleet. Those are those little balls of ice that fall from the sky and kind of make that sound. It's kind of a soothing sound, actually, for at least me. And
it was great. I couldn't wait to keep
roadways mostly, and it's easier to drive on. But today's event, it'll start off as some sleet, but it'll rapidly change over to freezing rain. That is rain, liquid that hits the ground and freezes on contact. That's what builds up on the power lines and trees, and of course on top of the sleet we already have on the ground, maybe up to or greater than a half of an inch, and that puts weight on the trees. So freezing rain is the worst type of frozen precipitation that you can get. And with the live oak trees that wait to lose their leaves until early spring, those are the trees that usually have the tree limbs snap into power lines, and those power lines come down. That's when you start to get power outages. So we don't want the freezing rain, but that's what we're going to get pretty much through the afternoon and evening. And we'll watch those temperatures get close, and I'm calling it the melting point now, 32 degrees, because we get above that, then things slowly start to melt into Thursday. We'll still see some cold rain around, and we might even see a little burst of snow tomorrow afternoon into early evening as the whole upper-level cold core comes right over North Texas. We'll probably be around 33 to 35 degrees, but some big, wet silver dollar snowflakes may fly for a couple of hours here across North Texas around dinner time tomorrow. Then we're in the 40s on Friday, 50s on Saturday, and then 60s by Sunday. So we got about another 36 hours of pretty dangerous conditions, and then things will start to thaw out as we work away into Friday.
Dan Brunoff on the Diamond Factory hotline from News Radio 1080 KRLD. And then finally, Dan, we getting power outage alerts or some other areas that are worse than some areas that are worse than others?
Can you repeat that? You were wondering if the power outages will be worse in some areas than others, and where will that happen?
Sorry, power outage update that you know of, or just areas that are worse than others in terms of the weather, like the most dangerous areas?
Well, as far as right now, we're okay. There's not a lot of power outages because sleet doesn't stick to trees and power lines. But as we work our way, you'll know when your power goes out, of course. But again, KRLD.com, we have all sorts of information on our website, and you can go on there and look for power outages. And also, everybody knows who their carriers are, so I'm sure they'll get inundated with calls in areas. And there could be thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people without power, depending on how heavy this precipitation goes and how quickly we get above freezing. So we're hoping we get above freezing by late tonight. Some areas, especially Dallas, down towards Waxahachie and points east. And it'll take it a little longer for those temperatures to get above freezing farther west. But remember, we are in an ice storm warning until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That comes from the National Weather Service. So just make sure you stay hunkered down at home. At least this precipitation will change over to rain by tomorrow morning, and then we'll thaw out into Thursday, into the weekend. So those crews will be out working. I guarantee. I can't tell you where the power outages will be, but a half inch of ice, 3/4 of an inch of ice on trees could cause some problems across, not just here, but all the way into West Texas, all the way down to Austin, College Station. This will be a crippling storm for a couple of days.
The Tom Brady of weather once again with us, Dan Bruno. Thank you, brother. Keep up the great work. We appreciate you.
Hey, you bet, guys. You do a great job.
Dan Brunoff on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Another 36 hours.
What?
I was thinking about like tomorrow afternoon melting. I was thinking about that. Bobby, stop messing with me. Stop messing with me on the fan cam. Taking me back to my Kansas City days. I'm about to have my wife pull out the green screen from the attic or wherever it is. I'm about to fight back. I'm about to fight back with the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So there's Dan Brunoff with the weather update, Choppy. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Well, it sounds like tomorrow afternoon it'll melt. Tomorrow morning it'll melt. He said 36 more hours of this?
Yep.
So I guess I'll see your beautiful faces on Friday in person.
We shall see. Brian Broaddus is supposed to be doing the entire show with us on Friday. All right, now let's get to the breaking news. Tom Brady on social media just made the announcement.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me. My family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
Wow. So there it is, with Tom getting a little bit emotional with the second retirement announcement, and this time he says it's for good.
For good. For good. And I mean, I guess I believe it.
It'd be hilarious. It'd be hilarious if he came back again. That's what I'm rooting for.
I am too. Look, he has to. He gave up his family for one bad year of football. For a losing record, he gave up his entire family.
And what this means is that the Dallas Cowboys sent Tom Brady's ass right into retirement, right into the football nursing home, all courtesy of the Cowboys, Bobby.
Yeah, this is boy, you got your chance. You were able to beat the GOAT finally, and so I believe this one. He's done. I mean, he sounds very emotional, and I do like that he has at least the self-awareness to realize I can't do the big goodbye like I did last time, because it's gonna sound stupid, just like it did last year. So instead, I'll just say, "See ya." Which I guess Schefter tweeted. Are we a year ago today that he announced retirement last year? Like, Schefter said he did it on February 1st last year.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, but remember, he had his arm twisted into it as well by Schefter. Because Schefter was like, he's expected to retire. And then we sat around for 2 weeks waiting. And then he finally did it.
Yeah.
And so, I believe it. I don't know. He's 45. Like, what are you going to do? I know he's a better than league average quarterback even still. But, yeah, it's time.
And now he said he wouldn't change anything. And, of course, a lot of people are going to say, oh, really? Was it worth possibly losing your wife and maybe family over a first-round playoff exit? Who knows? Like, maybe they were having problems beforehand. Maybe it wasn't just all about, him going to play. I don't know. But now The guy who may need to be looking over his shoulder is Greg Olson, which we talked about the other day in terms of the number one analysts and who it was. We all put Olson, I think, number one. Bobby may have had him number two behind Aikman. Does Tom Brady now go right into the broadcast booth for Fox?
Ooh, it's a good question. I mean, the contract would say yes. You're not going to pay him $37.5 million a year
Right.
to sit there and be doing a game with Kenny Albert or whoever they have.
Yeah.
Not that. I mean, look, not that Kenny's bad. I'm just saying, like, you're not going to be the number two. He's not going to be doing, Commanders against the Giants game on at noon. He's not doing that. But Greg Olson is such a good announcer. Like, I truly think that he is the best announcer going right now, the best color analyst. You just going to rip him out because he's Greg Olson, not Tom Brady? I mean,
Yeah.
again,
He's out.
nope.
He's done.
Nobody watches games for the announcer. Like we've like nobody does. Like the Fox guys prove this. We had mega ratings for these games. Nobody watched because of the announcers.
But they already gave him the contract, so
Yeah.
that means he's going to be number one if he decides to go into the broadcast booth right now. And now let's look at the landscape of quarterbacks, right? We were looking at Brady right to the Raiders. There were Brady, Sean Payton rumors. Rex Ryan tried to float it the other day about Sean Payton and Tom Brady going to D.C. with the Commanders with new ownership. So now this gives Aaron Rodgers as a winner in this, right? If he has another team that can play ball with him besides the New York Jets, because Josh McDaniels ain't getting his Tom Brady reunion.
Right. He's not going to get that Brady reunion. So that he has more teams to play with. And now, granted, they're only half the league because he's not going to stay in the conference. They're not going to trade him inside the conference, but he's got an extra, at least one team to deal with. How many teams need quarterbacks? And how many teams are willing to get rid of the quarterback they have for a very short rental? That's the other question.
Because San Francisco, Bobby, was being brought up yet again because of the Brock Purdy injury and Garoppolo's status and the Trey Lance question. So San Francisco maybe scratching off an option. The Raiders are scratching off an option. The Dolphins were in talks. You heard New Orleans. You heard, D.C. from Rex Ryan. So Tom Brady is now off the table.
Yeah, like you say, I think it helps the Aaron Rodgers market. It makes him more in demand in all likelihood. Probably helps Derek Carr. Probably helps, Jimmy Garoppolo. Especially if McDaniels wants to work with Garoppolo. You've got the ability to have that opening now that he's done. But it does shift things a little bit. But look, this was always going to be a very short-term rental plan anyway, so you're looking at you're gonna have to find a new band-aid. Whatever team was thinking about targeting Tom Brady, you're looking for a new band-aid today, because that was just gonna be 1 year and you were gonna have to figure it out. So whether you're turning your attention to Rodgers, Carr, Garoppolo, whoever, it does obviously make the market more competitive.
Charles Barkley has called LeBron James the greatest story in basketball or in sports. I disagree with that. Is it Tom Brady? It has to be Tom Brady. Is he the greatest story in the history of sports, as people are now sending out all the tributes, the montages, and his combine photo shirtless?
Oh, like from where he came from?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty remarkable story. Jerry Rice, not going to a major school, getting drafted in the first round. Where did he go, to Mississippi Valley State?
Yeah.
Yep.
First round.
And he got drafted in the first round. But still, from that school, right? In order, you had to be so good to get a first-round pick back then from that school. So, he's a great story. There are a lot of them, but, Brady being the sixth-round pick, barely having, I think he had a losing high school record or, around 500. And then not being this great quarterback at Michigan. He was okay, but he wasn't anything special. And then he goes to New England, sits the bench, does nothing, goes out there and wins 6 Super Bowls for the Patriots. Okay.
Yeah, Jordan, I mean, obviously, Jordan's one of the big things about his storyline his whole career was like Jordan was cut from his high school team, and look what he did. Look how he bounced back, which I still think technically that line has been a misnomer. I don't think he was cut. He just didn't make varsity or something. It was it was a little bit of a trick wording. But yeah, Jordan, Brady's got a great argument for it. I mean, because of where he was picked, the fact that he had to fight for his job at every spot. They wanted Drew Henson over Tom Brady at Michigan. Drew Bledsoe had the job and almost got the job back the way he played in the AFC Championship game when Brady got hurt. So yeah, I mean, there's a strong case for Brady being the guy.
The thing about Tom is, actually, just let me read some of the accolades that are popping up on my timeline. Yeah, and you're right about Schefter. He did make the announcement February 1st of last year. That's crazy. Field Yates, Tom Brady in his 20s, and then his 30s, and then his 40s. Like, the numbers are just stupid. He had more passing yards in his 40s and more passing touchdowns than he did in his 20s. More in his 40s than he had in his 20s. That is insane.
It really is. It really is. And I always found it odd, like, he was a career backup basically for his college and pro until he was like 25. And then all of a sudden, he went from backup to, our best ever, winningest ever, best career ever. Like, that doesn't compute. Like, nobody does that. Nobody goes from, oh, no, he's just a backup guy. He couldn't really beat out Drew Bledsoe. He couldn't really beat out Drew Henson. But all of a sudden, he just goes and he does that. The pH balance of life, it screws me up. It screws up my pH balance.
So this is Tom Brady with the breaking news. He retires a second time, and he says it's for good. Let's hook up the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's send you to Brooks and Dunn.
That's right, Sean. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn when the legendary country duo rolls through Tarrant County to perform at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on May 6th. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's chop it up with Ralph James right now on The Fan.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Whoa. Okay, man, I don't know how many we're going to be able to. I got a million stories here. Should I start with the plunger or the adult suburb?
I will vote plunger because I think this is a great discussion since everyone is now trapped and locked inside again. You can have this debate with your significant other while Toloing right now.
All right, well, I was staying at Sarah's place, and which I think is a good bar, actually, but her actual apartment. And, oh, stop it.
Would you not be... Oh, what? God. Bobby's backgrounds. Here we go again. Here we go again.
We're doing Chop segment. I was trying to make it topical. Go ahead, Chop.
Very nice.
Choppy, would you not be sleeping at your house if it wasn't for the storm? Because you never sleep there, but you needed the radio connection?
Yeah, if it wasn't for the storm, I usually spend the weekdays in Fort Worth at her place, and then the weekends we stay at my place here in Roanoke.
Okay.
But it needed the connection, needed the setup, needed my lights. I got my I have. Oh, you should see the set. It's great. BetQL hooked me up with these radio
Turn the computer
lights.
Around. Let's see.
Okay, I can do that.
So you don't just have one ring light.
No, I gotta take off my my Zoom thing.
Your Bassick background, your Mike Bassick background, and then there's Choppy with Clay Travis outside the White House. So let's see. Oh my Lord!
Dang!
Look at that setup.
So
you got three different ring lights.
I know, I do. Well, we're thinking about getting into some online stuff and everything, Sean. So I may need some better lighting in the house.
Come again?
So,
which takes us to a plunger.
So I was at her place and I woke up and man, I had just a cramp in my stomach, and I went to use the restroom. And it kept going. I was on there for quite a while. This was epic. This was one of the greatest performances of my life. Okay, I had a sweat going. My legs were numb. I mean, everything was just this is unbelievable. It was like a king cobra wrapped around the toilet. I mean, it was just fantastic. Well, I flush
because you take a lot of colon pride.
I have a fantastic. I will have a colon contest with anybody in the world.
What does that mean? What does it mean to have a great one? Like,
it's a machine. My colon is on point, man. Like, it is just a machine. It works like clockwork, and it's so efficient, so effective. It's got great DVOA, Sean. Fantastic DVOA. It's expected poop added is fantastic. The EPA of my colon, you can't really beat it.
PFF. Poop feces focus.
No.
So I
right,
flush.
sorry.
I flush, and nothing. It doesn't go down. All of a sudden, it just stops. I hadn't even cleaned yet. This was just straight,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, shoot. I try to flush again, and it starts to rise on me. I'm like, oh, no. So I clean myself up, and I go to look for the plunger. And she's laying in bed. Now, she's awake, but she's laying in bed. I go, hey, where's the plunger? And she goes, RJ, what did you do? And I said, I may have clogged the toilet. And she goes, you're not using the plunger. And I said, why not? And she goes, I don't want the plunger. And she goes, is there stuff in there? And I go, yeah. She goes, you're not using the plunger. Let it go down. I don't want my plunger to get dirty.
Oh.
And I was like, what? So I said, well, where is it? I'm going to need it eventually. She goes, it's in the closet. It's in like this, it's by the laundry room. So I'm looking all over for it. I'm like, I don't see it. She goes, it's in the bags. She has it wrapped in a garbage bag.
Oh.
Like, she's
I love it. I love the move.
She's super clean. Like, she doesn't want, like, if take clothes off, they hit the floor, they go immediately in the hamper. You don't put them on, they go in the hamper. Like, she doesn't, anything hits the floor, she doesn't have the 5-second rule. She doesn't believe in that.
Whoa.
It goes right in the trash.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll play your little game, and I'll wait. And I said, but this thing ain't going to go down. This thing is too powerful to go down on its own. You have to break it up. Okay? On its own, it's like Thanos on its own. You've got to break it up. You've got to remove him from those little stones, whatever they're called. You can't have it as is. So I wait like 30 minutes, the water recedes. I flush again, right back up to the top. I wait another 30 minutes, the water recedes, right back up to the top.
So you followed along with not using the plunger. You tried to do it that way.
I said, I will play your game.
Yeah.
I will play your game, Jewel.
Wow.
Your foolish games. All right. And
that's a lot of scare. That's a lot of scares too with each flush of that rise. Like you don't know.
I closed the lid. I'm like, you're not going in this bathroom. I'm going to wait you out. You're going to have to pee eventually. All right. I'm going to wait you out here. So finally I said, listen, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I flush it again. The water rises. I go in down there with a plunger. I break it up. It goes right down. And she goes, do not take that plunger out of the toilet. Let the water fill up. So I sit the plunger in the toilet, let the water fill up. We sit it in there for like 20 minutes. Next thing I know, she finally gets up. She goes into the kitchen. She gets those gloves, those like COVID gloves or whatever.
The latex.
Latex gloves and some Lysol spray, like a disinfectant. And she goes and sprays and cleans the plunger.
I love it.
And then puts it back in the bag. I've never seen anything like this.
This should have been a Seinfeld episode. I told Amanda, she's obsessed with TikTok. This needs to be a TikTok. What to do with the plunger? Because it's so freaking, and this is right up Bobby's alley because he will not use the restroom for the dose and then take a shower within a 3-hour time period. So Bobby, what do y'all do with your plunger in the bathroom?
So it's typically it's either by the toilet or there's like kind of this elevated vanity above one of the toilets that it like I can put it up there.
You hook
but
it?
It is
you hook the plunger?
So it can drip on you?
Yeah, but it is wrapped in a trash bag. It is. Like, so what happens is if I plunge and it's right next to the bathtub too, I will start cranking up the water as hot as it'll go. I'll plunge, then I'll rinse and then clean out the tub and that thing, and then wrap it in a trash bag, and then either stick it back on top or off to the side.
So off to the side though, you have it in a trash bag as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can. Well, no, I don't know how feasible that is. I was about to say I can connect on the Zoom with my phone and try and run in there and take a video of it, but I can't take my mic, so I can't do that.
I think, this should be a much more discussed topic, because to put that thing right back on the ground, number one, I don't know how many people have something underneath the plunger. I walk it over to the shower every time and I rinse it. It's disgusting. If you think about it, it's so disgusting. And then you use it, and then you're going to go ahead and put it right on the ground next to the toilet again. What do people have as a floor mat, as a plunger mat?
Well, I've got mine has like a stand to it, a little plastic stand underneath. I put it back on top there. But I flush the toilet a couple times, and I'll rotate it to clean it off. Like I'm not going to put it down there just full of poop.
Right.
But like I'm not gonna. I don't put it in a plastic bag. But it's just there. It's a plunger. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows what it does. Everybody knows where it's been.
Yeah.
Like no one's really surprised. Oh, look at that, a kernel. Like no one's really surprised.
Oh, God.
They know where that thing has been and what it's used for. Just Payton can't handle it.
You're trying to throw up.
Payton, what do your butlers do with yours after you're done using?
So they just take off the toilet and remove it. No.
They just replace the toilet?
Yeah, we just buy a new toilet. If anyone poops in there, they just get rid of the toilet. No,
sounds like Mike at the house.
It's in its own little container and stuff on the side of the toilet. But we don't wash it off or anything like that.
Ugh. Okay. 877-881-1053. So the plunger dilemma in the choppy residence.
Yeah. So there you go. I gave in. I did her thing, and I'm fine with it. And who knows when she moves in here, which she will. We'll see where she decides to put the plunger. Okay.
Kristen is listening in the back, and she texted, I wash it in the bowl with soap, let it dry between the seat and the bowl, then put it back in the bag and put it on top of the cabinet. So that's what Kristen does.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
That's a lot. Okay. This girl came up with this idea. She's Australian, so let's not dock her too much for that. But she came up with this idea that
may as well put your Oval Office background back up.
Oh no, they're just too far.
Put
like
your flag
I would love
back
to go.
up, taking shots at other countries.
I've just not taken a 22-hour flight.
The bloomin' onion's the best onion.
Yeah, it's so good. The Outback, second best Outback in the world. I'm just not traveling 20 hours anywhere. Like you can't. You can push your island closer if you want me to be a part of it. But she came up with this idea. She wants to know why we don't have adults-only suburbs. Now, maybe they don't have retirement communities in Australia, but that's an interesting take because, if you never want to have children, would you want to live in a master-planned adults-only community?
See, I don't know how neighborhoods still work. Like, my hometown is 10,000 people, so neighborhoods meant something in terms of community. Moving to a place that has 8 million people, I guess in my neighborhood here, I could maybe hang out with the neighbor. I don't hang out with my neighbors. But RJ's the only one that I know that does that. Like, they sit in each other's garages, and they sit in each other's driveways, and they have coffee with each other every night at 6 p.m., and have drinking parties and dance parties, and all that sounds fun. I just don't do it. So going to an adults-only suburb, to me, that sounds like that sounds pineapple influence. That sounds like that sounds like for those who get the reference, that sounds like some freaky stuff that y'all are trying to get into. Roberto?
Ooh. Yeah, I heard recently, by the way, you say the pineapple. I heard recently the black wedding ring is also one of those, which makes me a little concerned.
As you just held yours
because Cheech gave me this. So, yeah, Cheech gave me this. So that makes me wonder what Eric's getting at. I
love how you wear your wedding ring on the fan cam at home on the couch, but not out in public.
Not in public.
I've been wearing it for 2 weeks.
2 weeks straight. Wow, you've been married?
Sleeping in
How long have you been married?
Like 10 years.
Okay, 2 weeks, 10 years. Guarantee he won't have it for Fan Bowl on Saturday because he'll say it's throwing off his paper football.
Oh, yeah.
Equilibrium.
I can go left or right. Either way, Sean, all right? I'll kick your ass whichever way I use my hands, okay?
Ambidextrous, yeah.
So, the entire idea of just, I think you're right. Like, is she not aware of senior communities? I guess those don't exist. But if you're just talking about adult suburbs, like, don't most people end out, I feel like, settling in communities already naturally that, like, oh, there's not a school around here, and so generally it tends to be more adult driven, or oh, there's this or that. Like, I feel like communities kind of settle into those patterns themselves. This just sounds like a solution without a problem.
Yeah, like, I could see people wanting to pay extra for adults only travel, like planes. Sure. You don't want a screaming kid in the back, but still, it's like, like, then what? Are the kids' planes, are they going to be more expensive? Like adults only
resort,
beach resorts, right?
Right now, I'm looking for an adult only vacation.
Yeah, so we booked one for the spring. It's an adults only resort, and we're going to go to that. So we wanted an adults only one. But like if it was kids, I wouldn't care. But the thing is, like, if you move into this adults only community, are you said, like, let's say you're 30 years old. If you have a child, you got to move out.
Right.
You got to sell your house and move out?
Sounds like some discrimination lawsuit cases
on
the way.
It does. Nobody likes lawsuits more than me. It's discrimination, Sean.
Chopping it up right here. Interrupted a little bit by the breaking news that Tom Brady is retiring. He says this time for good. So that is Tom. Looked like he was on a beach. Looked like condos in the background. With a beach and like those weird trees or that greenery behind him, the patchy green gray stuff on a beach. It looked like Tom was making the announcement from there. Did Micah Parsons stab us all in the back? Is it okay that Micah is rooting for the NFC East in the Super Bowl? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy. Let's keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been living with joint pain in your knees, hips, back,
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Coming at you right here. Bobby Belt is fist pumping on the fan cam. I'm Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Payton, and Ryan with you on DFW Sports Station. I got the text message from Nick Eatman, who said he's at the Senior Bowl. And they're expecting to get Jerry, Steven, and Will today. So Will McClay, Steven, and Jerry Jones talking about what this roster needs and the Kellen Moore divorce. So maybe we'll get Nick on tomorrow. Michael Irvin, of course, is snowed out of returning to DFW. So tomorrow we'll have the playmaker and DeMarcus Ware on the show. So DeMarcus Ware, Michael Irvin, and we'll see about Nick Eatman as he's getting ready for the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Bobby.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch most of the Senior Bowl stuff yesterday. We had the app was just like broken for most people most of the day, so you couldn't go back and watch film. But I did see a depressing note this morning. The Texas running back broke his hand. No, not Bijan Robinson. It was Roschon Johnson, who's still a really good player and will probably go in the third round, but he broke his hand out there at Senior Bowl, and that's disappointing. But Senior Bowl is always a good opportunity to hear from Jerry. Jerry likes dropping news there and giving really newsworthy quotes. That's where he gave the quote last year that Dan Quinn would love to be the head coach of the Cowboys. So Senior Bowl is always a good place to get them, and then Combine, which, by the way, I need to bring that up to Boss Man Spittle if I'm going to Indianapolis or not. So.
Meanwhile, the breaking news is that if you can find a La Quinta out there, maybe. Tom Brady has retired. He said this time for good. So that is the breaking news. Don't know why you have Jim Nantz in your background there on
because he's a friend of the show
on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So Micah Parsons. I mean, he's just all over social media. He cannot stay off of Twitter, and he is very opinionated. So some of the messages he sent out during the NFC Championship game, Eagles are dominating up front. LOL. Eagles don't want to tackle. LOL. That's when I wrote back, neither did Trayvon Diggs. And then Trayvon Diggs tweeted his tackle total for the year, saying, career high in tackles. That wasn't directly back to me, but everyone was making fun of Diggs after Micah called out the Eagles for not wanting to tackle. But for the purposes of this discussion, it was this tweet that had people getting on Parsons for being a traitor. I don't think people realize what Lane Johnson is doing right now. Freaking heroic. One of my favorite players in the league. And Lane Johnson basically wrote back like, love you, man, really appreciate that. And Micah Parsons then basically said, love you too, rooting for you guys.
Yeah.
And that set everybody off, RJ.
Yeah, so the exact quote is like, not many like you, definitely not playing like you're healthy or with a torn groin. Go win a bowl for our division. And then Lane...
What kind of bowl?
I think he meant Super Bowl. And then Lane does the fingers crossed emoji back. Okay. And
So
that
all
set
the-
off.
That set off everyone going crazy. The websites, Barstool, Micah Parsons telling Lane Johnson to go win a bowl for our division is the lowest, saddest moment in Cowboys history. Micah responded, someone needs to tell Micah you're doing a bad job with PR. You did a bad job with PR with your Dak Prescott salary cap comparison with the Final Four, and he did a bad job with PR with this because he said, no, you people are sick. You will sit in your own misery because of lack of accomplishments, then root for others. I have no shame. The league is a brotherhood. I'll never prey down on another man's success, nor be ashamed to say I'm happy for my brother's success. So that is Micah responding back to everyone. Let's start with the number one topic and issue of rooting for the Eagles or the NFC East to win it all. Now, Tolos will immediately say, what is the difference, Choppy and Sean? You guys did that in the NFC Championship game, so we need to address that first.
Well, that's simple. We were not rooting for Philadelphia so much as we were rooting against San Francisco.
Yes.
We were rooting against Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy. That's who we were rooting against. We were rooting against the fans who love to stab each other in San Francisco outside the parking lot. We were rooting against those idiots out there who are just so vile on social media, coming after Sean's wife and my kid and his kid. Like, that's what we were not rooting for Philadelphia.
Yeah.
We were rooting against San Francisco. There is a huge difference there.
And the Philadelphia rooting interest, if you want to call it that, has a cutoff point. We're not rooting for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. Ours had a ceiling of the NFC Championship. Micah saying this is much, much worse. Now, RJ and I used to have a college conference argument about this all the time. Bobby, Choppy would say if the Tennessee Volunteers are not going to win it all, he wants a team from the SEC to win it in order to show that their conference, their division is the mightiest and the strongest. And I would say, no. You're supposed to have hate for those people that you compete against. You don't want that. And now it feels like all the SEC may be feeling a little bit like that. Like, all right, let's prove that the SEC is the mighty conference. And if I'm an Alabama fan, maybe I'm not rooting for Georgia, but I could root for a team that's not more of a rival. Where do you stand on it, Bobby?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also, that's exactly what I was thinking of when I saw what Micah said, is just like, Micah's still thinking this is Penn State, and like, hey, go win it for the Big Ten. Like I don't think he's got the same
Is it more
point.
acceptable to root for your conference, another team in your conference to win it, than in your NFL division?
Probably. I mean, probably, but even still, I wouldn't do that with either. I'm not like out there going like, go win it, win it for the Big 12, like Oklahoma. Like and I don't think, even though people cheer for conferences, I don't think generally, Ohio State fans are going like, well, go win it for Michigan, go win it for the Big Ten, or Georgia fans are never cheering for Alabama to win it for the conference. I don't think so. Even still, I think that has its limitations on who you're going to root for. But yeah, I remember that the first time that idea was brought up to me, I remember I was 8 years old. And my dad grew up in Ohio. He's a big Ohio State fan. And he talked about how, oddly enough, he had the other view of that where he's like, yeah, like, I mean, if Ohio State won't win it, I would be fine with Michigan because win it for the conference. I'm like, what the hell are you, like, even at 8 years old, it's like, this is the dumbest logic I've ever heard in my life. What do you mean go win it for the Big?
You will learn in 2 years. When Texas finally says, okay, we're done playing against these patsies in the Big 12, we're going to go to the Big Boy Conference, that you're going to root, and you are going to have us root for you when you play those schools up north, okay? Because this really started with the SEC getting disrespected by the media that was so Big Ten heavy. So we had to root for each other. It's how we became the greatest conference in the land. And you too, Bobby, you will. And if you don't, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm going to root for your school when you guys go against play those teams up north, because those teams up north don't deserve to be beaten, the ones from the SEC. So I will take part in that. I will root for Texas and Oklahoma over any Big Ten school. That's how it started. I don't use it in the pros. I think it's a little bit weird in the pros. But we got to remember, who did Micah root for growing up?
I don't know. I know he's from PA. I don't know him to be an Eagles fan like Jalen Brunson.
I don't think he was. I'm going to look this up now. I think we have heard who he used to be a fan. Honestly, Chop, he grew up, I think he was part of that first generation that you talk about your kids being now, where I don't know that they root for teams as much as they root for players.
Well, then there you go. Maybe he liked Lane Johnson, and like that could certainly be it.
He buddied up with Lane Johnson at Christmas Eve after there was all that talk about, oh, you were disrespecting Jalen Hurts. He and Lane Johnson had a talk on the field afterwards, so I know they've got a fresh relationship that he's probably angling with.
No,
but that's just what it is.
I got one word for Micah, and if we sit down with him at training camp, I guarantee you this would shut him up. This would shut his argument down. Kobe. This is not Kobe Bryant-esque. This is not Lion-esque. And that's who Micah patterns himself after mentality-wise. You think Kobe Bryant would say, I don't know, who the hell's in the Pacific Division? The Kings? Portland. You think, all right, I can go back, show off my NBA knowledge. You think Portland eliminates the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, and he goes, you know what, Rasheed? go out there, Darius Miles, and win one for the Pacific Division in the Western Conference. No! Those are your immediate competitors. This is not very alpha-esque. This is what's beneath the lion in the jungle. What's a beta cat, Choppy?
The cats are big anyway, but I would say the next one down. I mean, from a lion, go to a cheetah.
Okay, the cheetah's Tyreek Hill. I need another cat. So what else has been let loose from the
Jaguar.
Dallas Zoo?
It goes lion. It goes like lion, jaguar, cheetah. I think.
Okay, I need something
is
else.
The progression.
I need
hyena. Go with the hyena. That's a dog, but go with that one.
No, that's my
hyena's actually closer to a cat than a dog.
Okay,
Josh.
this is.
It is. Have you seen them?
This is.
I know that's what they look like, but
we're gonna have to rename the lion. I'm gonna have to start trolling Micah on social media and stop calling. I'm gonna have to call him a lesser cat. I'm gonna have to call him a lesser kitten now because this is not a Kobe mentality. This is soft. This is weak.
Ooh,
and what would he say back to that? What would he say back to that?
I don't know. Who knows? We may have a shot next week. We'll see.
Oh, you think he could be coming on the show, Micah Parsons? All right.
Maybe. I'm still trying to text and figure some stuff out.
So there he is saying, I'm just rooting for other people's success. You guys are sick. I think Eli Manning came out and indirectly made Micah look worse by saying, no, I'm not rooting for the Giants or the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, I got all my teams mixed up because I think Eli was giving the double middle fingers at the Eagles game the other day, and he's like, I'm not rooting for the Eagles to win it. They're in the NFC East, and that's the mentality that Micah needs to have. Meanwhile, I got to play this. It was an impressive job by an Eagles fan with way too much time on his hands. Someone went and collected all the Jalen Hurts receipts from the media, Bobby, over the past year.
Can succeed on the Philadelphia Eagles.
So my takeaway on Jalen Hurts is I don't think he's a franchise quarterback.
I still believe Carson Wentz is better than Jalen Hurts.
Can he be an elite signal caller? I don't know. I would have question marks with that.
The Eagles should consider benching Jalen Hurts.
I'll never say he's going to make a Pro Bowl because I doubt he will.
Give your 3 first-round picks to Seattle, go get Russell Wilson, and go compete for championships.
The Philadelphia Eagles are going to ruin Jalen Hurts. He just can't throw the football well enough to be a long-term solution.
It's a perfectly thrown ball by Jalen Hurts. These balls are on time, perfect rhythm, and they hit their guy in stride.
Hurts has the time, and he delivers. Perfectly thrown to A.J. Brown.
Coach, I always say hungry dogs run fast. I ain't hungry. I'm starving for this.
So when you watch Jalen Hurts, not pretty, struggles on the deep ball.
Hurts wants it all with Brown. A.J. Brown.
I don't think Jalen Hurts can be your future in Philadelphia. I'd rather have Daniel Jones.
You know you're not going nowhere with Jalen.
That's when you find out the character of a man. And in tough times.
Can he take us to the championship? I don't believe he can.
The Philadelphia Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl. Attention, air traffic control. A flock of Eagles is heading to Arizona.
Side note, that could be the greatest hype music of all time when that kicks in.
Amazing.
Right?
I was thinking the same thing. Like that got me chills.
When
I
that
want to
beat-
go watch Rock. It's a little, it's a good movie. It's a little slow. The first was a little slow moving. But that music gets me going every single time.
Wait, what movie are you referring to?
Rocky.
That wasn't Rocky music, was it?
Yes, it was.
Wait, I'm not talking about the Rocky music.
That was the Rocky music that was playing. That's
Which movie? That's not Rocky 1.
I think that was like Rocky 3 or 4.
Okay. So you're not doing Fly Now or whatever it is. I'm talking about the Biggie music that was just playing.
That was not Biggie music. That was not Biggie.
This is the widest discussion of all time.
That was go back and play. That was not Biggie. That was the music that was his training music in Rocky.
That's when you find out the character of a man. And in tough times.
Can he take
Rocky.
us to the championship?
What song did you think that was, Sean?
Philadelphia Eagles.
No. Play the beginning of it, Payton. Play the beginning of the whole thing.
Wentz is better than Jalen Hurts.
Can he be an elite signal
All
caller?
right, stop. I thought that was the Biggie that they were mixing with something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I gotta remember the song. Jesse Holly's
what song is it?
Jesse Holly's gonna tweet.
Jesse text. I know. Yeah, I know which beat you're talking about.
This
yeah,
is embarrassing. This is really embarrassing. That
That was a posthumous song.
I don't feel bad for not getting the Rocky part of it. I feel bad I can't rip off the song title at the beginning. That's what I was talking when it kicks in and Biggie Goat starts going off. I don't want to be Romo here. Who was that quarterback who's in trouble? Chop at
Marcus
Florida?
Stokes?
Huh?
Marcus Stokes, the Florida
Yeah.
quarterback, who was he videoed himself, rapping, and he was singing along to a song, and he said the N-word.
Yeah.
And Florida took his Scully away, as the kids call it.
Yeah,
well,
you
then
know
he
what
got
I'm-
one. Then he got another offer from an HBCU school, Albany State.
Yeah.
There was some backlash there. The coach finally took it away. So I think he's got one from West Florida now, which is a D2 school.
Yeah.
So we'll see where Marcus Stokes ends up.
Okay, we have the hip-hop aficionado, Gavin Spittle. That's Rocky training music, and the beginning is as well. So you'll know what I'm talking about. I just can't say any of the words. Otherwise, I will be fired and canceled. All right, 877-881-1053. It's a good thing less people are on the roads for that hip-hop music discussion right there. The breaking news, Tom Brady has retired again. Most unlikely physical story in the history. And can you make the argument that he's not absolutely, truly the GOAT? Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is located on the east side of the Metroplex between I-20. On that brand new ride at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Thank you, Tolo. Total chaos is broken out here on the morning show. Thank y'all for being Tolos. Bobby Belt with the notorious background. RJ Choppy in the Noke. I'm Sean Shreve, set up in East Dallas. Victory was the song name I was looking for that Choppy and I were disagreeing over. Rocky versus Victory with Biggie and the last segment. What a disaster.
I thought the Rocky one was so recognizable, but I guess I'm just crazy. But yeah, I mean, I know what song you're talking about. I know what song you thought it was. I remember that now.
Now that you've had a chance to Google it over the break, you didn't know last segment.
Well, no, because it made no sense because it didn't sound like it at all.
I didn't.
It does
I
sound like
didn't,
it.
It does because they sampled it. They sampled the Rocky music in using that.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize it was Rocky music, and at first I didn't recognize the song was Victory.
I love Spittle. In 12 years, I've not heard Gavin Spittle reference anything hip-hop related, and now the Hockey Hawk, the boss of the station, is texting us, you're thinking of Puff Daddy with Big E, Victory, B-I-G-E, the Rocky track is laid under it. Busta Rhymes is on it as well. So all of a sudden,
Busta Rhymes.
Gavin Spittle is sitting there.
G-Easy.
G-Easy. Can't say that. It's already taken. He's
so,
G dollar sign.
No, what is the drop? What's the Spittle drop?
Yo, it's G dollar sign.
Yeah, yo, G dollar sign. So there's Gavin Spittle. Thanks all the Tolos for sending that in as well. People are making Cowboy Dak Prescott jokes when it comes to Tom Brady announcing his retirement. Some Tolos sent me the meme of the Cowboys putting up like an Indianapolis Colts type banner that we retired Tom. That's the only banner we can hang at AT&T that we sent Tom into retirement with the last playoff game.
Do it.
Twitter, Tom pulling up to Giselle's house to try and rekindle the marriage as Pete Davidson is leaving. So Giselle is trending. Tom Brady is trending. Cowboys are trending now that Tom Brady has announced the retirement for a second time. So there you go.
I believe it. I believe it's happening this time for real.
All right, turn it up now. Turn it up, Payton.
Is it clean?
Yes, it is.
Okay, make sure it's clean before you play.
Yes. This is where my head went.
I see that.
Not to Rocky. But
Absolutely.
I guess it was both. I guess the right answer was both. All right, get that up out of here. All right, Tom Brady, could I argue? So I was trying to think of, is he the most, I think he is the best story in the history of sports with where he was drafted and everything that he, accomplished, which will never be touched again. I was trying to think of it, is he the most unlikely, physical story as well? Like, when you think of the greatest in each sport, Michael could jump over everyone. They also said he was deceptively strong, even though he was really skinny at the beginning of his career. Tiger kind of changed the way everyone trained in golf. Muhammad Ali was, big and swift and quick and smooth. So he wasn't surprising physically. Baseball. Will we take it to Babe Ruth? Like the Mount Rushmore of the most unlikeliest GOATs physically. Is it Ruth, Tom? Also, coincidentally, Jerry Rice, right? Jerry Rice was not Randy Moss. He didn't have any. He was drafted lower because there was nothing that jumped out in terms of the speed or the quickness or the hops on Jerry. So I'm wondering, is it Babe Ruth, Tom Brady, Jerry Rice, and
John Daly.
John Daly, yeah, Butterbean, the boxer. You could have thrown him in there if you wanted to.
Well, we're having a goat discussion, not people who eat goats whole.
Right.
So we're just talking about physical attributes then, right? Not necessarily overcoming circumstances or anything else.
Because this would be the argument against Tom, right? Like tomorrow, if you're going to have an all-time quarterback draft, RJ is still drafting Peyton Manning. And others may draft John Elway. Someone else may draft Aaron Rodgers. Like the physical tools that the GOATs ended up with. Like if you were for the next 10 years, there's an all-time quarterback draft tomorrow, Bobby. Mm-hmm. Is Tom Brady your first pick? And no one has anyone else on any teams. And you have first pick. Are you no doubt taking Tom Brady number one? And if so, why? He no doubt has the most unquestioned best resume, but that's where I'm taking it to a physical, a skill set argument.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you take Brady one just because, obviously not just the resume though. While physically he's not the same. Like, he's not Payton. Like, we've made this comparison recently about Burrow to Mahomes and
not
Payton
that
to
Peyton
Brady.
Manning, by the way, was some great physical specimen. Like, Peyton Manning had a duck chest who threw a lot of duck football. He had a bird chest with duck footballs, and he couldn't run. So he's not in any physical specimen category except for his height.
But he was the prototype, like, pocket passer, like tall, big arm, and so he had all that working for him. But no, Brady, I think, just showed Brady's got that weird, like, Kobe level of, like, just commitment and energy and drive and competitiveness that I think would still stand out enough that you go, even though these guys are physical specimens, knowing who he is, I'd go here. One of the when you talk about physical attributes and just not looking totally like an athlete, Greg Maddux.
Yes.
Couldn't throw very hard. Wore the glasses.
Yep.
He was a second-round pick. He was still considered by scouts to be a good player. But when you just look physically, you don't go like, oh, yeah, that's one of the best pitchers of all time.
Yeah, Maddux easily is on there. You know, if you don't want to go like for guys like Tony Gwynn, even though he's not a GOAT, but he's one of the best hitters ever.
Yep.
He was not exactly a physical specimen, but yeah, it's always like if you have a team, you have an expansion team, and you want to win 12 games tomorrow, which quarterback do you take? I would have taken Brady. I would have taken Brady. I think what Brady shows and what he highlights is, and I think Manning does too to an extent because he's not this physical specimen either. Like, he's not a great athlete. Is that decision making far outweighs talent at the quarterback position? Tom Brady is the best decision maker I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody make more sound decisions. He doesn't make mistakes. He recognized that, patience and 12-play drives with a passing game far outweighs quick strike ability. Now, they had quick strike ability, but they didn't always take it. The guy was open for 7 yards. He was taking the guy open for 7 yards. And he was gonna methodically wear you downfield. That's a great decision maker.
Not only was he a great decision maker, part of what made him a great decision maker was he saw the game so fast. Like his eyes were so good. Like just how quickly he was able to go through his reads, how quickly he was able to spot deficiencies, his high IQ in terms of being able to tell what the defense was bringing at him. That was a big part of his decision making, I think. But that was, I think the vision, the field vision, the football IQ, was just so off the charts, along with the good decision making that I think just coupled it made him what he was.
Who else is coming in on the unathletic? Obviously, they're athletes, right? But the most unathletic Mount Rushmore GOAT list.
Okay, so Miguel Cabrera.
Yes, good one.
Now, these are not like all-time GOATs, but Jerome Bettis, Jose Altuve. Is another one that doesn't have these, no size. Obviously, he's very, very small.
Yeah.
Muggsy Bogues, but he's not an all-time great at anything. So those are some guys that they came in, and they also bring out. Brady always took less money to make sure that the rest of his team had depth.
Could Duncan be on this list?
It's hard. It's hard when you're a 7-footer with good feet. to be on the list. He wasn't Hakeem in that sense, and he obviously was the big fundamental. But obviously, he had the size of a power forward to be able to play that spot. I think Muggsy's a really good answer, just because even though he's not an all-time great, there's zero reason a 5'3" guy should be in the NBA ever, and he did, and he was an effective player.
All right, so there it is. Tom Brady saying, "I am retiring this time, and it is for good." You can get involved in these sports arguments, music discussions, and more as we party on Saturday, Fan Bowl 2023, Inside Texas Live, Revolver Brewing. Go to 105throughthefan.com for more details. I'm lining up the babysitter. I'm going maybe a full 7 hours with the babysitter for this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Now, what's your babysitter? Do you just get family, or do you have a go-to babysitter.
We alternate. His part-time nanny growing up, she still loves to see him, so we'll ask her. If we need someone overnight, then we'll ask the grandparents. But for this one, probably we're looking at a 1 to 7 or a 1 to 8 p.m. time window, because I'm not leaving there at 5. The event is going to be officially 2 to 5 with thousands of dollars in prize money. The talent bracket, the host bracket that will be taking place. I hate using that word talent. I should never have said that. The host bracket taking place, but 2 to 5, hell no. I can already see myself just walking and bar hopping inside Texas Live till about 6 or 7 p.m. and then getting the ride back home. So I'll be there for the long haul.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there a while too. It's a long day. We've got. I'm helping out. We got an alumni baseball game at like 11 a.m. that day.
Alumni of what?
So my buddy, LD Bell. So I'll be at the LD Bell alumni baseball game that morning, and then we're going right from there.
But alumni of what?
The people who played at LD Bell High School, like alumni. They're So
you went to high school here?
No. But my buddy Wes did. He's in town. And, Sarah went to LD Bell and our friend Carly went there. So then we're all going to go to the game. He's playing in it. So we're going to go watch him play. And
I thought you were playing.
Oh, no, he's playing. He's like 30-something. So you're going to have 30-something-year-olds playing against 18-year-old kids. I mean, the amount of pulled hamstrings is going to be off the charts.
After a winter freeze.
After a winter freeze. The amount of pulled hamstrings, the amount of shots at the dugout these guys I bet are going to take, but the amount of pulled hamstrings we're going to see, torn rotator cuffs, is going to be off the charts. And then we're going to go right to Texas Live. And then who knows what happens after. What happens after, we don't know. But the Ubers will be had, I'm sure.
Bobby?
I'm
going to be your consumption intake these days?
Well, so I'm limited. I can have 2 drinks. I can have two drinks of hard liquor. So I've been saving them up specifically to use on Saturday.
This is on soda.
So I'm doing soda now. So I'll be able to have now it's limited the type of liquor I can have. So it'll probably be 2 vodkas. But then after that, I'm already getting the digits ready. I've just been sitting here working them out here on the fan cam, just getting them ready to, flick those footballs. And I mean, you guys,
all his fingers, fingers he used.
Look. I don't need to tell you about my fingers game.
Don't be pushing it across the table right there.
I'm showing you right here. Look.
No,
that's what I'm
you're
showing
a pusher.
you.
I know you're a pusher.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have a little surprise. I didn't tell the guys about this. I have an NBA pop quiz to make Mike Bassett proud. NBA pop quiz and Steph Curry versus Charles Barkley with the audio next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Zerez and let's get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the
segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. So I got a police update out there from Tolo Bethany, who we used to work with. Bethany V.
Yeah.
And she went on to become a police officer. So I'm ripping this off of her Instagram story. I think it's very good. This is just a perspective from an officer out there that's working to keep everyone protected. City roads are all black ice. Stopping and turning is dicey. I would completely avoid any hills, choppy, right outside of your neighborhood in the Noke. State highways typically have one drivable lane, but even in the lane, you're going to hit large patches of cobblestone and black ice. Interstates are only marginally better. There's typically one drivable lane with the sporadic treacherous hazard. 18-wheelers quit and parked on the side of the road to avoid driving on major hills. Reasons not to drive. If you have anything less than good tire tread. Choppy, did you get your tires replaced?
No, I have my front tires are fine. My back tires, I think, leave a lot to be desired.
If you won't, I never thought of this. If you won't completely defrost your windows and remove ice from the hood of the vehicle, it's eventually going to fall off and leave chunks of ice on the highway or hit other vehicles. Don't drive if you do not have all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. If you require social media road reports before venturing out, don't drive. And then finally, the roads are being driven by either people who are terrified of driving in weather or people who are overconfident. Which one will you be? The medians are littered with vehicles from people who needed to be somewhere. So that's the morning road report for what's going on out there from Tolo and former coworker Bethany V.
I got a photo just sent to me from my neighbor, the one that lives right. He backs up to the road, and he's already out there watching traffic. And there is a tow truck out there for an 18-wheeler to haul this thing up the hill. I guess they got chains on his tire. I have no idea, but he's on the grass median. The tow truck is to get some traction. It's the only place he can get traction to get up this hill. So it's bad out there. Like I said, there's a hill that I got to climb. If I want to get out of this neighborhood, really, I get to the highway, bad idea.
Playmaker is stuck because of weather. So tomorrow we're going to have Michael Irvin and DeMarcus Ware, maybe Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Will McClay audio to discuss what happened with Kellen Moore and who they are possibly looking to draft. So Nick Eatman from Mobile, Alabama, possibly tomorrow. All right, let's get to my little NBA pop quiz, and it's based upon one of Choppy's favorites. The Mad Dog Chris Russo was trying to defend Tony Romo. I was defending Tony Romo. We're going to have a full segment later on in the week. People are coming for Tony, man.
Oh, yeah.
People are coming for Tony's microphone. And I was defending his Clyde Drexler Michael Jordan comparison to Mahomes and Burrow. He was saying that Mahomes wanted the Burrow matchup like Michael wanted the Clyde matchup 92 finals. Because we do this in baseball, Choppy, with Mookie Betts and others trying to sniff Mike Trout's greatness. We get bored. We tried to do it with Durant for a while with LeBron. We're like, is there a new GOAT? Is there someone better? And Chris Russo made a little numbers mistake while trying to defend Romo.
The comparisons of Jordan and Drexler. There isn't a sports fan in America. Now, listen, they wore the same number, and they kind of played similarly in a lot of ways, but nobody thought that was a referendum on Drexler-Jordan in the 92 92 I was doing radio 6 hours a day. I didn't get calls. You know what, Chris? Drexler's going to, Mike and Drexler's going to prove he's better than Jordan. We all knew how great Jordan was. Jeez.
All right, what did he say at the beginning of that with the numbers?
They were the same numbers, but it's a position. But that's about it.
The comparisons of Jordan and Drexler. There isn't a sports fan in America. Now, listen, they wore the same number.
All right. So right there, the internet hopped on that and said, no. They did not wear the same number. So put your keyboards down, Bobby Belt. Put your fingers away.
Okay.
And I just wanted a little NBA pop quiz from Clyde Drexler and MJ's era on the numbers.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Because I like doing this for different sports. Like, how well do you know the numbers of the greats? So, Bobby, I'm going to start with you. No, Choppy, I'm going to start with you.
Bring
Choppy, what number did Clyde Drexler actually wear?
It was 22, was it not?
It was 22. Well done. Give him a point. Actually, let's not make this points because I don't want Bobby to have a meltdown over unfair comparisons.
He'll blame me for the question.
He'll blame you.
Read between the lines, you guys.
What does that mean?
Read between the lines.
Oh, okay. That's
yeah. There you go. You got it, John.
That's a hand profanity. Okay, Bobby. What number was Reggie Miller?
31.
Good job.
All right.
Choppy, what number was Karl Malone?
32.
Good job.
All right.
Oh, I should have asked Choppy about Stockton because, but instead I'll go, Bobby, what number? That's a joke. Bobby, what number was John Stockton?
12.
Good job. I can't tell whether you guys are being humble here, but
I would not have gotten that.
You would not have gotten that?
No, not a chance. I was glad you went Malone.
Okay. RJ, what number was Charles Barkley in Phoenix?
He was not the same as he was in...
It could have been. I have no idea. I forgot the Philly number.
I'll go 34.
It was 34. Bobby, what number was Patrick Ewing?
Patrick Ewing.
33.
It was 33. I know these are easy, but I just wanted to see. Clyde's is tougher than these, right?
I agree.
All right, Choppy, what number was Hakeem? Houston Hakeem.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is tough.
Oh, Bobby, you're about to win.
Yeah, he might. I'll go. Well, this is gonna be wrong. I'll say he was 34.
He was 34. Oh,
yes!
I tried to throw RJ off with the Charles Barkley Hakeem back to back.
That's right, baby.
Bobby, what number was Gary Payton?
Oh, geez. 20?
He was 20. Well done.
That one was about to throw me off.
I gave you that was probably the hardest one. Choppy, what number was the Rain Man, Sean Kemp? How great is this music?
Let's go 3 for 3. He was 34.
He was 40.
40. I never would have gotten it.
He was number 40. And then my final easy one that I had, Bobby, what number was the Admiral?
He was 50, but also on Sean Kemp, he was 40 in Seattle. I believe he was 4 in Cleveland.
We don't count Cleveland.
Yeah,
we don't.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Nobody even knows he was there.
So there it is. I wanted to make Bassick proud with a little NBA pop quiz. Okay. Speaking of Charles, what?
Are you gonna stack up some extra ones to hit Bassick with and cross?
No.
Come on.
Mike has these written down on his lower back. Are you kidding me? All right.
Fine, I'm gonna get them together.
Speaking of Barkley, you don't run crosstalk. I do. Speaking of Barkley, here's Charles talking about being sick and tired of NBA players and load management.
First of all, it's embarrassing for the NBA, and I cannot wait for these owners to put their foot in their asses in this next CBA. These dudes going to do something to these players. They're going to be like, wait a minute, you can't make $50 million and not play half the season, okay? Because now you just really just like slapping me in my face, taking my check twice a month. And we got guys like, and Eddie, I see guys that got a sore hip or something. I'm like, everybody's sore in the NBA after 20, 30, 40 games.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be very interesting in the next CBA because, the billionaires always wins against millionaires. And I think those owners are going to try to do something. I don't know what it is. I think there's going to be a strike or a lockout, however you want to phrase it. But I think they're going to say, okay, you guys don't want to play. I'm going to teach y'all a lesson. Because, we paid y'all during the pandemic. We didn't have nobody in the stands for a couple years, but we still paid y'all. And this is how y'all repay us, making all this money and not wanting to play. So, man, I think it's going to be very interesting in the next CBA. But, Eddie, to pick it back on your point, man, it's getting to the point where it's actually a joke now.
So that's Charles coming strong. I think us as fans were like, yeah, heck yeah, you got it right, Charles. Speak for us. Well, Steph Curry came out with the player perspective the other night.
I usually campaign to play every game, so that's the misconception about load management and how it goes. It's never the player that's usually saying, hey, I want to sit. So for all those people that are worried about that part of our league and all that, it's usually not the player that's going to the training staff and saying, hey, I don't have it tonight. It's usually the other way around, and there's a lot of science involved. So, yes, I will campaign to play, but we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure that the player, wants to sit every now and then. I get that. But for the most part, I'm sure it is the team saying, okay, we got to manage your days. You got to manage your minutes. McCarthy talks about the GPS of these guys all the time and how much they've got to work. Oh, he's working too much. This is probably the right thing to do from the longevity of the player to keep them the healthiest they possibly can. But if you're the owner, you also have to balance selling tickets. And, and the fans. I'm like, do you want to, screw them? You got to make sure. If I was an owner, I'd be like, you can load manage my guys all you want on the road. At home, they're playing. My star's playing at home. I'm selling that ticket. We saw Stan Van and KD have a back and forth on social media about this, a couple of weeks back.
Well, they were actually agreeing.
They were agreeing, but Stan Van didn't know they were agreeing. He thought Kevin was clapping back at him.
Yeah, Stan Van wrote, what Barkley was saying, and KD said, oh, Stan Van's spitting, and Stan goes, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to say this. And they're like, no, he's agreeing with you, dude.
Right. And he was basically saying, in the 90s, you had one trainer and one strength coach, and we still played 82 games. Now they've got every advantage possible, but they have more hamstring injuries than ever. They can't keep these muscle pulls out. What's going on?
Final hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. A former NFL GM says the Cowboys just got rid of a big problem in Kellen Moore. Why you should feel great about the decision they're making with Mike McCarthy moving forward. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next on The Fan. But what would I order today to warm up from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on Boat Club Road? I would go.
with bands. Yeah. This is Neyland,
pink.
baby.
Looks pink.
Well, that's orange fireworks and white fireworks.
Okay.
And the smoke in the background of the clouds over the Tennessee River will give it a pinkish hue. But it's not as good. I can say that as Welcome to Death Row as the record label. Which, by the way, very upset that Snoop took his Death Row songs off Spotify. Very upset about this.
Why?
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I have no idea, but you can't get Ain't No Fun. You can't get anything from Doggy Style on there. Nothing.
All right, 9:20, a special guest in studio to talk about whether Tom Brady retiring for the final time today was the GOAT or maybe the LOAT. 9:20, special guest in studio. But yesterday, Albert Breer, former Dallas Ties, he was on with the G-Bag Nation and the Dan Patrick Show, and he spilled some of the beans when it came to Kellen Moore leaving the Cowboys.
Was Kellen Moore fired by the Cowboys?
I heard things weren't great between him and Mike McCarthy at the end. And, I don't know if it was finally the fact that they were both sort of play callers by trade that got them, or it was the way that Dak played. What I do know is that arrangement that I think had worked okay, but had its ups and downs over 3 years, had sort of run its course. And obviously there were some great opportunities to be an offensive coordinator elsewhere for Kellen Moore. And I think this sort of allowed them to come to a everybody wins type of scenario.
All right. So a little bit of disruption at the end between Kellen and Mike McCarthy, according to Albert Breer, Choppy.
Yeah, this is kind of, this is a little upsetting. Like, if they couldn't get along and that caused the relationship to end, and in the process, it hurts the team, which it may, very well may. That's unacceptable. Like, we can love this coaching staff all we want. We love Mike, but it's hard to protect him if part of the reason that Kellen would leave is they didn't get along. Like, the company should come before your personal likings or your job.
Yeah, but isn't this just? I mean, this is just life. Like, first off, we should be giving Mike McCarthy the most credit if he backed off and let Kellen Moore really do his thing. We didn't hear a lot of stories that he was interfering. I mean, hell, all of us fight and argue, and we're going to fight and argue. It sounded like it was pretty, is it copacetic, Bobby, between the two? And if they had some disagreements, like, that to me sounds natural.
It's natural. It's normal. Get over them, Like, you've got your disagreements. That's fine. You can still plow through and still go to work and still do a good job. You could not love it. Now, is it more difficult when it's your direct boss? Yes, maybe. People leave, the old ad, people leave bosses, not companies. And I get that. And if they didn't get along, I understand that. But still, then it's on the boss to amend, to change things up, to make it, acceptable and inclusive for everybody.
I mean, if they just have personality differences, though, if they've butted heads based off of that, and then you've got another team is coming along and saying, we'll hire you as our offensive coordinator. You can have the same job over here. There's not going to be any, oversight issues because this is a defensive coach. You get to work with Justin Herbert. Like, I mean, I think that's an enticing option whether you've got, tension or not. I think that it's easier to go, man, I this is already just kind of a relationship that's probably run its course. I don't love being, blamed by the fan base and the media all the time for failures that I don't think are mine. Why not just go out here to the Chargers, a lot less of a spotlight, get to run a really talented offense, not just work with a really talented quarterback, have the potential to be able to tie yourself to his legacy. Justin Herbert is very early on in the process, and if Kellen Moore can help him elevate to a Super Bowl winning quarterback, that's a huge check in his favor for his resume that would help his own legacy to tie himself to Herbert.
All right, I've been saving this for Choppy because I know he can't stand this guy. I love his podcast. It is an Odyssey podcast, by far the best football podcast I've ever heard on Odyssey. It's not even close. I mean, it's just way better than anything else that we've ever put out there. It's so
keep
superior.
that same energy on Friday back in the studio, Sean. Keep that same energy.
Brian Broaddus will be in Friday. He and Bobby Belt do a podcast on Odyssey. And Broaddus loves Michael Lombardi, the former NFL general manager. Choppy gives me a hard time every time I book him to come on. I love how honest and blunt he is. And Michael Lombardi has never been a fan of Kellen Moore, and he says this will be great for Dallas.
And he's not able to provide the easy answers for Dak Prescott. That's when we run into problems.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality. I mean, I think Kellen Moore, if Kellen Moore was really wanted to be a great coach, Kellen Moore should spend more time understanding how to be more aware situationally, how to play the game each week differently to then take advantage of his intellectual capacity and advance the game. I kid about him, but to me, what he needs to do is, and I say this with the criticism that I offer, is constructive criticism. What he should do is understand, how do I play this game today to win the game? Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to collect numbers. I'm trying to win the game today. How do I play that? What do I do? What's the matchup I have to utilize? How do I get my best player the ball here? How do I run this offense as opposed to I'm going to run my offense? In fairness to Kellen Moore, no one's taught him this. So he's never been around a Parcells. He's never been around a coach that understands this, a Shannon. He's never been around a guy that can incorporate the three areas of the team together. And if you don't know that, like Zach Taylor, you punt the ball down the middle of the field.
I love that last part. No one brought that up, that the Bengals never should have punted in that situation. They should have kicked the ball out of bounds. But, Bobby, this is something that Troy Aikman has spoken about last year. I think it was it was a playoff game, and these analysts are talking about coordinators just calling plays versus calling to the game. What does that mean?
And this is something that, yeah, you mentioned Aikman. Kurt Warner had said some similar stuff, that when there's a difference between, it's like with chess, how like this move sets up this and I'm doing this. I think the feeling about Kellen Moore, the criticism about Kellen Moore is that he just goes in there with a run sheet and says, I want to do this, and I want to run this, and I want to run this, and there's no plan of execution. Now, is that a fair assessment? I don't know. Like, I mean, if you sat down with Kellen Moore, I bet if you said, hey, what are you trying to accomplish this game and how are you trying to accomplish it? I bet he would be able to lay out, well, look, I'm trying to do this so that we can get to this, and I want to do this, and things like that. My problem is not so much that he doesn't have that. My problem is that he sticks to it too religiously almost.
Yeah.
That he heads into games and goes, this is what I'm going to do. And there's no feel for the climate of the game. Like if things change or if you're seeing this isn't working, there's no change up. It's no, this is what I came in here planning to do. And by God, I'm going to do it. And that's my biggest problem with Kellen Moore. Also just some of the philosophical stuff. You remember I was complaining after the Tennessee game when Kirk Herbstreit said, we were talking to Kellen Moore in the meeting this week, and he said, look, running the ball may not be very effective, but we got to keep doing it so we can take advantage of the weaknesses in the secondary. No, just go in there and take advantage of the weakness in the secondary. That's what you do. You don't have to do something ineffective for a long time just to, well, now we can take advantage of what's my weakness. No, attack the weakness. That's been my biggest issue with Kellen Moore is just go after, like, identify the weakness and go attack it over and over.
Choppy, it sounds funny when I hear these guys say, all Kellen wants to do, he just wants to get yards and, he's just trying to score points.
Oh, God forbid.
It's like, isn't that the point?
Yeah, I mean.
He's trying to just get to the calls on his play sheet to get the most yards and rack up the stats. And I'm like, isn't that getting to what we ultimately want?
Yeah, Michael Irvin said defense doesn't win championship, points does. Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator of Georgia, said, my job's not to win games. My job's to score points.
Oh, I thought he said it was the breathalyzed Stetson Bennett in Dallas.
Well, that could be it, too. But, listen, I would love for my OC to be a bad OC and be third in expected points added per play as the OC in his 4 years with the Cowboys. One of those years was Dak Prescott was hurt in 2020 for most of the season. And then this year you also had Dak hurt. So, we're talking about a full year's worth of non-starting quarterbacking this football team. I do want to let Michael Lombardi aware of this. I'm sure he is. But Kellen doesn't determine where the ball goes. Dak does. Dak makes the throw. He determines if he goes short, if he goes long. He determines where the ball goes. Now, do the routes come in on Kellen? Yeah, sure, some of them do. And then Dak can also change those routes because that's what quarterbacks do. They have the option to make them, to change things up. Maybe not all of them, but Kellen Moore does not sit here and tell Dak to throw the ball short. He doesn't.
Michael Lombardi.
Go ahead. I was just going to say he does. What Kellen does do, though, is he helps install an offense that determines the progressions Dak has to go through. So if Kellen's got a certain set of progressions, the one that Dak may think is the one that he wants to go to, or the route concept he wants to go to, maybe 4 on the list of progressions that he has to follow according to the play. And he can't just go rogue on the progressions. Like that's how the offense is designed. And if you do that, you start throwing everything into chaos.
Michael Lombardi was also asked, former NFL GM, on the GM Shuffle podcast about hiring Brian Schottenheimer possibly as the next OC.
Do you think that he ultimately ends up being the play caller, or do they go elsewhere for a play caller? And maybe who do they hire just in general as the offensive coordinator?
I think they're going to hire Brian Schottenheimer.
Okay.
I think he's got Brian Schottenheimer under there. Schottenheimer's been an analyst. Yeah. So he's been an analyst for Dan Quinn. So what he does is he gives Dan Quinn the breakdown of the offense so that Dan Quinn can see the game through an offensive coach's eyes on how he would attack them. It's really it's really good. It's good shit. I mean, that's what you should do. It's kind of a counterintuitive way. It's counterintelligence, kind of what Lee Harvey Oswald was working in.
And Ben McAdoo was doing that for them last year before he took the Panthers job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes you a better offensive coach. It makes you a better offensive coach because when you study others, when you learn how the defense approaches how they want to stop you, you then become an adjustment, Kellen Moore's an attack the coverage coach. They're in 3, let's run these plays. They're in 2, let's run these plays. Let's run a man beater here, as opposed to attacking the adjustments. Sean McVay attacks the adjustments in man. He attacks the adjustments in zone. So that separates him. That's what Kyle does. Mm-hmm. That's how you separate yourself as an offensive coach. Everybody can run the beaters. Everybody knows the beaters. But understanding how they call it, how they play it, how they adjust it, then you design the plays to those things, you're off to the races.
So there you go, a different perspective. Why are you laughing, Bobby?
The random Lee Harvey Oswald drop in the middle of a football discussion was very
strange.
Historian.
It was very jarring.
RJ, you should like that. He's an historian. So there it is, with some possible Kellen McCarthy drama at the very end. Oh my gosh, who's the Tolo who sent me this? What?
Chop's background now is Kennedy.
Oh, okay. At Oak State just sent me a tweet. Oh, Texans fans in the armpit. Do y'all now understand? This will help you understand the final game of your season and why it was such a disaster. We'll tell you what is happening with the number 1 pick and a special guest in studio to agree with RJ or not whether Tom Brady was the luckiest of all time or the greatest of all time. KMC Fireworks next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place to watch all.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Stave the R Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The breaking news this morning is that Tom Brady announces his retirement. Payton, let's set up this audio as Tommy Boy looks to be sitting on the beach. And he did this February 1 last year as well. And this is Brady taking to social media saying that this time it truly is final.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. I think you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me. My family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
And
That's my saying.
Tolos love you all. Tolos are saying, you hit rock bottom when you finally lose to the Cowboys. You lose to the Cowboys in a playoff game. So Tommy had to leave. Now, in the history of this radio station, the number one undisputed, it's been a 1A and 1B, I should say. Tom Brady hatred list has been Kevin Hagelin and RJ Choppy. RJ Choppy, in the last year or two, pulled a RJ U-turn and all of a sudden said, no, Tom Brady isn't all that bad. But Kevin Hagelin, I believe, has remained. So I'd love Hagee's instant reaction to the Tom Brady retirement. Joining us in studio, and Mike Bassick is on the fan cam as well. What the heck is going on here? Kevin, are you with us?
I am with you. It might seem dark and snowy outside, but what a beautiful day it indeed is, gentlemen.
Are you setting something up with that?
No, what a great day that Tom Brady's retired. I will admit, I thought his message was clever and funny, and frequently I do think that Tom Brady is clever and funny.
Wow, that's very big of you, Hagee.
Okay. We'll get to the rest of it.
Yeah. Let's get to the rest of it. Choppy, why did you jump off of the Brady sucks bandwagon?
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I still think that, but I do love him now. Like, I do enjoy watching him play. There comes a certain point in everybody's career, no matter how much you hate them, that every player will flip that switch where the longevity outweighs the hatred, and you're just like, hat tip. And it happened with David Ortiz. He played long enough, I hat tipped to him, I still hated him. I still think he's a cheater, but I hat tipped him.
I don't ever remember you hat tipping David.
Well, I would never admit that publicly, Sean, but I did say it. So it happens. It happens with a lot of players. Tom Brady was one of them. But the difference is, with Brady is that, I found out about his friendship with Peyton Manning. And I was like, oh, okay. If he likes him, then so can I. And that's kind of the rule. That's kind of the rule I live by. If Peyton says it, I agree.
So, Kevin, tomorrow it's an all-time draft.
Yep.
I would like you get the first pick. I would like you to name the quarterbacks that you would take before Tom Brady. Where would he stand on that list? All-time draft.
I still think, and I'm not proud of myself for this, I still think I might take him second or third.
Behind?
I'm taking Joe Montana 1, of course. Joe Montana's absolutely better than Tom Brady. And then I understand the arguments for Peyton Manning. I might take Tom Brady ahead of Peyton Manning. I'm not sure about that.
Choppy, you're gonna let him get away with Montana?
Listen, I've stopped arguing with Kevin. I've realized it's a lost cause. There's nothing I can do about it. He has it. He's set in his ways. He has his ideals. There's nothing I can really do.
But look, RJ, that's the beauty of our relationship. If I just wait a few months, you'll be back on my side again.
Fair. That's fair. Because I will flip-flop and I will go with the flow of life. That's it.
Chop, make the argument that Tom's not the GOAT, but he's the LOAT.
Okay, here's the LOAT argument. Tom Brady won his first 10 playoff games. He threw for less than 207 yards in 6 of them, and he was 6-0. Peyton Manning did not win a playoff game where he threw for less than 207 yards until his 11th postseason game. He was out there sitting there slanging it. Some games good, some games bad. But Tom Brady did not have to win games in the beginning. Somebody else won it for him. He made good decisions. He was smart. He had a great loaded team around him, a good defensive team. And then once he had his 3, I mean, it was in the minds of everybody. It was a mind game at that point. And then he went a decade without winning one. And then they had to cheat. Basically from 2006.
They cheated before that, too. Don't forget that, RJ.
Well, he did. He did cheat before that, too. That was more Bill, though. I don't think Tom was in on that.
By the way, will anyone hold that against him? Who will be the media member to make the case that Tom should be kept out of the Hall of Fame for cheating?
See, I don't think that's my case why he's not the GOAT. All right, like he's definitely a excellent player and he will go into the Hall of Fame. And it's not just one, it's not just 2. Like he has at least 3 cheating scandals. And he's been suspended by the NFL for actively trying to cheat the game and then cover it up. That is my issue with, he's the GOAT.
Wait, what's the third? Wait, so we have Spygate, we have the footballs, and what's 3?
There was another, and then there's at least 2 more. There was another insinuation that the same thing happened with Carolina. And then if you go back to 2007, Spygate Part 2, when they absolutely got caught and forfeited draft picks for doing the same thing against the Jets.
Yeah, so, I thought the first one was against the Rams, the first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was it. So
no, you're right.
Then Mangini outed him against the Jets. And then, that was more, again, those were Bill. The information was still used. Look, he is an all-time great. There's no doubt about that. You can't say that he's not. You can't say that he's not one of the best ever. He is the best decision maker I've ever seen. Nobody executed a game plan at a more efficient and better level than Tom Brady did. It was just if I had to pick one guy, I was starting a team and I had to win 12 games that year. He wouldn't be the guy I picked. He'd have been close, but he wouldn't be the guy I picked.
But can I counter argue that Peyton Manning had superior weapons to Tom Brady his entire career?
Offensively.
Yeah,
offensively. Now, Tom had the greatest mismatches of all ever, which is the Gronk, Aaron Hernandez.
And a better coach.
Well, the coach was elite too, but I mean having an elite tight end in an era before people knew about it was amazing. But yeah, I mean Peyton had Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, 2 guys that he made, whose careers he made, and then he had a tight end. He had a good tight end. And one thing that Tom did better than Peyton, I'll tell you this for sure. He did not get wide receivers killed. Peyton Manning ended the careers of multiple wide receivers by putting them in terrible positions. Austin Collie, he can't even see straight because of Peyton Manning. Wes Welker can't even see straight because of Peyton Manning because he put him in terrible spots. He's like, dudes, you're going to catch the ball where I put it. And he threw it in a bad spot. They caught it, and he got them lit up. And they don't even know where they are. They don't even know what day it is. That's Peyton's fault.
Who is when you talk about his first 3 Super Bowls and his amazing supporting cast, who are we talking about?
Well, I mean, defensively, the defense carried those first 2 Super Bowl
Who are we talking
runs.
about on those defenses, though?
You mean the players that carried them?
The first 3, yeah. Who are the Hall of Fame defensive players he was playing with? Yeah, okay, McGinnis was there, but McGinnis was not Willie at that point. Brewski was a good player. Law was a good corner. This is the thing.
Ty Law's a Hall of Famer.
Lawyer
He's a Hall of Famer.
Malloy.
Lawyer Malloy.
I mean, we're talking about
Seymour then.
Seymour was
Rodney
there
Harrison?
for at least 2 of them. When you look at the way it was, that whole defense, that was a unit that played really well. But it's not like he was built up by the supporting cast of oh my gosh, he's got all these Hall of Famers on defense that carried him. And ultimately, he had to bring them down the field and put them in position to score those points.
Bobby, that defense is a weak link unit, and that defense had 0 holes. You don't need Hall of Famers on defense. In fact, you don't want Hall of Fame. I want 11 B-level players, and that's what they all had. Now, some were A, but they had no holes. Where was the hole in that defense that you were going to attack?
And Bobby,
you can't attack one.
Bobby, it took me just 1 second, but here's an example when you ask, like, who are the defensive players? So, like, let's just take 2003, for example. Ty Law, Willie McGinnis, Richard Seymour, Rodney Harrison, and Teddy Bruschi. That's a pretty that's a lot of defensive talent.
But I mean, you're talking about, like, at that point, Harrison was probably the best of that group. Bruschi was a good player. He was not a great player.
He was second team All-Pro. So that's pretty
good.
Ty Law's the best of all of them.
Ty Law was the best. Like, at that point, Ty Law, like, 01 was probably his peak. The year they beat the Rams was probably, like, the beginning. But you start looking at the next few years, he was not, like, the top corner in the game. He wasn't even, like, one of the top 3 or 4 corners in the game. I mean, this was, like, you got to remember, this was also a
Bobby,
stretch,
like
talking
7,
about the great
you?
supporting cast. This is when Troy Brown had to play. This is when Troy Brown had to, I know, and it's stunning that I still have a better handle on it than you.
Oh!
It's stunning. Like, this is back when Troy Brown, that defense was so thin. Troy Brown was playing corner for half the season, and he was having to, like, cover receivers. He had, like, 3 interceptions. I think the 3rd Super Bowl year, he, like, led them in picks. This wasn't some, like, world beater squad. Meanwhile, like, you know, you said, like, a couple of receivers. Payton had Brandon Stokely, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Dallas Clark, Edgerrin James, then went to Joseph Adai. Like, I mean, it goes on and on and on. He always had weapons.
Yeah, because he
and
made
the one year, where Brady finally got weapons like Payton in 07, what did he do? He threw more touchdowns than Payton had ever thrown in a season, and he threw fewer interceptions than Payton had ever thrown in a season.
First of all, he made all those receivers. Second of all, that's true. And then Payton decided, Tom, you've had that record. That was cute. You had it for a couple years. I'm going to go shatter it myself. I'm just going to go to Denver and shatter it. I'm just going to go there and just shatter that record. He had good receivers. There's no doubt he did, and he made them better.
2007
Marvin
was
Harrison
another
was there
year
before
he got
Peyton
caught
Manning got
cheating.
there. What do you do? Nothing.
The biggest crime of this whole thing is that Bassett cannot connect with us right now.
Oh.
Because he loves Brady.
He does.
And now he is lighting up like the Zoom chat here because he can't talk. I don't know why it's echoing, guys. Kevin hates Brady. Kevin doesn't have Brady as a top 20 quarterback. The Colts drafted.
I said he was second.
The Colts drafted 2 first-round receivers and a top 5 pick on I mean, he's just going crazy here because he can't talk to us.
A top 5 pick at running back was a big waste. You cannot do that. That was a big mistake. That's Bill Polian. That's why Bill Polian doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Choppy, how old was Bobby during all this, you said?
How old are you?
I was 15 when they were winning Super Bowls.
Is that an age disqualification to weigh
Absolutely. 15-year-olds don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Oh, my gosh.
I have a 13-year-old, okay? I have a 13-year-old who has no – he literally – now he's a really good 13-year-old baseball player, like really, really good. Half the time he asks me who's winning. In the game he's playing in.
But this is something like I lived through as a fan. Not only that, but it's also, as we've talked about recently, the obsession I have with going back and watch. I've got the entire Patriots playoff runs into the Super Bowl.
All those games against the Jaguars and the Titans that Tom was gifted.
I'm talking about all those ones where he beat your boy Peyton Manning, beat the freaking pants off him twice, and made everybody go, "Oh, Peyton, what's up with your legacy?"
Yeah, and then Peyton decided, I'm just going to beat the pants off of the next 3 times that we play.
How many Super Bowls does Peyton have?
Doesn't matter. I'm not results oriented.
Super Bowls don't matter.
I'm not results oriented. Okay.
We got to get Bassett connected, please, for crosstalk with the. What did he write now? What did he say?
Does Choppy think about what he says?
The running back didn't become a Hall of Famer. Okay. The running back didn't become a Hall of Famer. He was made into a Hall of Famer because everybody was sitting there dropping 10 while only having one guy allowing Edge to run.
A beautiful day.
And running back shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
None of them?
None of them, because because the running backs are made by the offensive line.
You can't do this at the end of a segment. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Thank you, Kevin, for sitting in. Thank you for your effort, Mike, even though you failed. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. Stephen Gilchrist owns Platinum Ford, and it is, of course, like I said, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. He is a Tolo, and they're going to hook you up on that brand new ride.
Fan Bowl 2023 this Saturday. Enjoy some delicious Revolver together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
All right, tomorrow morning we will have on the playmaker Michael Irvin and DeMarcus Ware. This in from Albert Breer. Texans fans, maybe you'll finally understand it now, why the end of the season wasn't that great for you. Albert Breer says, and he was on with G-Bag yesterday to talk about some Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore drama, the Bears have decided to go ahead with Justin Fields as their franchise quarterback, and they will try to trade the first overall pick instead of drafting one. So who is going to leapfrog, and how much would the Texans have to give up to try to move up to for their new head coach, D'Amico Ryans, who just got the 6-year contract? KMC cross-talking now on 105.3 The Fan. This could be an absolute train wreck, which could be awesome radio. Do we have Mike Bassett connected first off?
I'm here, guys.
Oh, God.
Are you?
Oh, man.
What's up, Mike?
I can't do Zoom because my Zoom fights the computer, fights the Opal thing I'm on. So,
okay.
So that was an interesting conversation that you guys had. And Choppy's now discredited all running backs in the history of football, which is outstanding, I guess.
I mean, I didn't discredit them. Like, smart people who have, taken over the game have kind of done that and proven that you could just find someone in the fourth round, and if you have a good offensive line, you're going to get 85% of the production at 15% of the cost, and there you go. We're going to just jam. So I didn't do this. I wish this was my idea.
So you're saying that Neil, what was the dude's name? Like, I can't even remember.
So you don't even know his name.
Like, yeah, because Walter Payton was great. And
Neil
then
Anderson.
who replaced Neil Anderson? Like, back in the day, Chop, you make sense if you talk about the last, like, let's say 15 years of NFL football. The problem is they played football before then with different rules, the way that you could cover people, the way that you could hit people, the way that you could destroy quarterbacks' lives if you wanted to. They changed the rules to make it more of a passing game.
Oh, yeah.
But back when Emmitt Smith and Edgerrin James and people like that were entering the league in the late 80s and early 90s and late 90s, the game was different. The rules were very different.
Of course it was. You're absolutely right. It was different. Let's be fair. Was Emmitt Smith, let's say another running back of his caliber, right? A first-round drafted running back goes to that offensive line.
Like Blair Thomas?
Who?
Like
Exactly.
Blair Thomas, who was the second overall pick, and then the Cowboys had to pick up 3 years later in his NFL career because it failed so much with the New York Jets and he wasn't a good running back for the Cowboys?
Yeah, sure. Well, he was already, wasted because now he's older. But I'm just saying, like...
He's like 25!
At 27 for a running back, you're dead. And if you're getting beaten and pummeled, and plus, you guys miss. Guys miss. But if you take a good, above average, a really good running back, and you put him with that Cowboys offensive line, they're putting
like
up
Derek
numbers.
Glastick and Sherman Williams?
They weren't very good running backs.
Okay.
Mike, what are you doing with Tony Pollard? Are you giving him a long-term deal, franchise, or letting him go?
I'm a little bit scared of the ankle because just everything he's done is based off of kind of that athleticism type of situation. So right now I lean towards somewhere in rounds. I'm not like looking for round one. I got to take a running back. But if you think Bijan Robinson is the next guy that's going to run for 1,500 yards a season for his first 5 years, I don't mind taking a running back at 26. But I think somewhere between rounds 1 through 4, you need to take a running back, even no matter what, even if you had Tony Pollard back. I might franchise tag him, but I would lean towards thank you for your service. I am with Choppy on this. So this is where the game has changed is I am looking probably more in rounds 2 through 6 on drafting 2 running backs.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Man, we have so many fun things to get into today. Do you predict the Mavs will make a little move, big move, or no move prior to the trade deadline? We'll get into that. The worst Cowboys narrative at noon today. Plus, we have Mike Bassett, ladies and gentlemen. Like, what more do we need, guys?
Corey, how do you feel about your best friend and longtime co-host kind of showing you guys up like Broadus does to G-Bag by driving in studio and proving his manliness over the rest of you guys.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. I'll be honest, though. But it is kind of expected of Kevin. I'll put it to you that way. Like, I've, again, known this guy for going on 17 years now. And, again, last week, never seen him this sick before. And there he is, just super sick. This is what you expect, though, from a guy that he just believes that work is the thing. You know, he loves the job. He loves being in an office. He loves He loves hearing the sound of the typing on a computer, like hearing a phone ring obnoxiously for 30 minutes and nobody's answering. And he wants that. He craves that in his life. He loves. If you could get him a cubicle in that building right now, he would be in it every single day. That's just the way Kevin is. So
that would actually be super helpful.
They built walls that we don't have them anymore.
Kevin,
hold on, are cubicles like running backs then? Like they're just not. You just don't need them anymore.
Kevin, we definitely don't need offices anymore.
How were the roads for you? Not bad whatsoever?
Yeah, no, I would not say that. I think the key for a lot of folks is get to the highway. Once you get to the highway, because of the salt and brine, it becomes significantly easier. But I definitely thought it was a tougher drive today than it was yesterday.
I had a miserable driving home yesterday. Slipped multiple times, and I was just like, I'm not doing this.
But Mike, why do you sound so horrible? Like, despite not being on the Zoom, why is the connect? Why is your audio quality so terrible? Do you know?
I have like I don't know. I have a $10 headset. That's the only thing that works that they gave me. If it sounds bad, I'll quit.
No,
no,
sounds
don't
great.
quit.
It sounds
don't
great.
go ahead and quit. No.
So who else went out and about, like trying the roads yesterday? Running. RJ went to buy dumplings for chicken and dumplings. Went on a convenience store run. I didn't go outside anywhere. Bobby went to test the roads. Corey, did you stay in?
We're out of toilet paper. The other day when Adrian was
filters.
She was making. Oh, that's a good idea. Does that work? Does that get clogged in the pipes? Because that feels like, hey,
that's
there.
fake.
That's
nothing
too
gets
mean.
clogged. Use some
Does
baby
anyone
wipes.
even
You
use
baby wipes, right?
Does anyone even have coffee filters anymore with Keurigs?
Oh yeah, we don't have a Keurig. My wife loves the art of doing the whole pot of coffee and everything. So, yeah, no, man. I didn't go out though. So we have we have half a roll of toilet paper in my son's bathroom, and we're all just like pinching off little squares. I actually told the kids this morning, I was like, split that square into half a square. All right, we're doing rectangles here. So that's.
Would your kids be opposed to using a hose?
I mean, did you see the video yesterday, Sean, where my oldest son jumped in the pool in freezing weather? Yeah, go see the video on Twitter. I like this pirate thing that Bobby's done. It's hilarious. In the middle, was it our second segment, Kevin?
Yep.
Second segment yesterday, my son comes in, and I'm looking right out the window, and he's like, I'm going to go jump in. And he goes into the water. It's on Twitter. Our reaction's hilarious. It was a lot of fun. My friends were all laughing about it. It was a blast.
Your wife laughing?
She took a video of it too. She went out there with him, and he raced into the house and hopped in the warm shower. And he was like, "It felt awesome. I'm gonna do it again." So it's crazy.
Wow.
I'm surprised. My pool says 40 degrees. There's no way it's that warm, right?
Well, I mean, I did see snowflakes sitting on top of mine yesterday. But this morning I've been watching some precip, is what we call it, Kevin, in the biz. I've been watching some precip land on top.
Are you in the biz of weather?
and it just melts. So I don't know. It feels like it's probably colder than that.
This is an amazing video.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. That's my oldest. He's a blast, man.
He kept his socks on. We didn't think he was going to jump in, and he was like, "The hell with it."
Wow. Mike, tell us more about your ride home.
Well, I slipped a couple times, and it wasn't fun. And I was like, well, this is worse than when I drove into work. But if I sound horrible on here, then I don't know. I don't want to talk.
You said you're going to quit.
Don't quit.
Well,
why do we have two RJs? Is my fan cam messed up? Bobby is RJ with a COVID mask on.
You take that mask off me right now, sir.
How did you do that? How is Bobby choppy right now with a mask?
You get that mask off me right now.
With a
Chucky
mask
looks like
on.
a surgeon.
That is incredible. Choppy, we should have done that for the California crosstalk. We could have won the crosstalk.
We could have run the cross with that one, but they would have said you can't have a mascot with a beard. It doesn't seal.
Is that your invitation of all Californians, or just?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
They're just it's my.
But how is Bobby Choppy with the hat
because
on? Because
I took my webcam off and I'm literally just pointing it at Choppy's face on the screen.
And you got a filter, and you got a filter on there. That's pretty effective. I like that. That's fun. Now do Kevin. Now do Kevin.
Okay.
Let's see what you can do with Kevin's face.
There you go. Oh yeah, let's find it. Okay, I got to find a good filter for Hagee. Hold on.
Is it going to be something I'm against? It'd be like Tom Brady's right there or something.
Tom Brady just kind of rubbing your shoulders.
Yeah,
Tom Brady's peddling me fake medicine to cure stuff.
Taking a picture of his house, someplace he wants never to be.
Look into the camera, Hagee. There we go.
Yeah,
girl
pretty.
power.
I'm not going to lie.
Kevin, does your wife say, why is it that everyone else, does the show from home, but you go in? Does she take that as a personal shot at the household?
No, I think she knows. Corey knows how stubborn I am. So I think she's like, hey, you going to stay home? And I was like, after I missed all those days being sick? No way.
Corey,
Odyssey loves it. They that's why we struggle to get raises, and they're like, Kevin, with your with your commitment to this organization.
All right, this is the end of
bonus
today. Enjoy Mike's final show. We're back tomorrow with Michael Irvin and DeMarcus Ware. The KMC masterpiece is next on The Fan. Everyone be safe.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike Bassick. The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Sean.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got me, Kevin Hagelin, Joey Erickson, both in studio. Mike Bassick, and of course, Corey Majors. Corey Majors on the Zoom. Mike Bassick trying out some of our new technology. How are you guys doing today?
Man, I'm doing great. I woke up this morning. Actually, here's the crazy thing. I don't know if I've ever been as comfortable in the bed as I was this morning whenever I woke up.
Oh.
I literally, when I woke up this morning, I did not want to get out of bed. I just wanted to stay there and enjoy my time. It was nice and toasty. So for anybody out there that does not have heat, I'm sorry if that sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. It was just perfect for me. I really enjoyed it. So I'm doing great today. Woke up in a really good mood. Had a couple cups of coffee. Things are ready to rock for y'all today, all day long, as I'm prepared for fun and other things as well. Shenanigans, if Mike wants to get into it.
Well, out of 1 out of 10, Kevin, how do I sound?
7.9. 8. Maybe a 9.5.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk much if it sounds bad.
I was going to say, like, you personally, you're great.
I don't feel bad or anything. I'm sounding normal.
I was going to say like maybe like a 3.
Okay. All right. You guys have a good show.
No.
Yeah, way to be honest, Kevin.
Okay. I didn't want to lie about it. It doesn't. It's not my favorite thing in the world, I guess, is what I would say to that.
I'm going to go turn on the Alexa and see how I sound.
Okay. That's
going to be really weird.
Yeah,
to talk, and then he's just kind of talking back to himself.
I think I'm kind of here for that. All right. So, Corey, we asked it yesterday. You can ask the same question again this morning, and then we'll get into some Tom Brady stuff. 877-881-1053. Where do you live, and did you have to go drive today? Or are you like, I let common sense prevail, or like that person yesterday about the UPS stuff, maybe perhaps you were forced to go to work. Like, whatever the case may be, let us know what your circumstances are this morning, 877-881-1053.
So I don't have to drive anywhere, all right? I've been very lucky that the station has provided me the appropriate equipment to be able to do a radio show.
You sound really good.
With my co-hosts Kevin and Mike Bassick and Joey, I'm suspecting. And
here.
So I'm really excited about that part of it. But I kind of want to go out and drive around just a little bit just to see. Here's one of my concerns, Kevin. My back right tire has a little tread missing on it. All right. All the other 3 tires, really nice. Back right one, little missing tread.
Who stole it?
I'm assuming the road, Mike. I'm
the
just
tread
assuming
thieves. Have you not seen that going around?
Yeah,
the monkeys in Lancaster.
Yeah.
Seriously, what the hell is happening at the Dallas Zoo?
Dude, yeah. I got a national headline story from the New York Times that said mysterious things going on at the zoo. Hold on. How is the zoo a politics conversation?
No, it's where you read it, Corey. You got to know that. You got to know that for modern discourse. If you say the wrong source, you're going to get crushed.
Okay, so all right, so hold on.
Okay.
Kevin, that being said, my phone just sends me stuff. I don't have a specific source. It's like Apple just sends me topics.
Oh, well, I mean, there's part of the deal right there when you mention Apple. Come on.
They have Fox News too, Kevin.
All right, here's what I want you to do. Make a list of the next 5 to 10 things you get sent, and let's see if there's any bias here. Also, Mike, somebody gave you a 4, and people asked if you could move into a smaller room. I don't think he's in this cavernous room, and that is why we're having these issues, but I could be off.
You know, here's the thing, Kevin. When we play Call of Duty, if I don't know why, sometimes our headsets get out of whack, and you can hear this echoing sound.
Yeah.
And we'll say, hey, so-and-so, unplug and plug back in, and it resets it and everything. And my buddy just texted me and said, hey, can you ask Mike to unplug and plug back in? So, yeah, there are a lot of people out there that want to hear more Mike Bassick right now, and they say that it stinks. Yeah, he said he's driving right now out in Grapevine. He says it stinks driving out there.
Yeah.
But he's getting his
I've
text
closed
off.
the door now. I'm now in the bathroom.
Well, wouldn't the bathroom not be the best non-echoey room?
I think you got to go back to the
you guys
pantry.
said a smaller room. It's pretty small in the bathroom.
You got to go back to the pantry, bro. That's
Yeah.
like you have to live pantry life. That's just plain and simple. That was the best place.
I feel like that's how I got to know Mike's family, is by people walking into the pantry being like, oh.
Sue redid the pantry yesterday. It was great.
Oh,
Great
how are
right
the
there.
moths?
They're gone.
All right, I've just walked into the pantry.
Oh, that actually sounds better.
It does sound better. I
Yes.
closed the door. I'm in the pantry. She found a lot of moth larvae when she cleaned stuff out. But hopefully we have the problem solved.
Okay, Mike, I hope you have your moth problem solved. You actually do. No BS. You sound a lot better in the
All right, I
pantry.
guess I'll be in the pantry.
Let's go.
Okay.
Mike
Pantry
Bassick
life.
back in the pantry. I love it.
That is fantastic. So we got some people following up about what they're up to today from the 682 on my
Go to
way.
his neighbor's house and knock on the door and say, I need toilet paper, by the way.
I do
Don't
need
you
to
have
get the-
neighbors in Plano? Can't you say, hey, we're out of toilet paper. We obviously don't want to get out.
Yeah, but here's the deal, Mike. The neighbor behind me has been adding a new pool, and so they had a pool. They tore the whole pool down and are building the pool back up. Every day when I try to back out of my driveway, there's a big truck in the alley just sitting there, and I have to say, hey, can you move so I can get out of here? Guess what? When I come back home, that same truck sitting there, and they're just staring at me like, what do you need? Go around. I'm like, this is my driveway y'all are sitting in front of. So I don't want to talk to those neighbors right now. I do have neighbors on either side. I do have neighbors on either side. And Carter's really friendly with Doug next door, so maybe I can get Carter to go do
And
that
you're
today.
4 blocks away from the school.
Yep.
that you told your kid to walk home from. Are you east, west, north, or south of that school?
Are you really trying to get me pin my location right now, Mike? Is that what's
So we
happening?
can get you toilet paper.
Yeah, so everybody can bring you a roll of toilet paper.
Is Walgreens open today? Because if it is,
It's all open.
Most places are. It appeared as though they were not open, so I can't promise that.
McDonald's is.
Did you say it's a weekday, Mike? And so
It's Wednesday.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Everything's open on Wednesday.
From the 682, on my way from Fort Worth to Dallas to get my tattoo sleeve finished. Priorities. Holy cow. Now, I'm not saying that's not important. I don't know if today would be the day I would choose to make that trek, but who am I to say that? From the 817, today is my birthday. I need to get a birthday cake and beer to have a great birthday. I mean, maybe like Walmart or Target. They got birthday cakes.
Is Central Market open? Have you ever had a Central Market birthday cake? Because I got
have
one
not.
for Adrian this year.
Oh, they're great.
Last year. Yeah, in November. And we went up there, and I remember, Kevin, I walked up and I was like, hey, can you write anything on this? And the girl looked at me and she was like, yes, we can. I was like, this is awesome. And she wrote happy birthday, Adrian, on there, and it looked great. And my wife was happy. So Central Market has great cakes.
Okay. I do not know if the Central Market is open. It looked like the Walmart by 30 in Garland was open. That is all. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I just have no idea.
I live in Oak Cliff, so Trader Joe's and Central Market refuse to build a building down here. So I just like to put them on blast. Hey, people in Oak Cliff would like good groceries too.
Man, you know what, Mike? Let me make a request if I can. I don't know if you've got all of this ready to go, but yesterday, Tim Hardaway was punished pretty much in every segment. Can you let us know a random grievance you have against a people, places, whatever in each segment? I think that would be amazing.
Okay, so first grievance, Trader Joe's and Central Market. Hey, you know what? We have money down here too. We'd like to spend it on your company. How about you build something down here? Everything has to be north of downtown Dallas or you're scared to build down here. How about we'll spend money down here? How about you build a Trader Joe's or a Central Market? Would be pretty nice.
There you go. By the way, Mike, multiple people weighing in with your new grade. 8 and 10 are the new
good.
grades of you in the pantry. I do think it sounds way better.
What are their thoughts on me putting 2 grocery stores on blast for not building south of downtown Dallas?
I don't think we've gotten that feedback just quite yet, but they would like a new segment called Mike in the Pantry. I don't know if that's where he breaks down what food they're really in on, or I'm not really sure. What?
the cereal boxes and the stuff that's in there absorbs some of the echo sound, so that's why it sounds a little more like that, because whatever you have in there, it's absorbing instead of bouncing off of little walls. So that's how we got that to work a little bit there. I've been to Trader Joe's once, and I don't think I've ever purchased anything from there. Is Trader Joe's awesome? Like, does anybody love Trader? You look
Our
like you've
family
never
really likes it.
Kevin, you've never shopped at Trader Joe's before either?
I will tell you this.
You know what? That makes sense.
At least once I went to either a Sprouts, a Trader Joe's, or a Central Market. I can't tell you which one it was, but it was one of those grocery stores.
You probably went to a Trader Joe's before it became too cool to be uncool to do it.
Sure.
And then once it got cool, you were like, nah, I'm not going back there.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that does sound
like
right.
you.
Mike, do you think that this Tom Brady retirement is going to stick?
I do. I think I wonder if his agent, I don't know this, I wonder if his agent did call around to, let's say, San Francisco, Las Vegas, a couple other teams, and said, hey, what are your thoughts on Tom coming to your team? And I just wonder if other teams weren't so excited about chasing after Tom Brady in free agency. And he said, all right, I got the answer I needed. Tampa's not going to go all out to win it all. These other teams aren't super interested in bringing me in. I'm going to retire.
Yeah, my thoughts on this, Kevin, I think it's real. I think this is the real one, and I know that's your biggest concern is that you don't want to be tricked again emotionally in your heart, right?
Do you want to hear his video from what just happened? Do you want to hear his video from this morning? Because it did sound more real, and I actually thought it was pretty clever, too. Joey, can we fire off the Tom Brady retirement video, please? Joey is on the phone.
Oh, my gosh, what is Joey doing on the phone? Hold on. Who is he talking on his?
Must be making a big trade.
Is he on his phone or is he on like the studio phone, Kevin?
I think he is on his phone.
What is he making personal calls in the middle of the show right now? 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com. Actually, let's find out. It might be an emergency, Kevin. So
yeah, that is a good point. By the way, another vote for Mike is at 9.5. So Mike has already improved. So next coming up. All right, Joey, go ahead and come on air now. We can't back out of this. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about it. Joey. What I had called for was the Tom Brady retirement video.
Yes.
My first question is everything okay?
Everything is okay. We are just trying to, find some logistics to help Mike out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it was work related.
Yes,
it wasn't
my
personal
mother.
call.
Yeah, it wasn't my mother calling me to make sure I got here safely or anything.
Joseph,
it was for
how
Mike,
are you this morning?
yeah. So yeah, just getting some business handled. Mike, help is on the way in the break.
Oh, help is on the way in the break. In the meantime, could we hear Tom Brady's retirement video from this morning, please?
Absolutely.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
All right, so a couple things here. Did you get a chance a couple weeks ago, Kevin, to watch after Micah and the Cowboys dismantled Tom Brady's soul and then sent him off into retirement, the Steve Young thing that he did on ESPN? Did you happen to get a chance to watch that? right, he talked about how and Mike says this all the time. It's one of the things I really have admired about Mike's career and talking about that. It comes to a point where you can't do these things, and you have to face that moment of, look, I'm no longer able to do what I was able to be great at for so long, and I got to disconnect from it. Well, during that time, in the video, he had Troy Aikman, he had Joe Montana, he had all these quarterbacks going to Elway, their retirement speech and the tears. And these guys are, leaders of 52 other guys out there on the field, and they do that for their entire career, and now they're breaking down.
Yeah.
And you just heard Tom Brady in the moment where he started thanking all these people for his career.
Right.
That's where you could tell that was very sincere of him. So that's a moment in his time where he gets this opportunity to do that. I agree with him. You don't get a second tour, bro. You did it a couple of years ago. So good luck on this one.
I thought it was funny. I thought that part was funny for sure.
Now, I saw Ross Tucker bring this up, and I love this conversation a little bit more that maybe we can have later. Aaron Rodgers, there's no way that dude's retiring this year. And because there's no way he wants to be second fiddle going into his Hall of Fame induction with Tom Brady up on the stage, and he's like, I have to walk up there and do my speech before him. I'm the leftover cheese compared to this guy. So Aaron Rodgers definitely is sticking around so he can have his own ceremony. I wonder how many greats do that. They're like, no, I don't want to retire when that guy retires.
That is a really interesting point. I had not considered that. And I know we were having the conversation with Choppy earlier and everything when he decided to go scorched earth about running backs. But at no point will I ever say that Tom Brady wasn't good. He was obviously really, 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 really good. I just said I might put him second. And so I don't want it to sound like I think he was a bum or anything. He's clearly the Hall of Fame can't exist without him, and he's a no-brainer first Hall of Famer and first ballot Hall of Famer and everything like that. So he's had a hell of a career, and Corey, I remain surprised. I understand everything that you're saying, but man, it felt like this just sucks for him personally too, because last year, supposedly Giselle gave him the ultimatum to stay retired, and then he unretired. And then if he came to that conclusion a year later that he just couldn't do it and he lost his marriage, maybe that was going to happen anyway. I have no idea. But he lost his marriage in part because of that.
Yeah, he has a new girlfriend. He seems pretty happy about
that.
I
can't imagine he's hurting for ladies. They'll throw themselves at him.
People, just comfort.
That's
I bet
a good
everybody's
point.
throwing themselves at him.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Jane Fonda's gonna get a piece. Coming up next, can Sean Payton, that's what the movie's about, right? Can Sean Payton salvage Russell Wilson? 877-881-1053. If you have more weather info you want to share with us, we'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
You can wait 24.
mean, this is one of those, you got to be kidding me.
Here's Al Michaels. I don't know if he's talking about Russell Wilson or himself for being assigned to these Thursday night games, but my question is going to be, with the developments of yesterday, Sean Payton going to the Broncos, can he salvage Russell Wilson? But in the meantime, Corey, I got a note that I think is going to become maybe a big deal during the lead up to the Super Bowl.
If it's the one I'm seeing right now, I agree.
It's about Joshua Sills.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Joshua Sills he's with the Philadelphia Eagles. He was indicted this morning. So essentially they're going to proceed with a potential trial and grand jury and everything like that on a count of rape and kidnapping, both of which are first-degree felonies. Now, I'm not saying this alters like the game plan necessarily or anything like that for the Eagles, but you get so much media, especially next week, you're going to get question after question after question about this, which is, I don't know if it's a distraction or not. Obviously, I've not been in that situation, but the indictment states that in December of 2019, Sills engaged in sexual activity that was not consensual and held a victim against her will. The crime was immediately reported, and the county sheriff's office conducted a detailed investigation. The thing that I think is stupid, but maybe I'm sure we have plenty of people in the legal field that can help me out with this, is Sills was issued a summons to appear in court on the afternoon of February 16th, 4 days after the Super Bowl. That might just be the speed at which the docket works and everything, but I really hate the idea that, like, hey, we don't want him to have to miss the Super Bowl just because he raped somebody. Like, that's an insane thing to think or say. So I really am hoping that it's just like, that's the speed of the docket and the traffic and everything like that. But
doesn't that also kind of have to do with like what your lawyer battles for and
Sure.
stuff like that too? Like, they do go through some of those things for you to, like, I mean, I'm not trying to put this in the same category, but the Frankels are there to fight for you. And so, like, that's what his lawyer is there to do. So, Kevin, I don't know that it's just because of that. I think that there are always ways for a lawyer to get around things and say things to put them in that place. But I totally understand what you're saying. Wouldn't that be a bad world to be in?
Yeah. And it's just, and more importantly than all of that, I know they're going to have the trial, or maybe they'll negotiate or whatever. It just really sucks for the victim. That is not a strong enough statement. Not sucks. It's awful, life-changing, maybe life-ruining if this person was forced to have sex against their will and then kidnapped. And it's awful, awful, awful. And I get it. Eagles players, I would assume would be like, oh, no comment. We're going to let the process play out. But I bet they're going to get a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, we're going to be there next week when all this is going off. And I'm betting the Eagles don't put him anywhere near a microphone.
Oh, my God, no.
Even though, like, all those guys are available and everything, I bet they find a way to, like, hide that just keep him out of that for sure. But you're right when it comes to other guys and how the other guys have to say, well, because, Kevin, I guarantee there are guys that, like, most of those guys disagree with what he's dealing with. And they're going to have to answer for it's teammate, and, we're a team and all that stuff, and go through it for a backup left guard, And
for sure.
And so this is it's an awful place for his teammates to have to be in. I mean, like you said, with all the other people that are involved in this too.
Yeah. And Mike, do we have you back with us for some Sean Payton, Russell Wilson talk?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
I can hear you just fine.
Give it a grade.
Like a 9, I think.
Awesome.
It sounds really good.
Okay.
Now,
you want me to comment right now on Sean Payton?
Well, okay. So for people who missed the deal, is the Broncos spent most of the day trying to hire DeMeco Ryans again. And then that didn't work out. Obviously,
That's wild.
It really is.
That is wild.
And don't you kind of wonder, do they like D'Amico Ryans better, or are they like, hey, I want to give up a first and a second? And so D'Amico Ryans committed to the Texans, and we'll talk about that more later in the show. And so the Broncos are sending the Saints a first-round draft pick, essentially the Bradley Chubb draft pick that they procured, and then a second-round pick in 2024, and they'll get a third-round pick back in 2024 for Sean Payton. And I think what this comes down to for a lot of folks is, do you think this is a good hire, and do you think that Sean Payton can help fix Russell Wilson?
The answer is no. You need players more than a coach, but coaches are important. But they've traded so many picks for Russell Wilson. They've now traded 2 picks, and I know they're getting one back later in a draft, but they're trading a first-round pick for pretty much, getting Sean Payton. I just don't see how that's good business. I don't see how they can put enough around Russell Wilson. Even if Sean Payton gets more out of Russell Wilson, when you've traded that many assets for Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, I just don't see how it's going to work out.
Man, that's a lot of draft picks to trade away for 2 guys that both may not even get on the same page very quickly. This is Sean Payton's ego, though. Like, this is definitely Sean Payton's ego saying, I can fix that guy. I'm the guy that knows how to communicate with this. It's my system. All of these things are going to work for me because I know how to motivate and connect with players. And so, like, that's where his ego lies, is that he thinks he can do that. Now, whether or not that can be the thing, you have to watch the player. You have to get into that locker room immediately and find out. I will say that I think that's something that Sean Payton does well. He learned that from Bill Parcells. Connecting with the players is very important. Instilling, some sort of fear, but also respect at the same time is a huge factor. And I think that Sean Payton can definitely do that. And the dude can coach. I mean, we know that the dude can coach. Now, I'm not going to say that because he coached his kids, Pee-wee football league, that's the reason that he can coach. You take some advanced stuff back to Pee-wee football, you're going to look like a pretty good coach.
That's a good point.
But the whole, he won a Super Bowl. He knows how to coach a good football team with and without good talent. I think they have good talent there. They have a good defense built there as well. And that's a benefit to him. He just has to figure out what's going on with that quarterback and his connection to the rest of his team.
Now, my question to go along with that is, do you think Russell Wilson is broken, or did he just have a bad season? Because I was kind of flipping through some of his stuff. It wasn't like he was just tail spinning towards this last year, which is objectively terrible. And so do you think it was just a bad season? Do you think he just is really, all players hit their expiration date and that was his?
I think that Nathaniel and Hackett and him never got on the same page about what they wanted to accomplish.
Okay.
I think that Nathaniel Hackett probably hated the fact that he didn't have Aaron Rodgers, a guy he knew and trusted very easily. And I don't know, dude, as a quarterback, you have to be committed to that process too. Now, I did hear, was it Jerry Jeudy was like, dude, this is insane to suggest that he isn't a hard worker, or that we don't have his back. Like, he's one of my favorite people ever, talking about Russell Wilson.
Can I tell you, Corey, I get why people say that, but I didn't feel like that was what I heard during the year. I didn't feel like everyone's like, well, Russell Wilson's not working hard enough. It was just like,
he's corny.
Yeah, and I think he might be done. I don't feel like that was a persistent narrative. It's like, well, if Russell Wilson worked harder, he'd be better.
Yeah, I think it was just like, it's not necessarily the work, and maybe that's what you're saying about the Jeudy thing, is nobody was saying that. Yeah. It was just the simple fact that this dude looked lost in the offense. The offense couldn't do anything. They produced nothing offensively, and we were hearing things along the lines of, like, dudes walking up to the line and calling plays that he was calling while he was with Seattle, and nobody on the team knows what they are. So how is he, like, he's just saying things. So what's going on there? So I think that there were some things with that offense that they didn't really know how to how to get the yards effectively, and I think it started with Hackett there. Maybe that's going to be the difference with Sean Payton, his ability to organize the offense, organize the entire team. Man, that's the big deal, is the organization of a team is the most important factor. And once you can get everybody saying, yeah, we understand exactly what our roles are, which Sean Payton has done pretty well. I mean, he turned Marquez Colston into a stud fantasy receiver for many years. So like there's, I think there are a lot of good qualities with Sean Payton that he can take advantage of with maybe what's left of a good arm with Russell Wilson. But man, when I watched Denver, that team just looked completely lost while they were trying to produce offensively.
I think he's probably not as bad as last year, just looking at some stats. In 2020, he had 40 touchdown passes and 13 interceptions. So that's not long ago when he played a 16-game season. So he's probably not nearly this bad, but I still wonder, how do you get better if I can't improve the offensive line? If I can't improve the certain things that I need to improve? I don't know their team inside and out, but I do know their offensive line isn't very good. If I have no picks for the next 2 to 3 years, how do I get better? And 2 to 3 years from now, he'll be closer to 40 than he is 30.
Yeah, I know this made huge news. Obviously, now it has been trumped by the Tom Brady stuff, but it was a big deal, and I just wonder. But I mean, you don't really have, I guess you have to make a big swing for something, and this is what they decided, because going into this year, you have $107 million dead money in Russell Wilson. He has to play for at least 3 more years to get it down to $31 million. So I feel like they're probably like, well, we're stuck with him one way or another for the next 3 years, and this was their big idea.
I think the more important question, Kevin, locally, is, are you sad that Sean Payton is now with another team? I guess there are some good qualities here. One, he could leave anytime he wants.
Sure.
And maybe you don't now have to give the compensation. Maybe he just signs a 1-year deal and you don't have to give the compensation up for Sean Payton. But the Mike McCarthy era is still running. And it looks like Jerry Jones likes him. Mike was very adamant about, look, man, Jerry loves the fact that you can win 12 games now. And that you feel like you should consistently be that kind of team with Mike McCarthy at the helm. And I think that is a big factor, is that Jerry is very happy with that at the moment. But as Cowboys fans that were kind of waiting and hoping that there was a life raft out there available and that Sean Payton was going to be the boat that takes you to the next place, that option is gone now. So does that make you a little sad?
It does not make me sad. I'm sure there's plenty of hacky columnists around the Metroplex that are really disappointed that their golden goose has gone away. They're like, I got nothing. Oh, Sean Payton. And so that is gone away from them. So I'm sure they're probably sad about that. And I think I saw something in the Dallas Morning News last night. It was like, see, Mike McCarthy never had to worry about Sean Payton. And I was like, maybe. I have no freaking clue. I mean, remember, we heard from one of our sources that the Cowboys had never even asked to talk to him. So you know how it is. Like, if you can make it a story, maybe it's a slow news day. See if you can make it a story.
We can say it was Jane Slater. She put that out on
Okay.
social media.
I couldn't remember, because sometimes she says, hey, these things are not for air. And I was like, was this one of those things?
It was one of those days where she was that day when she was on with Sean and RJ.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I do. Does it put Mike McCarthy at ease? Is he more comfortable than he? Like, that's a real thing. I'm betting is that he still had that floating, no matter how many times Jerry would say, hey, I want you here as long as Tom Landry. Is that his name? Tom
Yes.
Landry. I'm sure that Jerry was like, yeah, I think it's Landry. But yeah, he's, as many times as he said that, Mike McCarthy still had to be peeking out of his side of his eye going, I don't know, do I really believe that? Now that Sean Payton isn't there for that, he exists, Kevin. I didn't mean it that way.
No. I'm sorry. I got caught up. I hadn't even considered this. I've seen a couple of different headlines. NFL fans worry Tom Brady retiring again is just an 80 for Brady stunt.
Oh my God.
Because that movie comes out on Friday. I just want to say, I don't think that's the case. So I'm sorry for moving off the Sean Payton track. That just made me worried.
How amazing would that be if he's like, you know what, guys, after I saw this movie, in its entirety, with Jane Fonda sitting on my right and Sally Field sitting on my left, and them other two dames sitting around.
Lily Tomlin, I feel like.
Yeah, it changed. You know what? It revitalized me. I got the youth back, and I'm ready to make one more run. As a matter of fact,
do you get your youth back?
I want to play until I'm 80.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, man. I don't know what Tom Brady does. He seems like a vampire to me.
Okay. All right. So we will, I guess, keep an eye on that, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the right way to say that.
Yes, we have to.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk about baseball shoes, and can Shohei Ohtani make a dent next? Now, before we do, let's talk about Men's Tee Clinic.
Over together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, bringing you what you really want. I was going to see if Corey was going to sing the rest of it. He did not. It was
Joey didn't have me turned up, Kevin. I did, actually. I absolutely did. I said what you really, really want. Joey went live right in my ear after I said it, though.
Is right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
If you're twitching and stuff like that, can you see me?
I can. I guess I'm not in the Twitch, though.
Good for us. All right. I'm not twitching either just because I'm on my computer and stuff, and so
look at your commitment. You set up your phone.
I see him on the Twitch, guys. There he is. Everybody in the Twitch is super happy too.
I'm not like vibrating sound right now like I'm announcing the Rangers starting lineup, am I?
You are not. No, I'm just kidding. You're not.
Marcus,
okay, good.
Marcus.
My phone's a little bit further away, but I hit mute on the Zoom, but it still is giving me a little bit of audio right there. But I want to talk about Shohei Ohtani. I don't know, would you consider him the most popular baseball player today? Or would it be Mike Trout or Aaron Judge? Who's the most popular
I don't think it's
baseball
Mike
player
Trout.
today? Okay. Well, who is it?
I'm thinking between Aaron Judge and I wondered if I know he's gotten hurt. I know there's a lot of people that really love Bryce Harper, although I know there are people that hate him as well. I think I would say Ohtani, actually.
Do you feel like the in baseball it's more local, like you love your local guys than it is across the country, that there's favorites nationally, or is that too broad? Because like with cards, that obviously gives y'all a good idea of what's popular at the time. But that is, so I guess I feel like locally, everybody's just pining for somebody here to be the guy, and DeGrom's kind of taking that now.
Yeah, and I don't know who the most popular guy is. I guess I would say Mike Trout, because being at the Philadelphia Eagles game, they showed him 2 times during the broadcast. Now, there might be a lot of people who are not baseball fans who are like, I have no clue who that person is.
Yeah.
And they're like, who's the white dude who they're showing as some sort of big Eagles fan? Like, is he an actor that I just haven't seen his most recent movie? Or I don't know. I mean, that could be the case.
You got a good point. Hasn't he been to more Eagles playoff victories than he has Angels?
Oh,
because that's 100% sure. Yeah. They might have won one game. I can't remember if they got swept or just like he's been in the playoffs one time. They might have won one game or got swept. But when it comes to Shohei Ohtani, I do think he is very popular, and especially very popular around the world when it comes to baseball fans. He just signed a new deal with New Balance. So New Balance is a pretty popular shoe in the world of baseball. It's probably, I'm going to assume, Nike #1. Their face of their baseball product is Mike Trout. Under Armour's face of their product is Bryce Harper. And New Balance's face was Francisco Lindor. So now they've decided to up their game and go, hey, Lindor is popular, but not nearly as popular as we want him to be. He's not an MVP candidate every year. So let's go get the guy who, as long as he's healthy, should win the MVP every year, unless Aaron Judge hits 62 home runs. That kind of changes the game. So I'm wondering this, as I believe Luka Doncic is launching another color of his shoes today or tomorrow.
You buying it?
That will be out. I think I am. I do really like those blue. It's the blue shoes that he wears that are now going to launch out to the public. I love the kind of teal color looking shoes that he wears with a little bit of gold accent. That's my favorite one. I have no clue when those are coming out, though, if they ever are. But I'm wondering this from you guys. Can a baseball player, I'll ask that question first, can a baseball player ever make a dent in the shoe world?
I don't know, because the way you've described it, and I guess the way I think about it is basketball shoes feel like, obviously I know they're functional, but it feels like they're cool, different, unique. Baseball shoes just feel so functional. It's like, hey, this is what I need to play the game today. I don't necessarily look and be like, ooh, look at that style and pizzazz.
That's really interesting because, Mike, I think, like, can't they have their own shoe aside from the cleat. Like that.
Yeah, they make turfs of, like, for Francisco Lindor with New Balance. He does have turfs, and then he also does have regular, like, shoes.
Yeah, and so I think there is an avenue for that. But, like, I guess, do you buy Lukas because you want to wear them on the court, or because you want them to look cool on your feet when you're walking around? And so I think if you were able to create an ad way, a marketing plan that is, this is what I wear on the field, but as soon as I step off the field, I step into these, and then this is the mode that I would run with.
And I see some legitimacy there. I really do. I just think about, like, maybe I'm just basing this off of my own and my son's perspective, is like, you put those shoes on because you're like, I could be that guy, or like you do the same move.
He wore them last night.
Yeah. And so you do the same, like, shake move for Luka or make an amazing pass, and you're wearing those shoes and you feel like, that's me. But I can't wait to see it because Shohei is hugely popular.
Yeah, because my kid Mike recently, he's into the Jordans, and he's not playing basketball. He just likes the way the style looks. And so, like, I think that, and you've talked about how uncomfortable they are, but, like, he loves the way they look, and, like, you can get multiple colors to go with all your different gear and everything. So, again, I think you can be like, hey, Mike Trout or Ohtani, this is what I train in. This is what I do these things in, and there is an avenue to get in that. But I totally see the allure of being a kid and imagining hitting that three-pointer with a little time left on the clock in those shoes.
It's something that football and baseball have not figured out.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I'm going to now include football in here. Is obviously you're wearing spikes in football too. And so they have not been able to figure out how to market correctly a non-basketball player and make a lot of money off of it. That's why I'm going to guess Ohtani's deal is maybe $1 million a year, which is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong.
But comparatively...
But comparatively to Luka or LeBron, they're making $10 to $30 million a year off of their shoe, and they might even be making. LeBron might be making $50 million a year off of Nike. I don't know the exact number, but I bet it's above 30. And I know for Luka, I believe for the Jordan brand, he signed over $10 million a year on a multi-year contract. So I'm just wondering, is there any way to market? Now, here's my deal. Shohei could wear a really nice fancy baseball shoe. And baseball players do this, is they will take a turf shoe and they will put spikes on them. They will have the spikes glued on to them. So sometimes baseball players aren't wearing what you'd be considered a baseball shoe, because baseball shoes are not the most comfortable shoe.
No.
But then can you take that and then sell that and obviously turn it back into, hey, this is the baseball shoe Ohtani wears. When you saw him hit the home run, this is the New Balance shoe he's wearing. We've just taken the spikes off of him and made him a tennis shoe, or we've made him a basketball-like shoe. They haven't been able to do it in football either. Now, football, you do have to tape up a lot of the shoe. So you really don't get to see the football shoe in a football game. You do some. Some guys have to tape.
Dak's rocking Jordans, isn't he? Like, Dak is.
Yes, he's Jordan Brand. And Jordan Brand pays quite a bit of money to Mookie Betts is a Jordan Brand guy. So, I mean, Jordan is paying football and basketball players, but I just wonder if you could ever market a non-basketball player well enough to make a major dent in the shoe market, because it hasn't been done yet. But I don't know if they've been creative enough. Like, Nike's not making Mike Trout. You can't go to Foot Locker or Finish Line or Champs and go buy a Mike Trout Nike shoe that's wearable to go to work, that's wearable to go to school. Same thing with Patrick Mahomes and Adidas. As far as I know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not in the shoe game enough. Are people scooping up Patrick Mahomes Adidas shoes left and right? If they are, I don't see them marketed very well.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I think one of the first things I think of when I see the New Balance commercial with Kawhi and Jack Harlow is, why is Jack Harlow playing basketball against Kawhi in this commercial? And I think a lot of people ask the same question because I've seen it before. But then I also think, like, they're always trying to figure a way out to connect shoes to the hip hop community. And I know Jack Harlow's kind of a different brand of himself, but that's New Balance's way of trying to put that together. So how do you get baseball and the hip hop community together? And football seems like a natural progression.
No, you're right. And because I see a whole bunch of people, if there is one person that they think broke through, it was Ken Griffey Jr. With all due respect, nobody in baseball right now is anywhere near as popular as Ken Griffey Jr. Like Ken Griffey Jr. in the 90s felt like, to Corey's point, he was a huge part of that culture. So
he was the hype machine.
Yeah,
man.
it can be done. I just don't think baseball has anybody who matches Griffey, at least in the States.
Yeah, no, and I hear you guys, and to leave you with this, what's interesting to me is New Balance is kind of we're a made in America product.
Yeah.
And really the product of Japanese baseball players is Mizuno, if you remember, obviously, or Asics. Sorry, there's kind of two different ones to go with. Asics or Mizuno is usually kind of more of the Japanese players' product that they go with. So it's interesting to me that New Balance, kind of a made in America product, was able to get Shohei Ohtani. And then second of all, I know this is off of baseball and we kind of discussed it there. It's amazing to me that Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, whether it's now Joe Burrow, who's a newer guy, it's surprising to me that Nike, Adidas have not been able to capitalize on football players as much as you think they should be able to.
But there was Brady was selling Uggs, right? Isn't that what he was? He was in the comfort, the
That
high
sounds
end
about
comfort
right.
shoe.
Yeah. We're the Kansas.
I think he's an Under Armour guy, by the way. I think Brady wore Under Armour, but I'm not even 100% sure about that. Isn't that sad? We don't even know what Brady
that's a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you predict the Mavs will make a little move, big move, or no move prior to the trade deadline? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the big news of the day, Tom Brady has retired for the second time. Interestingly enough, on social media, people are keyed in on the fact that Giselle weighed in saying, quote, wishing you only wonderful things in this new chapter of your life. And then Reggie, yeah, I know.
That's how it should be. Just because you break up with somebody doesn't mean you have to be spiteful or hateful towards them. You can wish good things upon people. You don't have to post revenge porn just because they broke up with you.
Okay, first of all, I definitely agree that you do not have to do any of those things. I will just say, I wonder if what she might be upset about, even though she said congratulations, would be, okay, so now you retired. Last year I asked you to retire and you said, okay, for 40 days. And you're like, I can't do this. Mm-hmm. And we got a divorce because of it. I just wonder about that. I'm with you about you can be civil with your exes for sure.
Be honest. It's not my job. It's you. That sometimes you have to say those
I'm
things.
with you.
And but Kevin, I think the bigger story right now, as much as you're trying to push that's a big narrative out there, I think the biggest story of the day is that Mike's back in the pantry. And
he is.
That is... Twolos love Pantry Mike, and I think that Pantry Mike loves Twolos. I think that's the feel
And
here.
luckily, the moths are gone as far as we know in the pantry. So
no more
moths aren't flying around me.
Can I ask you a question, Corey?
Yeah.
I know you wish the best for Mike, but is there any tiny, tiny part of you that would love to see like an explosion of moths and they like cover Mike? That would be terrible.
I'm not wishing that for
Okay.
him, all right? But if it happened, much like his story about passing out, I felt bad about laughing about it, but it was a hilarious story. And Mike, I think I explained to Adrian last night, I thought it was funny because I already knew that you felt that way whenever Sue had her had one of your children.
Yeah,
C-section, yeah. And so I already knew that. So this is kind of a recurring thing, and I think those things are kind of funny. So I would laugh if there was an explosion of moths. However, I would
feel
also
really
feel
bad then.
I would feel bad for
Yeah.
Mike having to deal with it. So
And look, on ESPN right now, their seventh story with the top headline, man dies after middle school hoops melee.
Oh my
so
God.
I was at a middle school
No.
game. I passed out. The ambulance had to check me out. And so I have not clicked on this. What happened? Like, did he get beat up so bad that he died? Or
yeah, valid.
I don't know. But there's actually a story right now about a death at a middle school game.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Kevin.
Okay, well, I
transition.
wasn't talking about that. All right, let's transition from one level of basketball to what some might argue is the same
death
level
of
of
the
basketball.
Mavs.
Is the Dallas Mavericks, as Mike says, the death of the Mavs is with the trade deadline rolling up. And Corey, you had asked this yesterday, but we got into a whole different thing about the Mavericks. Would you expect them to make little move, big move, no move prior to the trade deadline? Not what you want, but what you actually expect to happen.
Well, and I think, Mike, I told you this Monday or maybe sometime last week while Kevin was out with his significant throat injury. It
really hurt.
The Mavericks are, if they make a small move, it's not going to be good enough.
Sure.
Like it'll be insignificant. It'll be no step in any direction for me as a fan because a small move I'm used to them doing those kind of things. Now, the Kristaps trade was a significant, massive move. There were just a lot of question marks that went into it in the first place. The trade to trade away Kristaps and bring in Dinwiddie was underwhelming for a lot of people. But a lot of people are looking at Dinwiddie and they're pretty happy that they have him right now. I don't know, like if anybody really respects or loves the Dinwiddie being here. As much as maybe I do, I really like Dinwiddie a lot. But I think at the time people were like, meh, you didn't get anything out of Kristaps. So I think small moves, it's like, if you made, I don't know how significant it would be if you traded DFS for Malik Beasley. Does that change your team that much?
I don't think...
You get worse, honestly.
Yeah.
So
my
that's
opinion.
And
but
that's
if you're getting a first-round pick, they have 3 first-round picks. And so I know I'm interrupting you here, Corey, but the Mavericks are in a little bit of a tough situation. I think that Mark Cuban is once again going to do the one thing that he said is the worst thing to be, and that is a middle-of-the-road NBA team, a team that has really no chance of winning at all, but no chance of getting a top pick to change your franchise's course. And that's, I think, the pick that Mark Cuban has told Nico he has to choose. Because the best thing to do is to either go all in, which is very tough to do because you don't have assets to really go all in, or to go all out. And I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Paul Pierce is not Luka Doncic. Paul Pierce was never close to Luka. But what they said is, you know what? We're tired of barely making the playoffs. We're going to tank. Now, they were tanking for Greg Oden, and it didn't work out.
Hell yeah.
And they didn't also get the second pick in getting Kevin Durant. So what they did in tanking with a all-star player on their team is, and they're like, all right, we tanked, and it didn't work out for
what they ended up doing instead.
Kevin Garnett and for Ray Allen. And that ended up being a team that won a championship, going to another one and losing. I think at this point, Nico needs to, but they won't do this because Mark Cuban won't allow him. Trade Dorian Finney-Smith, trade Dinwiddie, trade anything that has any sort of value. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a negative value. You're going to have to take back crap to get rid of him because every team sees that that's a horrible contract that Mark Cuban did. So I think that that's the road they should go down, but Mark Cuban will not allow that to happen.
And Kevin, so y'all were kind of discussing this a little bit yesterday, and man, like I don't know the structure. I feel like the structure is everything has to come across my desk first.
Yeah.
But I also feel like in this instance, you got to bring something to the table that not only satisfies that, but also like turns him into you can't not make this decision. And that's where I feel like as much as wherever Mark is in certain situations, Nico has to have the pitch that is either we're doing this or this, and I've found the deal. We're making this deal. This is what we want to do. Otherwise, I can't work here and do this anymore. You want this done or not? And, I mean, because otherwise it looks real bad on Nico in a couple of years of trying to build this thing and him not having any leverage in trades or anything. Look, you put me with a bad hand. I got to make something happen. So this might be one of those do and then ask for forgiveness later kind of situations if I'm Nico, unless he's perfectly fine just floating where they are. And that would be a very insufferable thing for me as a Mavericks fan.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that came to concern for me was a couple weeks ago when we had talked about Reggie Bullock for Cam Reddish, right? Now it's like, all right, swap out two parts that can't shoot right now.
Right, yeah.
But in my mind, I at least thought, all right, I don't think it's going to work out. But I was at least interested in, are the Mavs trying to get a 23-year-old? And they're like, you know what? Let's work with him. Let's see what we can do. And then you found out like 5 seconds later, it's like, no, it's just less money, and they're just trying to get off the money. Because I'm okay with them making a small move or maybe even a couple of small moves to get those young players that maybe haven't worked out yet, but you're like, you know what? I think he's got something and maybe we can develop it. But it feels like that is not their philosophy.
Would you do the Reggie Bullock for Cam Reddish? I mean, he's a young guy. He's 23 or 24.
Personally, I would because I think but I mean, I've been the biggest advocate telling you Cam Reddish cannot shoot. But at least
want to get paid, or am I wrong about that?
I don't think he is going to get paid. Like he's out of contract, but I know he has high ideals of his worth. It ain't going to work out for him, just like it hadn't worked out getting starting time. But I would love for them to have the opportunity to be like, let's see what this young kid does. Just like with Hardy, just like with Green. They're not all going to work out, but at least you can maybe develop your own tangible assets. If we can't hold our draft picks or feel like we have to trade them, let's develop different assets.
And I don't know this either. I don't think Mark Cuban will allow this, and I don't think Jason Kidd wants to go down this path. After the trade deadline is over, in my opinion, is they will do absolutely nothing. It's going to be the exact same team today that it will be after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Don't play Tim Hardaway Jr. anymore. He's worthless. He is a negative player. He is Joey Gallo in your lineup. Yes, 1 out of 5 games, Joey Gallo could be really good. But the problem is, what do you do with the other 80% of the games that Tim Hardaway Jr. is a bad shooter, takes bad shots, doesn't understand where we are in the game, doesn't see who has the hot hand in the game, can't play defense, or refuses to play defense? So we're giving these minutes to Jaden Hardy. We're giving these minutes to Josh Green. We're giving these minutes to somebody else who might be able to develop into a player because you have proven you are too inconsistent. To be nice about Tim Hardaway Jr., you're too inconsistent to try to play.
In our conversations, Mike, Kevin, we had Josh Green on yesterday. We had Hardaway on a few weeks back. Christian Wood's been on with us. Mavericks love being on our show.
Jason Kidd's been on with us multiple times.
Yeah,
and Nico has as well.
With that part of it, every time we've asked about last year versus this year, what do y'all hear? Because I hear one thing. It is, hey, look, we're kind of at the same point. Last year, we had a tough stretch when we started the season, and then we picked up as we went along. And we're kind of hearing the same thing out of these guys this year, like, hey, look, if we can just get to the end of the season in playoff position, we're going to be great. Like, it feels like they don't feel any pressure about the regular season right now.
So Josh Green, one of his last answers I did not like whatsoever. I thought he was fantastic, but I felt like Mike was, I know, Mike, you asked questions intentionally, and I thought it was a good question. Is like, hey, I think your top three problems right now are defense, rebounding, and I think free throw shooting. Maybe was that the three?
Yeah, those were the three.
Yeah, and he said, oh yeah, those are all fixable. And it just felt like a moment of, well, that's a big ass part of the game, and what we need to do first is focus on like free throw shooting or whatever. And it felt like the sock kind of, oh yeah, no, I still think we can improve all of those things that you're like, okay, I hope you're right, but that's a lot.
But how?
Yes,
and
yes.
The other thing, too, is I think they're lying to themselves because this is what we like to do. Well, it worked out in the end last time.
Right.
Like, hey, you know what I did to my wife? I don't want to get marked on this. I'm making this up, but like, hey, I did this to my wife and she still stayed with me, so I can just do it again and she'll stay with me again. It's like, no, I don't think that.
Yeah.
The case that every time it's worked out, like last year I did these horrible things to my kids and they still love me, so I'm just going to do these horrible things to my kids again and I bet they'll still love me in the end. It's like, I don't think last year Dorian Finney-Smith after the trade deadline became a much better player. Unfortunately, he's kind of reverted back to the player that he was, not the player that he became. And then Jalen Brunson improved to an all-star. Like, he improved to a very, very good player in the second half of the season that you didn't see coming. You also made a trade where Dinwiddie and Bertans helped you out in different ways. Obviously, Dinwiddie way more than Bertans, but Porzingis once again was kind of hurt last year, so you were getting inconsistent gameplay from him because of his injury history again. So there was a lot of things that added up to why did the Mavs play better in the second half? Why did the Mavs go on a playoff run? Another positive was, and the Mavericks are questioning this too, another one was Tim Hardaway Jr. got hurt. That was probably a positive rather than a negative. They saw it as a negative when it happened, but it became a positive that they didn't have to play Tim Hardaway Jr. anymore. So I don't see all of those things coming together for the Mavs in this second half. Who's going to be Jalen Brunson in the second half? Maybe it's Josh Green. That's your hope. Josh Green improves to Jalen Brunson-like levels. Dorian Finney-Smith starts playing a lot better than what he's played this year.
And that's a big jump. I was just looking at it. I don't know if we want to get into this in the future or anything like that, but The Ringer put out their updated player rankings, top 100 in the NBA. They have Jalen Brunson at number 50. Like, so we're talking, that's a lot of damn ground to have to make up. Even if, like, Jalen Brunson has clearly gotten even better this year, but still, it would be a remarkable jump if Green, like, became one of the top 75 players in the NBA before the end of the season.
So you're saying that by next year, Josh Green will be in the top 50, according to The Ringer. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, because he'll still
Jaden
be
Hardy
here.
Moves in, and then we have 3 top 50 players.
And they got Christian Wood at 80 and Spencer Dinwiddie at 82. I'll tell you, if some freak of nature happens and both of those other guys get into the top 50, hell yeah, let's jam. I can rock along with that lineup.
I'll jam with that too. And the other thing too is maybe Jaden Hardy. I don't think it's this year, but in the future, he becomes a much more valuable player for you that can help. But if you're talking about just this year, I just don't think a 19, 20-year-old is going to be able to take that leap in the second half of the season or get those minutes. And then I'm going to mention it again because we've left it off the table for this whole time. Mark Cuban will not pay in the top third of the NBA salary structure-wise. So that's another thing that Nico's dealing with is I don't even know if Nico's able to really be the general manager. It might really be that Mark Cuban's the general manager and Nico's more of a figurehead here.
I absolutely
I hope that's
believe
not
that.
the case. But yeah, I'm kind of with you, Kevin. And when you're structured in, we want to be right in the middle of the pack salary structure wise, which Mark Cuban has kind of let that be known. That makes it very tough to do deals when one of your players is making $40-something million a year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Anthony Edwards eats a ton of hot fries. What is your trash snack and how often do you eat it? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day.
C&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you guys are staying safe out there. If you want to let us know, have you been driving today? Do you still have to work? Or are you potentially able to work from home?
So, Kevin, can I talk?
Yes.
In the North Oak Cliff area,
sure.
Where Trader Joe's and Central Market refuse to build buildings because they're scared
Is this
of
an
south of
update?
downtown Dallas. Yeah, they're still scared. And I dare you, Trader Joe's, and I dare you, Central Market, to build, we have a lot of apartments going up, a lot of like unbelievable things happening.
That's probably going to piss
Bishop
Steph Curry
area.
off, right?
But, we would like to have Trader Joe's or Central Market step up to the plate and actually do something in North Oak Cliff. It is right now in North Oak Cliff, where those companies hate. It is a light freezing rain right now.
Oh, man.
So you want them to start construction now? Is that what we're saying?
I dare them.
Okay.
I dare Mr. Joe of Trader Joe's.
I think it's Mr. Trader.
To do something in North Oak Cliff. I dare you to build a building. Unfortunately, you'd probably get too much business. You probably don't want that much business.
I would do it. We're just going to be too busy. Now, Corey, you look perplexed for half a second. Have you not seen the Steph Curry family story?
Oh, no, I have no clue what this is.
So
update me, please.
His house cost $31 million, right?
Good God.
Yeah, and so they were talking about building
It's a year's salary.
Yeah, that's a good point.
For me, yeah, good point.
That is a great point. Corey is well compensated. If you're making $31 million, you better get your ass up to the studio. Like, you figure it out.
No, that's the privilege of $31 million, Kevin.
Okay. They were talking about having a multi-family housing unit put in there, and went to the city council or whatever. He's like, the hell you are.
In his house?
No. Next to his house, or like by his house in his neighborhood. And he goes, we paid a lot of money for this property and for this privacy. And he goes, if you're going to do that, I trust the city will come out and like help with fences and landscaping so people can't see into his mega palace. And I was like, cool, dude.
No, that does make sense. Like, for them to ask if the city's going to have that there, to help out in that part of it. That makes a little bit of sense, but doesn't it sound entitled? Doesn't it sound snotty to do something like that? That's not very everyman.
It definitely does.
But then again, doesn't this have to, like, we had this discussion about Jordan and Kwame Brown with Sean and RJ and Bobby the other day, where that Steph Curry doesn't live a regular life.
Right.
Like, he lives a life that
Sure.
is very different than ours, and I'm sure that there's only one time he really gets privacy, and that is at home or in a hotel room,
In the
and
bathroom.
maybe in the bathroom. That's about it. So maybe he's right. Maybe has a point. But I saw a soccer player. I know this isn't the topic, Kevin. I saw a soccer player recently say one of the big problems with footballers is that they have become disconnected from their fans in such a drastic way that they don't even recognize who their fans are anymore because of the amount of money that they make. They have no clue what it's like to just sit there in the stands and drink a beer, and that's a very different place to be in for those guys.
So we got a lot of feedback here. So a couple of questions. We'll play the Anthony Edwards clip in just a second, but here's some people that are jumping in about driving today. Side roads suck from the 817, but the main roads are good. Just drive slow. That is the exact same experience I had. Is the side roads were tough. And once you got to the highway, it was actually much better than I expected. From the 575, delivery driver for Jimmy John still at work. Wow. From the 469, I took PTO today, but still thinking about doing my side gig, Uber Eats. Holy smokes. See, that feels like a thing I would not want to do. If you have to, and we got another person, I'm a truck driver out here delivering her coffee and everyone needs your Starbucks, is if you have to drive to a place, then stay at that place and drive home. I see, like, that feels easier to do than being a delivery driver right now. That sounds awful. I hope everyone is tipping those people very well and they're being careful and staying safe.
Yeah, man.
You brought this to my attention, Corey. If I'll bring you the Steph Curry story in return, you bring me the Anthony Edwards story. When I found out how many hot fries he was actually eating, it boggled the mind. And I know what Mike's answer is going to be. Let's go to cut number 4. This is talking about how many hot fries he will consume in a week.
I've been eating them since I was probably like 5 years old. I prefer these over any chips in the world. Probably eat like 3 a day. You do the math. Is that 21 bags? Yeah, I eat that many. Probably more though, for real. Depending on how long my day is.
20 bags?
21 bags a week, 3 per day. I mean,
sound the best before a basketball game.
maybe that's age worked in. He's like, I can afford the hot fries right now, but I don't know either. Now, Mike, you immediately showed off the skinny pop, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite go-to snack. I know that you don't like popcorn, Kevin, but
that's true.
For me, I do really like the skinny pop. Just regular popcorn. They make different flavors. I've tried their salt and pepper and their different stuff, but just their original is my favorite.
And you also, obviously, you love the Think Bars, as they're kind of right there in the front, too. And we've heard, some very serious accusations being thrown around that building a couple different times. So that's fun. But you do love the skinny pop. I don't think I could do that with hot fries, though. Like, I don't think I could eat. Did he say like a whole big bag, or was those like the mini?
I thought he meant like the vending machine bag.
Like this size.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Hold
the
on.
size of Mike's head is
really
what he's
big,
describing.
But yeah.
Were you holding a big bag just a second ago, though, or was that a small
bag?
bag?
It next to. That's a small bag, but it looks like a big bag. But when you bring it back to my head, you see it's the size of my head.
Yeah, look at
like
Mike teaching folks about foreground and perspective.
I feel like Elmo and near and far right here. Near, far.
That's great.
Tremendous.
I guess my trash snack food, like whenever you go, let's say you're going on a trip, we drive to the San Antonio area a lot and we stop at gas stations. I will grab probably a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos. But other than that, I don't eat them that often. I try to avoid them for the most part because I ate so many of them a long time ago. But Cool Ranch Doritos, clearly the best. So much so, Kevin, that I saw a Cool Ranch Dorito jalapeno dip the other day, and I was like, I got to try it.
Was it amazing?
It's not that great.
Oh.
But I did try it, and then I actually mixed in some more like things with it, some milk and stuff to kind of water it down, and then put it on some pork. It actually turned out pretty good on a pork tenderloin. It was kind of a good use of it. Yeah, I kind of made it more of a sauce than it was a dip. Mike, to kind of see you there trying to work with it. And I put some seasonings in it to change it too, but it did have the Cool Ranch jalapeno flavor to it, which my kids, they were going nuts about it. So I would say Cool Ranch Doritos. And there was a time, Kevin, where I would probably eat 2 bags a day.
For the whole week?
Yeah. In high school. Like in high school, they were very accessible at our vending machines at school.
So I like the specifics that you just gave. I chickened out from the word I was trying to say. Is specificity. Damn it! I would have gotten it.
You would have nailed it, bro.
From the 817 Cheetos. That feels like it can go in so many different directions. Crunchy, puffs, hot Cheetos. Like, what are we talking
I like those
here?
jalapeno Cheetos that we have at the vending machine in our 11th floor there.
Yeah,
they are good.
Just sometimes getting the vending machine going.
Yeah, it's like out of order or something. It refuses to take money.
From the A1.
It took Carter's money that one time.
Yeah, and then broke the machine, and we had to talk to the people who did the machines.
I want Corey to guess what Kevin's is. Let's see how close you guys are.
No chance. Go for it. You'll never get it.
Man, I'm really thinking because I know he likes wings.
He likes that mozzarella cheese every day.
He does.
That's
I think
true.
he eats that as part of like a decision.
Yep.
More than anything else. Trash snack food for Kevin. Man, I know that he used to. Maybe he ate Ruffles
Just regular
or something.
potato chips.
Yeah, I think he ate like Ruffles
no flavor,
back in the day.
but like it's salty, but you don't want to add more salt, or he refuses it.
Yeah, so there it is. I'm going to say Ruffles because they have
Lay's.
ridges, and he loves the ridges.
All right, there is a very specific.
Rigid for him, right?
No, that's different.
Yeah, they're ridged for his.
No,
enjoyment.
that is a different thing, and you know that it's a very specific thing. They have these chocolate chip sandwich cookies at Walmart that are
the ice cream sandwich.
No. They're miniature chocolate chip regular cookies, but there's icing in the middle. I know they're trash because it costs like $6 and you get a whole lot of them. They're like the Totinos of cookies. I think they are freaking delicious because I have clearly a low palate.
It's not the Milanos,
Is it like
right?
icing in the middle?
Yes, icing in the middle.
It's
No,
not Oreo cookie.
No.
Icing. It's like icing.
yeah, it's icing. But it's not Milanos. I'm familiar, obviously, with those from the 469. Hey Corey, how long did the Cool Ranch Dorito Loco taco shell last at Taco Bell?
Isn't it still there? Like
I don't know.
Most people, from what I hear, will drive 800 miles to go because they don't have a Taco Bell next to them. So they'll get in their cars and drive about 800 miles to get to
That's
the nearest
the
Taco Bell.
dumbest commercial in the world.
That is not. That is the life for most people, Kevin. Not
There's
everybody
not
has
a Taco Bell quicker than 800 miles from where that kid was.
What is the area that has the most distance between them and a Taco Bell? I'm going to say Montana. So that commercial could only be Montana.
You might be right about that. From the 817,
I'm just so surprised. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was going to say from the.
I'm so surprised that people in Texas eat Taco Bell. I get, like, I've lived on the East Coast and I've lived up north because of playing baseball, and I get it. Taco Bell ain't that bad there from what they're producing for what would be considered Mexican food or Tex-Mex. But there's so many places in Dallas-Fort Worth, especially, that you don't have to go to Taco Bell to get a good taco.
Sure.
Kevin, there are 7,734 Taco Bell stores in the U.S. as of December 26th, 2022. The state with the most number of Taco Bell locations, California, with 867, which is 11% of Taco Bells in the United States.
And that kid couldn't find a Taco Bell within 800 miles of wherever he lived. I think he's just bad at learning where things are.
He drove right past one.
Yeah, for the 817, Combos is where it's at for those road trips. For the another 817, it's Queso. From the 214, they went the candy route. Snickers, Reese's, and Kit Kat. When I go to the gas station or any corner store, I always get the king size of all three. The things like that is, I feels like those would be good for the road trips because you're not apt to make as like many crumbs or whatever. I just don't know the logistics of eating Taco Bell if you were going on a road trip and you were the driver. I don't know if that would it could, but I don't know if that would always work out for you.
Well, and for cost effectiveness, Kevin, you take those, whatever the king size bars are, get the large big gulp. You're paying, 78 cents for the large big gulp. You put the candy bars in the big gulp, store it that way, and just pay for the big gulp, and now you have 3 free candy bars that were practiced. It's a buy a drink, get 3 free kind of thing.
I think that's just called stealing, right?
Is it now?
I feel like you knew that. What are you, Troy Hughes? Didn't he always tell us that? He's like, I've been stealing gum all the time.
From every single time you go to the 7-Eleven.
I feel like we can tell that now. Is it safe harbor now that he's not been here for 6 months?
Yeah.
Then we could be like, oh yeah, he stole gum all of the time.
Yeah, if you're out there and you run a convenience store and Troy Hughes comes in, just tell him we know.
From the 214, their trash food of choice, the Starburst Mini Unwrapped, all the pink. Again, love how specific that is. From the 469, chili cheese Fritos and Big Red is undefeated. Texting from the treadmill on my lunch break. All right, I'm impressed at you being able to text coherently from the treadmill. From the bike, I get. From the treadmill, that's tough.
I love Big Red. I haven't had a Big Red in a while, but Big Red is a very controversial cola.
Why?
I'm not a fan.
See, because I think people either hate it or they love it. It's not like, it's all right. I feel like Big Red is either something I grew up on and loved, like when my dad's like, we're going to go to where there was 7-Eleven, let's go get a Big Red. I was like, oh my gosh, we're getting Big Red. This is amazing. But I think a lot of people, like Corey, do not like the flavor of Big Red at all.
So I think, and here's the thing, I didn't know what to expect out of the first time I drank it. And so in my mind, I believe I had this idea of what it was going to taste like, and it didn't taste anything like it. It's like, Kevin, if I brought you a Sprite and it was actually water and you were expecting Sprite, you would be like, you would throw it at my face and be like, what is this crap? Get it out of here.
I think you're onto something, Corey. To this day, I still think I don't really like tea because we used to have those old pitchers where like you didn't see right through them, and I thought it was apple juice, and of course I drank right from the pitcher because I was a kid, and it was tea, and I was like, bleh, and I spit it out on the floor. I cleaned it up, but still, that might be why I don't like tea to this day.
Probably so.
We're the KNC
We'll try it again. We'll say, like, here's iced tea. We'll be like, this is iced tea.
And he'll tell me what to do?
Try it.
Okay.
And you just try it again. Your palate changes over time.
You know what, Mike? Sometimes I feel like you don't know me at all. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Lots of Cowboys info, plus non-Sean Payton coaching news. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Four-man rush, empty gun. Prescott escapes out to the right. Chase throws it in the end zone. Oh, what a leaping catch. That's Michael Gallup. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get back to Mr. Gallup in just 1 second, as it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dude. My wife made biscuits this morning.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
I
didn't eat any.
Oh, what's the best thing she makes?
Well, those are just, out of the can.
Oh, okay.
She's not making homemade biscuits.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when she makes out with me. Is that what?
All right. Let's start with, it's amazing. Even from that far away, you can still totally crush my spirit. It really is. It really is impressive, Mike. Let's start.
That was great.
With Michael Gallup. Did you see that Michael Gallup underwent arthroscopic knee and right ankle cleanups? At first, when I saw the headline, I was like, oh no. And then I saw it was arthroscopic. I felt a little bit better. They say that there's no question he'll be good to go for football activities at the start of April.
Mike, have you ever had a scope done? I've never had scope work done, so I don't know what the difference is really, other than they were looking at it to clean it up for whatever reason because it didn't heal correctly. And we know whenever they have to do that, that means it takes a little more time than you thought it was before. So, I mean, does that explain a little bit of why he wasn't the same Michael Gallup this season?
I luckily never had surgeries while playing baseball.
Okay.
Afterwards, yeah, my back's jacked up.
Yeah.
But Dr. Evan did a great job. Thanks a lot, Dr. Evan.
Kevin, then for you, would that kind of lend itself a little bit to maybe why he wasn't the same Michael Gallup, or do you, because that feels to me like they're trying to get ahead and say he'll be back next year.
Yeah.
So don't worry if we don't sign a free agent receiver.
See, and that I am totally with you about that. I just, the cleanup aspect of it made me feel a little bit better, but I am nervous, Corey, about that idea that like he'll just get better because he's a year removed from the surgery. I mean, sure, maybe, but we don't know that for sure. I know there's a lot of thought that Schottenheimer is going to be the dude for OC around here, but they do have Jeff Nixon, the running backs coach from Carolina, in interviewing today. Do you think a lot of this is, I guess, performative and the decision has been made, or do you think they're hoping somebody will come in and wow them to change their mind?
I think this should be a very real conversation with Jeff Nixon. For one, he did that great song "Sister" back in the day. Him and his brother, I think, did this song.
I don't think that is I do not believe. I don't know for a fact that he was not in the Nixons. I'll have to check on that.
All right, but that being said, the other part of it is, did you see what Chuba Hubbard did and Deontay Foreman did whenever they traded Christian McCaffrey? Those dudes were every other week. You were trying to figure out which one you wanted on your fantasy team throughout the year. They did something special with the running game. And I would presume if I'm Mike McCarthy, and I don't know if he really wants to do it. There are, whispers that he doesn't really want to call the plays because of the amount of work that it takes to do the installment and all of that. But he could definitely let Nixon run the running game and then say, I got the passing game covered. Just give me your best running plays. We'll incorporate it into everything, because that West Coast offense that he wants to run, that he likes to run, could vary that way. So I think Nixon's a really good coach for this process. He also was an interim offensive coordinator for a little bit for Carolina. So I think there's some good qualities in him. Kevin, I would not bring a guy in and have a conversation with him just for show.
Okay.
This is where I just don't know how much a running back coach matters. I know they matter. I just don't know the percentage they matter. Is it 2%?
But if he becomes the OC, then you feel like that.
I think that's a bigger, obviously, situation. I think offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator are huge responsibilities. I feel like offensive line coach, we found out that is a pretty big responsibility, and you can take credit and blame for that. I just don't know if this year, who is the best running back in the NFL?
I guess there was partially McCaffrey.
You say Chubb?
Josh Jacobs was
Chubb
really
is
good,
always,
right?
yeah, Josh Jacobs.
Like, I don't know, who's the running back coach in Las Vegas, and how much credit is he getting for Josh Jacobs improving this year?
That's a fair point. I honestly have no idea either. 9news.com is reporting that Sean Payton signed a 5-year contract worth about 17 to 20 million. So if you were curious about the compensation, because my man Mike Florio, I know, said he'll obviously make at least 20 million, and whoops, swing and a miss again.
Oh my
If that is the case, is Sean Payton could be making 17 to 20 million.
Is there any way we can get Mike Florio at the Super Bowl and just
Yes.
have and Kevin?
Oh yeah.
We will sit out. Corey and I will sit out of the interview, and we're just going to watch as you just berate this man until he cries.
There's nothing more I want. I want to see him cry because of you, Kevin.
Hey, look, Corey, I'm still bitter to this day. My freshman year in high school, we had a debate tournament, and the winner would get exempt from the final. In the semifinals, I made a girl run out of the room crying who was my opponent. I think there is no more definitive way to show that you have won a debate, and the student judges said I lost. This is outrage. I'm still outraged about that, too.
Mike, do you see what your question was the other day? Was it yesterday when you said right or happy? And look at how happy he was whenever he remembered how right he was in that moment. No, I really do, because Florio isn't he like a former lawyer also? He is a lawyer.
What do you mean, isn't he? Have you never heard him talk? Well, as a lawyer, I can tell, like, every freaking other thing that he says.
Maybe I haven't.
that.
Maybe I just don't like listening to people that I don't really need to hear that info from. I just get all my info from 105.3 The Fan.
That is a smart idea. Now, in non-Sean Payton coaching news, DeMeco Ryans, once a linebacker for the Texans, now back as the Texans head coach. And just a side note about that is the 49ers will now receive a 2025 third-round pick, compensatory pick, for having DeMeco Ryans on staff and then him moving up in the world to the Texans. And this is kind of tied in to the next story, because I want to talk a little bit more about the Houston job and DeMeco Ryans. And this is, if I'm a Houston Texans fan, the part that is going to be infuriating is Albert Breer reported, I believe this morning or late last night, that the Bears are sticking with Justin Fields and they're going to try to trade the first overall pick. When you see what they get for that, I mean, not that having the second pick is bad, and they can pick, unless they're in love with only one of the quarterbacks, they should still be able to get a good quarterback. But just, you could have had the number one pick. If you wanted to make that trade, you could have done that. If you wanted your pick, like what if they love Bryce Young and some team trades up and they're like, well, I'm going to get Bryce Young. And you're like, okay, well, I hope I love CJ Stroud or Levis or Richardson.
I would say the teams to look out for, because I don't think Chicago wants to drop too far back. I'm sure they'd love to drop down to number 4, because if Indianapolis trades up, they take a quarterback, Houston takes a quarterback, and now they just get the leftover of, we get either Will Anderson or Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Right? They're still getting arguably the best defensive player in this draft. They get 2023 first-round pick, and they probably get the 36th overall pick in this draft too. So they go from 1, they get pick 4, they get pick 36, they get next year's first-round pick from the Colts, and probably, honestly, something else. Or they could drop maybe down to 7, which is a little bit more dangerous because you don't get the best defensive player in the draft. But that would be the Las Vegas Raiders trading up and getting the number 1 overall pick, which I could see the Raiders wanting to trade a whole bunch to get to 1.
I would love to be in the Bears' position right now. They love their quarterback. We like their quarterback. We think that he's going to be one of those guys that once they get the team built around, that's where you're discussing Super Bowl. And this is their opportunity right now to load up the youth to make that thing last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Man, I would love to be in this position to say, okay, I not only do I still have the quarterback, but I have all of this time to research the draft and find out where I think I can get some of these guys and say this is the best place I can trade down to. Like Mike's saying, you don't want to go too far, but what if you say, hey, I can pick up some extra of these guys that are really going to be productive for my team if I just get, this sort of compensation for it. So I would love to be in the position of the Bears right now. Now, figuring out, Kevin, how to swindle somebody else out of just an extra pick, that's the tough part. But I would love to have the opportunity and option to scout everything and then make a decision.
And I think you're really onto something there, Corey, because, and kind of tying in what Mike said, couldn't you be like, oh, no? Okay, hold on. I got the Colts on the other line.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and so I think you're spot on, as I usually do.
For the Texans asking that question, man, that is tough. That you had the shot to do it, but Lovie Smith was like, I know y'all are going to fire me, so I'm going to stick it to y'all. Good luck.
I get it.
You kind of have to be happy with whatever you get from there.
Did you see that Damar Hamlin has partnered with the American Heart Association to promote CPR training? This just strikes me as the epitome of trying to turn a negative, obviously a very terrible negative, into a positive. And if this is a thing that will get more people involved in knowing CPR or being prepared in case they're thrust, unfortunately, into an emergency situation, I think that's really cool. And I appreciate the work he's done thus far in terms of, like, you know, they got a shirt with proceeds going to charity, did signing some cards, and now he's working with the American Heart Association. I think he's done some cool stuff here.
I do wonder how many people are in that room, because that dude's still kind of recovering from some stuff,
For sure.
too. You know, trying to put his life back together. And I mean, there's nothing better than a dude who's like, immediately, I want to change the world.
Yeah.
You know, let me try. This is my chance. I'm going to go try and change the world right now for good. I appreciate that he's doing that. I want to know how many people are pulling him in how many different directions before he kind of goes, okay, hold on, let's reset and reboot just a little bit. But it is fantastic to hear that, man.
You know what I would love is, we've talked all about the GoFundMe. I would like it if he just like bought a store and he was like, no, I'll just take the whole store and I'll let the kids run around and get whatever the hell they want, because my goodness, they raise so much freaking money. It is at $9 million.
I mean, didn't Toys R Us go bankrupt a while back? Like, can't they just buy Toys R Us?
Man, maybe he can buy the Toys R Us license. I'm not sure about the update on that, but that is an excellent question. Real quick, I just wanted to let you know the betting odd favorites as of now to be the new Cardinals head coach, Brian Flores, to be the Colts head coach. I guess he would still be the head coach. It's Jeff Saturday, which I have to admit, I am a little surprised about that. So you saw Sean Payton, D'Amico Ryans. Maybe we'll get some more moving and shaking in the next few days. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next from the mind of Corey. I like this topic a lot. What's the worst Cowboys narrative out there that you're like, that's dumb, you're dumb? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
35 minutes.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. There is a lot of Cowboys stuff going on at this very moment. So check it out. From the mind of Corey, what's the worst Cowboys narrative out there that you're like, that's just a stupid narrative? And let's see how far we get into this, because before we get there, Corey, Jerry Jones is speaking out of the Senior Bowl, and we got a plethora of information.
Yeah, and, I think this kind of goes into some of those narratives, Kevin, with that conversation regarding what Jerry Jones is talking about. So he's at the Senior Bowl, and that's where, we'll talk a little bit about that again, Mike, in the C block, because I have some other information I want to bring up there. And a lot of times, DallasCowboys.com is there. A lot of the reporters show up because this can be, at times, the first time Jerry and Steven talk since the end of the season. Obviously, you would love for them to be in the Super Bowl so they never have to talk until that game or whatever. But here are some things from Clarence Hill, some notes. We can stop on them if you want to.
Yes.
But as each one goes along, they get juicier. Here's number one. Jerry Jones said the Cowboys have interviewed Thomas Brown from the Rams and Jeff Nixon from the Panthers for the vacant OC job. Kevin, you brought that up just moments ago.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones confirmed that Mike McCarthy will call plays for the Cowboys, and Stephen Jones said McCarthy and Kellen Moore had philosophical differences.
Okay, so if we could stop right there real quick, I think that just kind of feeds into what all of our guys have been talking about all week with the philosophical differences and everything. And so it's good to get that kind of confirmation. But to go along with that, how enticing does that make the OC job if straight up you're like, you're not going to call the plays? Do you think that makes that big of an impact? I feel like I would care.
Yeah, I can see how you would care. Some guys, the experience is big for them, to get that next position maybe. I think, if I'm a guy who maybe is a quarterback's coach and I'm young and I get the opportunity to work on installing an offense along with Mike McCarthy, that'll kind of put me in a good position. So I do see that it kind of limits you because there's some other creative people out there. But I think that's the problem. That Kellen Moore had some things that he wanted to do creatively that Mike McCarthy was just like, I don't like this. That's not going to work for what we want to accomplish. And I wonder how many times that blew up in both of their faces. Maybe Mike, what do you think that against Tampa, he was like, you know what? We're going to run that offense that Mike McCarthy really likes to run. And then whenever it was time to go up against San Francisco, he's like, I have my ideas. Now I'm going to put them out there. And that cost him. I don't know. But it seems like there's some, whatever that conflict is, a problem.
Can I ask you this? And this is based off of your question, Corey, for the segment on what is kind of a Cowboys deal that you're like, look, that's not really right about the Dallas Cowboys and this Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore thing. Do other teams have the general manager or owner go, he's your offensive coordinator, deal with it. He's your defensive coordinator, deal with it. And that is something that Jerry Jones has done ever since Jimmy Johnson left the Dallas Cowboys. Now, he didn't do it to Bill Parcells at first, and then he told him, here's T.O., deal with it. And he's like, all right, fine, I'll deal with it for a year, and I'm quitting because you're now turning back into Jerry Jones. And I don't think Jerry Jones does this a lot anymore, but Steven learned from him. That's his mentor and his father, obviously. I'm wondering, is it a good – because you're like, hey, offensive coordinator, Kevin. You're like, I want to call the plays. Like, what's the point of being offensive coordinator if I'm not? But then if you're the head coach, you're like, it's really tough to be the head coach when they're like, this is your offensive coordinator, and you might not even agree with the offensive philosophy the coordinator has.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, for that point, Mike McCarthy's been playing the Game of Thrones pretty well. It seems like he's done, the little things that it takes to either eliminate any potential options that might come in to take his place or win it over. Like, again, go back to Jerry Jones was like, yeah, I'm not sure about Mike McCarthy being our head coach, or I'm not going to give him the thumbs up. And Mike McCarthy calls up Rich Eisen and is like, hey, let me tell you everything I feel about this. That was a bold move right there. But I completely agree with you, Mike, on that part of it. And I would want it too. And it seems like McCarthy's kind of gained that kind of power as things have gone along. And this looks like just another one of those moves that puts him in a better direction. I will say Aaron Rodgers has seemed to have a lot of power with the organization up there, yet hates his head coach right now and hates the offense that his head coach has installed. He loves the Mike McCarthy offense actually more than he loves what Matt LaFleur is trying to incorporate. So that is one of those instances where that happens. I don't know how frequently it happens the way the Cowboys do it. Kevin, here are a couple of other things to throw in there.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones said the Cowboys will resume talks with Odell Beckham Jr. in free agency.
Oh.
Do you think that will become a big story again?
My God, of course it will. And this time it doesn't feel as time-stamped. You know, like, I don't know with a timestamp, what is it, like a month and a half or whatever before they're like, hey, it ain't happening. It's February. You got some time to figure it out. I do still think that makes sense. Not at the price point he threw out of $20 million. That's preposterous. But I do still think this makes sense if you want to add a talented wide receiver. I don't know how much he's got left versus using any draft capital.
This is from Clarence Hill, who's at Senior Bowl, talking with Stephen and Jerry right now. Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones said they want Ezekiel Elliott back, but acknowledged the two sides have to talk business, as in contract, to see it will work.
I don't care for that at all. I'm not kidding, and I know I'm probably going to get destroyed for this, for the amount of carries he should get, I would probably rather see Malik Davis running out there. Like, I'm not saying that Malik Davis is automatically better than Zeke, but I think you know it, you see it. That's not my favorite.
Kevin,
it goes to show when Jerry Jones has a favorite, you are locked in for a long time, and it doesn't matter what you do on the football field.
What do you guys think? Like, I don't know how low the number would go. What's the highest number you would be happy to have Zeke back at? Mike says $3 million.
I would go a max of $3 million a year. As soon as he says I want over $3 million a year, which I'm pretty sure he's going to want over that, I'd say best of luck to you, brother.
We're on the same page. I was thinking 2.5 to 3 million.
All right, and so if Zeke says, "All right, give me 10 more years at $2.5 million, I'll do it."
Absolutely not. That's a 2-year, $5
Jerry will
million
do it.
deal. Yeah, I mean, look, that's hard to argue against.
Here's another one. Stephen Jones and Jerry said there's no loss of confidence in Dak Prescott. Jerry Jones said Dak Prescott is the reason to be excited about the future. Stephen Jones said Dak Prescott could be the Cowboys quarterback for the next 10 years.
Say it louder.
And then he
said, for the people in the back, Corey, stay with me for just 1 second. When everybody, and I have had this argument on the fan text like 50 million times, why don't you just trade Dak Prescott? Okay, great. That's a $59 million cap hit. Well, you could trade him post June 1st. Great. That's an $18 million cap hit this year and a $41 million cap hit the next year. So however you slice it, you're going to be stuck with that money. Oh, you know what? The logical thing, because the Cowboys always do this, is they want to lower his salary cap money, but they don't really have too much space to spread it around anymore. So they will give him an extension. I firmly believe they are preparing everybody for this. And I'm not saying this is what you do because Dak Prescott's the best. I'm saying this is what the Cowboys do. And I will say the first part of that is I don't expect Jerry Jones to be like, oh my God, for sure. Did you see that game? He was effing terrible. Mm-hmm. And we like that. I get why they don't say that, but I'm telling you, I think an extension is far more likely than any trade scenario.
All right. I want to revisit that real quick and go on to the next one. No loss of confidence in Dak Prescott. Jerry says he's the reason to be excited about the future. Here we add this is the last one, Kevin. Stephen Jones said the Cowboys could talk contract extension with Dak Prescott to lower his cap hit.
Yep.
The top 10 to 12 quarterbacks will be making more than $40 million, and Dak Prescott deserves to be in that number, according to Stephen Jones.
Okay. First of all, I think that second part is a lie from him. Is
that them hiding behind the cap?
Yeah. Well, also, that's a stupid way to do business. Like, because you deserve. You know what? I'm going to give you an unsolicited raise because you deserve it. That's fine in regular business. But if you have a cap, like let's say you worked at, well, since we brought up Taco Bell earlier, you have a finite amount of money you can pay all the people at Taco Bell. And so you're just going to be like, you know what? I know you didn't ask for it. I'm just going to give you a raise because you deserve it. Great. How's that going to impact the rest of the staff and your ability to keep quality people? That's the issue in the NFL. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be one of the top 10 paid quarterbacks. I think that's kind of fringy, but no, I don't believe that at all. They're giving him an extension because they want to smooth out the cap number. Over the next 2 years, Dak Prescott counts $101 million against your cap. So I think it's super neat that they added that part. That's BS. They're going to give him an extension to smooth the number down.
This is why I'm not that big of a Cowboys fan anymore. They are not trying to win a Super Bowl. That's why I bet Gavin Dawson in 2026, Dak's still the starting quarterback. Until he physically can't do this, he's the quarterback for possibly the next 10 years. Like, I don't think Steven's lying on this. They will be just fine with Dak Prescott for the next 10 years. And it doesn't matter what his record is. It doesn't matter how far they get in the playoffs or not far. That Dak is good enough for the Jones family, and he's good enough for most Cowboy fans.
Man, Kevin, this is interesting to me, and I want you to go through conspiracy land with me a little bit here.
I'm always in for that.
It is so wild how the number for the quarterback just continues to just jump through the roof all the time, right? And I don't know if this has anything to do with it. They do it, and they almost seem to be like, well, I mean, we're just victim to that. That's part of the, we just have to we have to concede to the quarterback in this instance. And I don't know if it's because they're like, look, because the quarterback controls the room. The quarterback's the guy that if we just pay them, they'll stay quiet during the negotiations, and we don't have to worry about everybody else. All the rest of the people can just deal with it, but we need the quarterback to be on our side in this, so let's just keep paying those. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, or if it has something to do with, like, they are appeasing agents out there that have these quarterbacks, and they're like, look, we'll make sure that you're taken care of by taking care of the quarterback, but you got to help us with all these other things. It's just really weird to me how much they say, we will concede all these things and just throw our hands up and say we can't do anything. It's a quarterback thing.
I do have one positive thing to say about the Cowboys, and it kind of fits in with your conspiracy, Corey, is if the Cowboys were going to do an extension, now's the time to do the extension. Because the thing that drove me crazy earlier, it's not just the number jumping from 28 to 32 to 40. We've been all over that like a million times. What bothers me is if you're going to make an extension, you need to do it when they still have at least a year, or in this case, 2, on their contract. Because guess what? That gives you way more room to smooth out the money. The thing that agitated me is that the Cowboys waited and waited and waited. And then they're like, what can you do? That's the going rate. And I'm like, yeah, but you see how these other teams stacked their contracts is they did extensions of rookie deals when they still had extra years to push down the number. Here's the deal. Dak Prescott is counted to hit the cap. I said $101 million, but then the next 2 years after that, he hits the cap for another $25 million when he's not even under contract. So what do you want to do? You want to wait until that's up and then you have to absorb another $25 million? No, that's stupid. You have 2 years left on his deal. Great. Give him a 4 or 5 year extension now, whatever. Now you have 6 to 7 years to play with the money and get it more reasonable. And then guess what you can also do, Corey, based on what we talked about yesterday.
The Bobby Bonilla contract.
I still think that counts against your cap as opposed to just actual cash. Now you can wait it out longer for the giant salary cap explosion. Like maybe even make it to the next round of some of the TV money. So I know people don't like it. This is a logical way to do it, and this is pretty much the only way the Cowboys do it.
Yep, that is true.
And Corey, you have brought this up numerous times. Do they have the metal to say that's it? We're taking the hit for better or worse. He ain't the dude. We're going to play it out, draft somebody new, and work our way back up. I don't think they do.
Would that I think they would look at numbers. I don't know. They might just look at things and go, and that puts us too far away from being back in the playoff hunt where we like to be.
Right.
Maybe just being with this coach, being with this quarterback gets us in the playoffs, and we're happy with that because we get that chance. despite what we look at, Mike, when we were talking about the other day. The best quarterbacks are the thing that gets you over the top on those things, instead of just being like, look, we're in the tournament. That's all that matters.
Corey, I know we got to go. I really hate the idea that, like, oh, Dak's the reason to be excited for next season. Are you kidding me?
Micah is.
It's not Micah maybe finishing second in Defensive Player of the Year. It's not CeeDee Lamb truly showing that you were right about him and he's ready to be a number one receiver. It's none of that. It's your 8th year quarterback.
Yeah, where was he in the MVP voting?
That is
even
absurd.
Close? Was he a blip on the radar?
Yeah, no.
Was he even in the conversation, Mike?
Okay, well, I don't want to get drug into that. You know the answer.
He wasn't.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He never has been.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL Fact or Fiction Super Bowl edition. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
hurts you. Frankly, you need Franco and Franco. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
And some completions early here in this drive.
Johnson, pressure, Reddick buries him. Oh, and the Eagles with a big sack and the big play, and Reddick takes it over.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for NFL Fiction or Nonfiction Super Bowl edition. But also keep in mind, it'll still encapsulate all of the NFL. NFL Fiction or Nonfiction. The 49ers should be embarrassed by the way they lost. I know their quarterbacks got hurt. They also had 3 fumbles and 11 penalties and lost by 24 points.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
What if Ben DiNucci had to step in for the Cowboys on NFC Championship Sunday? Like, that's what they pretty much had. Josh Johnson and Ben DiNucci are about the same. Shouldn't be in the NFL. And he didn't know what he was doing. Probably all week he was Jalen Hurts. Didn't study what the 49ers were supposed to be doing. Multiple delay of games, which were penalties. I just don't feel if the Cowboys had to play with Ben DiNucci as their quarterback, I think they would have had the same result. And I don't think you can blame anybody. Like, you had to play a non-quarterback. And then what if you have to hand the ball off for 30 minutes?
We're bringing Zeke back.
Yeah, well, guess what? Jerry Jones wants to sell number 21. Jerry Jones can't watch football either at his age and know what the hell's going on either. So I get why he's doing it.
Kevin, I didn't hear the question. Carter stepped in and started talking. My Carter, not our Carter. He stepped in and I couldn't. So I didn't completely hear the question. Would you like to repeat it?
The 49ers should be embarrassed by the way they lost.
No.
Okay.
It stinks. I mean, like, it is kind of embarrassing when you lose that way as a fan base, right? And you've been hoping for it all week. But, man, like, there's really not a lot you can do in that situation.
NFL Fiction or Nonfiction, you care about where Aaron Rodgers goes or stays.
I do.
Okay.
Because I didn't think he was that great this year. And he started to look human. Where there have been many, many years where that dude has looked like what can stop him other than himself in a playoff game. The wonderment is the Matt LaFleur offense that bad? Is the talent around him that poor? Where he goes, will he revive his career? Do Green Bay quarterbacks just go to the Jets after their career's over and have a really fun year?
Right.
So I am interested if that's where he goes, and he has Corey Davis. I don't know if Elijah Moore is sticking around, but if he's there, if Garrett Wilson, like if he has those things to work with, will it revive him? So that's one of the things that I am interested in.
And,
I care.
Okay. Just because you like Aaron Rodgers, or because you think he's a really big deal?
I still think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I think on that borderline now, but MVP, as Corey said, below, especially his standards, below average quarterback in the NFL this year. Put him on San Francisco. What do you guys, do we not care if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of San Francisco next year and he has Christian McCaffrey, an offensive line?
Yeah.
He has Kittle. He has Deebo Samuel. They draft another dude.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're like, wait a second. This dude now has everything he's ever dreamed of the last 3 years that he's been complaining about in Green Bay. And he won MVP 2 times while complaining about the talent around him.
Okay. Now, this kind of piggybacks off of that. NFL Fiction or Nonfiction, you care about what happens with Lamar Jackson. Is it the same kind of basic premise there?
I do not want him going to the NFC.
Okay.
I think he might be the best quarterback in the NFC. In the AFC, he's the 6th best quarterback.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, I just think that the Cowboys still have an opportunity here as of today. The NFC does not have premium quarterbacks in it, and neither is Dak. Dak is not a premium quarterback, will never be a premium quarterback. But if his competition is Jalen Hurts and Trey Lance and an older Aaron Rodgers with a broken down team in Green Bay, the Dallas Cowboys have a chance in 2023.
Yeah, I'm kind of to a point where it just feels like we've been talking about his contract situation for eternity.
Yeah.
And it will never go away. And it's wild that this is the real year for it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what it feels like we've been talking about forever. So I've almost gotten numb to it. But I think Mike has a really good point, man. I would hate to see that dude in Washington trying to play against him. So I do care about it. I just want it to be done.
Okay, and one more kind of in this vein, but it's about the team, is because they're a division rival, you care a lot about what the Giants do with Barkley and Jones.
Sign them both. Big-time contracts.
That sounds like a yes. That sounds like a...
Have them be 500 for the next 3 years.
Man, I'm more interested in Jones, I guess, than Barkley, because Barkley was healthy this year, and I'm not sure how many years out of his career he will be healthy. He's a factor when he's on the field. Absolutely, he's a factor, but he wasn't a reason that the Cowboys would lose this year to them in any way. It was more Daniel Jones than anything else. And so I don't know that Daniel Jones can make another step this year.
Yeah.
But he made a pretty tremendous step this season to be a better quarterback, to put them in good positions to win.
NFL fiction or nonfiction, you are excited about the Super Bowl matchup we are getting.
I am excited, but I'm afraid that Philadelphia is going to win, and that we're just going to have to live with Philadelphia being a much better football town and a much better organization than the Cowboys for the rest of our lives.
I'm excited. You saying I'm excited, fact or fiction?
Yep.
About this Super Bowl matchup.
Yep.
Part of me
they
wants.
would be out.
Yeah, part of me wants to say to do the whole bit of screw the Eagles.
Yeah.
I hate those guys.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. But as I'll say now, I am no longer just Cowboys fan. I am football fan too. There are some cool storylines here. There are a lot of cool storylines, and we'll go over them by the time we get to the Super Bowl. But, number one is Andy Reid being a really great coach all his career. He got kind of run out of town by Philadelphia, and he gets a chance to stick it to him with the best quarterback in the NFL, maybe one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen. That's still up for debate at some point. There's going to be a lot of conversations about that. Jalen Hurts, as an OU fan, seeing what he did to go from Bama to OU and then go off and do what he's doing is pretty interesting. And then, Mahomes, his injury. There's just so many cool storylines. The first time two brothers have ever not faced each other, but they are going to be in the Super Bowl. There's some really fun things going on this week.
And since you mentioned the quarterback, I don't know how much mileage you get out of this, is for the first time in the history of the Super Bowl, the two starting quarterbacks are both black.
Yes.
So I know there has been a lot of...
That is very significant.
Yeah, a lot of traction about that. All right, to go along with that then, NFL fiction or nonfiction, it is too early to start making Super Bowl prop bets.
No, it's never too early to start having fun with some Super Bowl prop bets.
I am glad that you said that, Corey.
I love prop bets.
I have 5 Super Bowl prop bets for you to start off.
Let's go.
Which player will score the first touchdown of the game? I got the 5
Travis Kelce.
Top 5 options on the board. That is number 1.
All right, Mike, there you go. Good luck to you.
Man, I want to see if you could get them all.
Well, number 2, I'll go with Jalen Hurts.
That is correct. Oh, I'm proud of you guys.
Patrick Mahomes.
Ooh.
His ankle's probably taking him down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
A.J. Brown.
That's a good pick.
He is 5. That is correct. Can you guys get the other 2?
Randall Cunningham.
What? Why? No, these are just don't shake your head.
Hey,
yes.
good job,
No.
Mike. Good job.
No,
He played
that
for the
is
Eagles.
a terrible answer, and that's what I was
Steve
afraid
DeBerg.
you would do on my Family Feud team.
DeBerg. Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders is number 3.
So who is number 4?
This
who
one's
plays?
Dallas Goedert.
Starts with a
Right,
vowel.
that was a real
It
good.
starts with a vowel.
Isaiah Pacheco.
That is correct.
Valdez Scantling.
No.
Well, you said it starts with a
He said
vowel.
starts with a V. Yeah, V. Val starts with a V.
Do you think V is a vowel?
No, I think Valdez starts with vowel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said it starts with a Val. I don't know how I got this wrong.
877-881-1053.
I know you don't know, and that's what bothers me, Mike. That's what makes me sad.
And Twolo's out there. How long?
Yeah, it starts with a Dallas. Well, that would be Dallas Goddard.
And if I say
Starts with a Jalen.
And it's if I say it starts with a vowel, you pick a guy who that's not even his first name, but you're like, but it starts with a V. So
I get it, Mike. I don't know why Kevin's having.
Yeah,
such
it starts with a
hard
go.
time with
That's go dirt.
All right,
this.
fantastic.
Starts with a consonant. Now, who's consonant? Who's the consonant?
Super Bowl fact or fiction? Along with that,
Is there a
are-
person named Asia on the team?
I will.
That's continent, Mike. That is continent, not.
Do you think Asia? Never mind. Never mind. I'm not doing this. All right. It is a 2-person race for Super Bowl MVP. NFL fiction or nonfiction?
I mean, it seems like
it probably goes to the
if both the quarterbacks perform, one of them will get it. But man, we've seen too many instances where a defensive player will have a huge game. Like we see that happen a lot. So I could totally see, like Hassan Reddick has a few sacks in the game that really are like, wow, that was huge for them. So if it's not the quarterbacks, then I think, but yeah, no, it makes too much sense that it is a 2-man race.
You brought up a great person. If you want to put some money in now for your dark horse candidate, because the odds I'm looking at is Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. There's a little bit of plus there, but it's pretty close to even. Travis Kelce 11-1, AJ Brown 14-1, Devontae Smith 25-1. So Hassan Reddick is at least 25 or worse to 1 if you want to make that bet right there. All right, one more for the Super Bowl, and I got another one for you. NFL fiction or nonfiction? Patrick Mahomes will definitely throw for more yards in the Super Bowl than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that's easy. That's an easy pick.
You think so?
Yeah. Jalen Hurts has had 2 easy games. Now, the thing is he hasn't had to even really play the fourth quarter. Like, that's the one thing if you look at Jalen Hurts stats, like, here's the deal. People that never watched Troy Aikman, Kevin, I think you'll agree with me on this, will go, well, he only threw for 187 yards in this game. And you're like, okay, you guys just watched Jalen Hurts. Should Jalen Hurts have thrown for 300 yards when they blew out the Giants or blew out San Francisco? There's nothing. Yeah, he threw for 150-something yards or 180-something yards. That's what the game dictated he do. There wasn't any part in the game where he should have thrown for 300 yards.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was going to go look and see. Burrow threw for it, but that would make sense if they get some. I think they're going to try and scheme open some big plays to AJ Brown and Devontae Smith downfield. I think they're definitely going to try and get some of those open because that is part of their offense. But the balance that comes with their offense. So yeah, I would definitely think that it would be more Mahomes than it will be Jalen. Kevin.
The over/under for Mahomes is 44 yards higher than Jalen Hurts. So 286.5 to 242.5. All right. The big news of the day, Tom Brady retiring again on the exact same day that he retired last year. So NFL fiction or nonfiction, Tom Brady will unretire again.
He's retired.
Okay.
He'll never play another game of NFL football again.
Yeah, I think he's done. Just hearing it the other day, or this morning, I guess, hearing it when we played it again, kind of seeing his face as he's sitting there on the beach collecting. Was that California beach or was that Florida? Where do you think that beach was that he was shooting that video from?
I don't know.
Florida? Just seeing that makes me believe
Galveston.
That he's oh man, that was the gorgeous Galveston coasts. He's done. And plus, man, now I think the big factor, everybody keeps asking the question about, Greg Olsen, is he getting bumped out of the box? And there's no way that they're keeping him in the box, not for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But for next season, there's no way that they're going to keep Greg Olsen for Tom Brady.
I mean, I know. Go ahead.
I put something on Twitter during Sunday's broadcast of the San Francisco Eagles game. And I was not taking a shot at Greg Olsen. Do I think Burkhardt and Greg Olsen are the best broadcast in the world? I don't. I think they do a solid job. But I do think Fox, throughout this whole season, because we get a lot of Cowboy games on Fox, I think they do a horrible job. Who's ever producing the show, they have to get in their cartoon characters and all their little stat things. And you're like, I get it. You created all these things. It took you days to create all these things. there's actually a big play down the field where I'd like to see if Devontae Smith actually caught the ball or not. Because on their first replay, I noticed. I was like, whoa, was that caught or not? And Fox was like, get in a cartoon thing or talk about this or that. We don't care to show any more replays. They do that all the time. Fox, to me, is a bad broadcast most of the time because they forget they're actually broadcasting a football game.
Man, that's interesting. I don't disagree with that opinion either. I think that it's like the amount of content they fit in, the structure in which they do it is at an all-time high. Like they do pack in so much stuff, and it's so different than the one camera, maybe two cameras we got back in the 80s, right? Like that, it's very different than that. But I do kind of agree with Mike is there's a lot of other stuff happening on the field that I never get to see. It's very similar in baseball. What do we see in baseball? We see the pitcher and the catcher. We don't know that they've shifted. We don't know if the center fielder's moved a little bit to the left and if, what kind of defensive things they're doing. All we really ever see is the pitcher and catcher, and there is for more baseball people, they want to see some of the other stuff. But I agree with Mike, man. There are times when you're just like, God, did I really get what I wanted to out of this football game, or did I get a bunch of replays that really didn't matter or show me what I wanted to see?
Well, maybe eventually Olsen can then have Tom Brady's spot, since obviously the tide has started to turn against him. Now, real quick, we've got Mike.
You mean Romo?
Yeah, what did I say? I said Tom Brady. I meant Tony Romo. I'm sorry.
Your hatred for Tom Brady.
No, yo.
Goes so far.
You mentioned, you said Olsen and Brady, and we just had that discussion, and I could tell where you were going. You were saying because people are get tired of Romo, maybe Brady can take over for Romo. Is that what you're saying?
Or if they have to pay him the 10-year, $375 million, and they're like, I'm not ditching out of this, then maybe Olsen can get the gig with Jim Nantz, and they can figure out new roles and try to make it work together. Real quick, I wanted to ask y'all this because we try to help out the people. From the 682, hey guys, I got a question. Am I thinking too much into this situation? My wife and I have been married since October. She is a vice principal. She told me today her male assistant gave her flowers at work. I'm a little upset, and should I be?
Did you give her flowers? Is that why you're upset? Is that you haven't given her flowers recently? And you're like, you know what? I don't think about my wife enough. I don't. Hey, listen, her male assistant, he works with her. This is interesting now because Adrian does get flowers from female coworkers, and I think nothing of it. But if she was to get from some male, I would probably be like, hey, who is this guy? Why don't I know him very well?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I also do ensure that I give her flowers frequently and hold her hand because I am her man, as the song goes. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, no, so no, I don't. I think you should question some things, ask some questions, but don't get too upset about it beforehand. Make sure you do your due diligence and get the information first before you get mad.
Mike, do you have thoughts about that?
I would say that you know your relationship way better than 3 radio guys who don't know you or your wife. So if you feel like there's a possibility that she could be cheating on you, then yeah, I would be worried.
Yeah, does she have a history of it? Has she done this before? Is she maybe? What if she sent the flowers to herself just to rile you up, and then was like, "Yeah, it's from my assistant. He assists me."
That's some next level shadiness.
I've seen it before,
right
dude.
there.
I've seen it before.
Wow.
Where people will do something like that just to get you all riled up about something, because you know what kind of hooking up is the best, Kevin. Say it. Say it, Kevin.
Hate?
Makeup.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say hate F, but yeah, no, that.
What are you?
Dude,
what?
That makes more sense. You know you've heard that term before. Don't shake your head at me, Mike. You know you've heard that term before. I'm not saying anyone we know is engaged in it, but you know you've heard that. 877-881-1053. Tell me
Just
you know
when
that.
I think I know, Kevin.
Yeah.
I don't know, Kevin.
Tell me you've heard that term, and maybe more importantly, have you engaged in that term before?
Wow.
All right.
Don't send pictures.
Don't pretend like the answer is nothing. There is nobody, because you know that's wrong. All right.
I don't think anybody.
Now that is so wrong.
Well, we know Kevin.
Now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, I got a couple places to jump around during Mike Likes It. Hoops Hype, which I've been going to on a daily basis right now. They're a great website, hoopshype.com, to try to follow where are the rumors at. I mean, obviously on Twitter, Shams, Stein, Woj, they're great, but a lot of articles are put together by Hoops Hype on what is going on. Well, this is their 6.0 trade value rankings.
Oh, okay.
So who could you get the most for if you traded them? Kind of like who are the most tradable players where you would get the most assets trading that player? Would you guys like to guess who number 1 is?
Luka.
Yeah, it feels like
You got it.
Okay.
You did it. He
Is
is
Giannis
guaranteed
second?
money left, $215 million through 2026-27. Luka is the most tradable asset in the NBA, and you are right. Giannis is number 2. He is signed through 2025-26 at approximately $189 million. So those are your top 2. Jokic is number 3.
Makes sense.
Jason Tatum is number 4, and Ja Morant is number 5. This doesn't mean best players in the NBA, even though it's a pretty darn good list. It means what would you get in trade back for these guys? And they're saying, Luka, you would get the most back for. Ja, you'd get the 5th most back for. Now, that being said, they did rank 100 guys. Kevin, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think Jokic too, you're right, like, and a lot of those players are really close together. Doesn't Jokic have like a lot more money in him right now in terms of the guarantees, since you were mentioning? I wonder if that's a factor at all.
Yeah, my computer's freezing, but yes, Jokic is guaranteed through 2027-28. Guess the number he's guaranteed. Corey.
Like
it's $215 million.
$215 million. 85
$303 million.
Wow.
$303 million.
That
So
seems like a lot.
he's still number 3 on the list, but
That's
through
a lot.
2027-28, he has $303 million guaranteed dollars left. So maybe that's why he's number 3 instead of 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Still up there. Now, out of the 100 players that are on this list, the Mavericks have number 1. This is where Mark Cuban has a problem and has no clue who plays in the NBA. Nobody else is on this list for the Dallas Mavericks.
I was hoping maybe Chris
Jalen
Moore
Brunson is number 45 on
Oh.
this list. So just to give you an idea on where you said Brunson's moved up to the 50th
Yeah.
best player in the NBA,
Yeah.
according to a website. Hoops Hype has Jalen Brunson as the 45th most tradable asset in the NBA.
Wow.
My computer is freezing up on me right now. I was going to go through the bottom 10 just to give you an idea. I did see like number 98 or 99 was Bogdanovich for Detroit. Just to give you an idea, Porzingis, by the way, is 59 on this list as I'm scrolling through. So, I mean, the Mavericks did trade a guy that you would think now you would get actually more for. But this is the problem, as we're approximately a week away from the trade deadline. Here are your numbers 100, if my computer will get there. Number 100 through 91. So kind of there. Cameron Johnson of Phoenix is number 100. Bogdanovich, who we just saw play, 99. Gary Trent Jr. of Toronto is 98. Dylan Brooks of Memphis is 97. Kevin Huerter of Sacramento is 96. Wendell Carter Jr. is 95. Bobby Portis is 94, who the Mavericks should have drafted instead of Justin Anderson. D'Angelo Russell is number 93, and now my computer's freezing again. But just to give you an idea, this is how poor the Mavericks are constructed. Like, this is how bad it is in Dallas. When Hoops Hype does now, probably Mark Cuban will block Hoops Hype and never allow them in the AAC again because he didn't rank Dorian Finney-Smith the 6th best tradable asset in the NBA. But Hoops Hype does this on pretty much a monthly or bi-monthly basis now, especially coming up to the trade deadline. And they don't have another Maverick in the top 100. And I'm not naming the who's who of NBA basketball players. Like number 91 is Trey Murphy. Number 92 is Terry Rozier.
Yeah.
Like they don't see the Mavericks having any tradable asset that's worth anything. And that's why I don't think they're going to make a trade. 29 other teams look at the Mavs and go, your guys aren't good enough to trade for. We'll take them. If you want us to take Reggie Bullock for a bag of nothing, here's our bag of nothing. His name is a dude who everybody thought was good at 17 years old. Like, That's what we'll give you for Reggie Bullock. And the Mavericks are like, no, we want your first round pick, and we want Cam Reddish. And it's like, are you guys stupid? And then the answer is yes, there is a person who's stupid. His name is Mark Cuban. Nico knows he can't get those things for him, but Mark Cuban does.
I just saw a report. Gary Trent Jr. His trade value is considered to be a protected first round or 2 good second round picks. Is that reasonable for a Gary Trent Jr. type player, or is that outlandish for you?
No, I think
he's a better version of Hardaway Jr., I would say.
Okay, so
he's better defensively, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and shooting wise, he's better like in all aspects. But he's like, if you're wondering who's Gary Trent Jr., I don't watch the rest of the NBA. I would say he's like Tim Hardaway Jr., but everything you want Tim Hardaway Jr. to be.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the value for a guy like that. You have to realistically look at your players and say, is that the value? Would I give somebody that for that player to be on my team? Probably not.
All right, so my next topic is Major League Baseball and their TV situation. I had somebody tweet me, and they're mad at YouTube TV, but they're really not mad at YouTube TV. They're mad at Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
They're like, Major League Baseball is screwing me over again. And I'm like, it's not Major League Baseball. And this is a little bit of a tough topic for me, but I am bringing it up. It's Sinclair who is now not letting YouTube TV run Major League Baseball, Major League Baseball Network, Major League Baseball games. It's not MLB. It's just like with the Dallas Mavericks. It's not the Dallas Mavericks don't want their product on YouTube TV and Hulu and all the different streaming networks. It's Sinclair / Bally's. They own a lot of the MLB teams. They own a lot of the NBA teams' TV rights. And they do not want their rights going on streaming networks. They want it to only go through pretty much DirecTV. I know there's a few other places, but pretty much I'm on DirecTV for one reason, and it's because I need Bally's, I need Maverick games, I need Ranger games, and the Stars are on. So if I am flipping channels in a little bit for me, like what else is on, and the Stars are on, great. I have that channel to watch them play. But I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know the end game for Sinclair and Bally's, but don't blame the NBA. Don't blame the NHL. Don't blame Major League Baseball. They don't want it this way. It's that for some reason, I don't know the end game. Maybe you guys have a theory on it, but it is all getting directed towards if you want to watch NBA, MLB, or NHL, you pretty much have to have DirecTV.
Yeah, man, and it is tough if you don't have it. Like there are options, like you said, but yeah, I mean, the thing about this is how many people have been frustrated for how long with this as a consumer. And
over 3 years now, I think.
Yeah, and how like they just looked at it, and Kevin, you've pointed this out for a long time. Can we get this many consumers though, and that'll keep us afloat? And it feels like the product has just continued to be a problem for them rather than a benefit.
One of the things, and Joe was just mentioning the NHL. Did you say leases ESPN Plus?
No, just has ESPN Plus.
Oh, okay. I see. I was thinking of this magical world. I was like, oh, I thought their partnership was different, where they're like, all right, we'll pay you to run our games on ESPN Plus. I will tell you one thing about DirecTV, if you want to go back there, is, man, we were like ready to move on, and we made another stand with the DirecTV people, and they're like, no, we'll give you even more money. Don't go anywhere, please. And so it's like back down to not quite first year levels, but pretty darn close. So I know that's still a big endeavor.
Are they paying you right now?
No. Yeah, I'm ESPN Plus and DirecTV is the NHL, and they're like, all right, we're gonna give you money to watch, and they're
Please
like,
stick around.
Yeah, they're like, hey, remember when we tried to put hockey on the Outdoors Network? That was a thing that happened, and we should never forget that. And so I know that's not really Mike's point, but just if anyone's interested in DirecTV, it is a sad state, and I'm pretty tired of Sinclair's meddling in all of this, but they can do whatever the hell they want, because at least for now, if they can fend off bankruptcy, they still have those broadcast rights.
Yeah.
So it's raining outside. How is it raining outside? It's 30 degrees. I thought it would be, is it freezing rain? But it looks like rain to me.
Mike, I'm gonna be very honest. As much as
I live in the land of no Trader Joe's and no Central Market, they refuse to come south of downtown Dallas.
I always wanted to be a meteorologist, Mike, all right? But I studied a lot of regular Texas weather, and we have to admit this is abnormal Texas weather, all right? Like, this isn't the same typical Texas freeze we get. We get this about once every 4-6 years, right?
Yeah.
It kind of pops in like this occasionally. So I'm not an expert in this part of it, Mike, because I didn't study it that much growing up. But I can say this. It's raining here, too. And I also live in a Trader Joe's Central Market area. We also have an H-E-B, Mike. So, like,
I know,
hey,
those companies are like, oh, Plano, let's get up there.
Yeah, they did.
They don't have any money south of downtown Dallas. They're out of money, I guess.
Yeah, because Plano, I sat, Kevin, in the city hall meeting where they said, look, the city of Frisco is throwing money at these businesses.
Yeah.
We got to give them some tax credits too.
Did you see, by the way, since we were talking about basketball, and if you said it and I just missed it, I apologize. Did you see that the Pistons game with the Wizards was postponed because they couldn't get out of Dallas?
Yeah, they're still here. Who are the Mavs playing tonight? Aren't they playing somebody?
I think they play tomorrow, the Pelicans.
Oh, yeah. I guess maybe because how are the Pelicans getting into Dallas?
I don't know.
Flying in.
Yeah, but
because they're Pelicans.
Snap.
Pelicans, haven't they kind of flown south for the winter?
I don't know.
Do Pelicans hang out in Texas during the winter?
I don't study the migration patterns.
Who is it
know.
that you think?
Pelicans, it's not the Pelicans. They can't hear us. They can, but they don't understand our language.
What?
They speak Pelican.
Okay.
Or bird, I don't know. Do you think birds understand different birds, or do different birds have different languages? Like, can a cardinal talk to a pelican?
Okay, you know what, Mike? I know I was kind of dumping on those other questions. I am actually really curious about that. I think the same thing about dogs, and I think they do. And so I am curious about that as well.
I think we take this conversation and go smoke some weed about it.
Okay, maybe can you wait one more hour? Because coming up next, we've got the C block, and I do believe that Corey might have even more Cowboys news.
There is so much more, and then we'll maybe hit some Cedar Bowl stuff. But
hold on, is this one going to make us mad too, like the last ones?
No, you'll be happy, I think. But it's the Cowboys news.
Yeah,
you're going to be upset.
Oh, great.
Next.
The Brian Broaddus Marathon Bet Payoff.
But right now, to give you even more info, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I do want a programming note here. Clarence Hill will be on at 4 o'clock today. With the G-Bag Nation. He's been breaking some news. I don't know if anybody has told y'all that you need to listen up at 4 to the G-Bag Nation that Clarence Hill is going to be on. And that's what I'm talking about, man. That's why I love this station, Mike. You got 3, 4, 7 different shows that are all working together, pulling the same rope, baby. It's a bunch of shows on one station, not a bunch of different shows, though. All one station.
And you said
together.
We're signing Zeke to a 10-year, $30 million contract?
That's what Mike, you said earlier when I asked, do you want to do that? You were like, absolutely. So, yes, that is what Mike wants, is Zeke forever. No, that's not true. Zeke, they do want to work with him.
Jerry wants.
They want to work. They want him back. But they want him back, and I think Nick Eatman tweeted out he was very adamant that it has to be financially make sense to the team. Very much so like they said with Odell Beckham Jr., and they never came to that agreement. So now, Kevin, I do want to ask, because you've been in communications with Joey, who's in our studio.
Yes.
Who I've just recently found out he became the MILF Hunter on the night show. But that's Mike. Yeah, that's a thing I didn't know.
Girlfriend.
The Twolos are the ones that call him that. I never knew that was a real thing. So that's news to me. Does he have the Amari Cooper conversation audio?
Indeed, he does.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you, if you listen in, there is one staggering admission that you're like, oh my good night.
All right, let's hear it right now, then, Joey.
You could say that we probably had too much reliance on what Tolbert could do, because we were high on him coming out and thought he could immediately be a factor. We had thought that possibly we could have better results relative to Gallup as far as his rehab and where he is. So I could say that. The other parts of it, the elephant in the room that you're talking about was when I look at the salary that was involved there, over $20 million a year, and I look at what we got with that salary to help this team, that we wouldn't have been able to have on this team had we kept it. I like what we did.
Well, that's interesting. Kevin, I don't know exactly where that money, like they consider that money being spent. I'm guessing Anthony Barr. I'm guessing with the
Peters.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they were able to add some things that they needed. They were emergencies. Those guys were some emergencies.
Sure.
So I guess they're saying that was reasonable to them. But man, they admit the production wasn't good enough, and it needs to be more where that goes. And I think I'm guessing your stunning admission here is that Tolbert wasn't what they expected. Is that what you were going?
When he said we probably relied on Jalen Tolbert, I just keep thinking about like Jalen Tolbert compared to Amari Cooper. Now, I know that you're going to say you got to step up from CeeDee Lamb that bites, takes some of the chunk out of that. But then the other thing that bothers me is when he was like, well, relatively to the production, we were paying $20 million for Amari Cooper. You're paying $11.5 million for Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
Like, is that the best use of that money? And I thought that before he had a tough season. I still think Michael Gallup's got something, but like you're telling me it was so easy to get rid of Amari Cooper at $20 million and then so easy to bring Gallup in at $11.5 million. That doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, I know this isn't Cowboys related, but it's the C Block. My solar panels have sheets of ice on top of them right now. Are they still working? I mean, like the sun's not getting to them, right? So how's my house?
As a solar power analyst,
Yes.
and I know about solar powers.
Thank you.
And there's a chance.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Hey, I appreciate that.
I was going to say, don't you have some in reserve? Like you probably have some reserve energy.
I need a battery.
I would go upstairs and take a hammer and try to slam that hammer into him and see if the ice will break.
Don't do that.
Thanks, Mike.
Don't do
That's
that.
why I always look to you for
it could
advice.
be. I think it's a good idea, except it could be slick on your roof.
Okay, yeah,
That's the only issue with that plan.
Well, I think what's interesting here, Mike, is I also have an aluminum roof. So you're right. My roof is typically not as easy to climb on as most other roofs. So Mike
I would
knows
wear
the most.
your old baseball spikes. That should help you get traction up there.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna have to go find those. I appreciate that. All right, here's another.
Can you roll video if you do that?
By the way, I think that video.
Wear a
Kevin,
cup for safety.
Was from Calvin Watkins, that video, the audio that we just got there, so I do want to credit him. Here's some more to add from Calvin Watkins as well as what Clarence Hill's been putting out there. The Cowboys do believe that Tyron and Jason Peters will return next year. How are you feeling there?
Look, I'm fine with that because I can't imagine the money would be too much for Jason Peters, and I do like some of the flexibility that provides. I'd prefer that Jason Peters remains he's going to be a Hall of Famer someday. Yeah, I got it. And he remains a bench player that will make the Hall of Fame, and he's available if an emergency breaks out.
All right, and so I guess then the idea is you go back to left guard with Tyler Smith and put Tyron out at left tackle because, man, you want to put Steele back at right immediately there. So that's kind of the feeling. Maybe Peters and Tyron will rotate there and McGovern, I guess. So in the conversation we had yesterday where I was like, no, let's go ahead and move on. Let's start investing.
McGovern's a free agent, right?
Yeah. I do wonder what they'll do with him. But I guess offensive line is less of an important factor. Although I still think it should be important. I still think you should try to find an offensive lineman in this draft.
Dude, I'm 100% with you because, I mean, if that's the way you line it up, great. How long until it's unfortunate, but how long until Tyler Smith is back out of the left tackle? And if you let McGovern move on, what are you doing there?
And then the last thing that came through, this is Mike McCarthy talking more than it is Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones said the Cowboys are committed to drafting a quarterback. He said he should have committed to drafting one every year years ago. And Mike, I know you've been like all over this saying, why not? Why not get a guy? What if he does turn into something? What if you can trade him? What if he's an asset for you? Just keep drafting these guys. Put them into the thing. Let them go through. They're going to be cheap for you. And maybe at some point, whenever the Dak Prescott contract's up, you have one ready to go, and your team's built around it, and you can go with that money and say, now let's invest. Let's go full bore on this. That is the Cowboys. Like, I don't know where they need to draft. I don't know if they need to draft second-round pick or whatever. They just got to, identify the quarterbacks that would work for them. That puts them in great position later down the road for something. So that's nice to hear that Jerry Jones maybe changed his philosophy on that.
I love that. I love that decision. And for people looking to get out of the Dak stuff, that's at least a viable option. And if it's not, trade value and everything like that.
So I did go. I think the Cowboys, maybe Nick Eatman was listening yesterday to the C Block when we were having this discussion as we were going through Senior Bowl stuff, or maybe he just thought at the same time, this is a great time to go ahead and write this story. He put a story out on the most recent additions from the Senior Bowl. Again, Senior Bowl is going on right now. That's why you're getting this Jerry Jones news and information.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if y'all heard this, but Bobby Belt threw out the other day that the Joneses were pretty upset that only 2 reporters showed up to Senior Bowl last year.
Wow.
And that they were kind of frustrated that that's all the attention they were getting, and maybe they loved the offseason. Jerry said on our show recently, hey, as much as the regular season is part of it, the fact that people are interested and intrigued in what we do in the offseason is just as effective as in the NFL now.
I heard they wrote an email and said, we're not going to be available during spring break and free agency, so you better get us at the Senior Bowl.
You think that's true?
I don't know if I do believe that's true, but
I think Mike's onto something.
As Mike
are the Jones family available during Highland Park spring break?
I don't want to ask those questions. I'll let Mike keep doing that.
That's a good question.
And next question is it during NFL free agency that Highland Park spring break happens every year? The answer is yes.
Yeah. Why does it happen that way? Here are some names from the Senior Bowl that the Cowboys had, because we were kind of going through some of them yesterday. Kevin, I want you to rank these people, all right? Here we go. 2014, Zach Martin.
number one. I don't even need to hear the rest of the list.
But you haven't heard the rest of the list.
I'll tell you, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's going to be number one.
All right, go ahead and
I
put
take
his name.
Micah Parsons.
Okay, well, he wasn't.
They didn't take him from the Senior Bowl.
He wasn't at Senior Bowl. Actually,
He was in the COVID Bowl. Remember, he sat out.
Yeah, he did. He sat out. He also, I think it was all. That was the year that was there a combine. Wasn't it all like a bunch of those? I think. Anyway, I'll look at this
Individual
list
things.
here.
Dak
All right,
Prescott was at the Senior Bowl.
I guess it was. They did have a Senior Bowl kind of situation. Here we go. 2015, Lyle Collins. How did that go for you?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Perfect.
For a while.
I mean, you ended up getting him. You didn't have to spend a draft pick on
Yeah.
him. You know, like that ended up working out for you. 2016, Dak Prescott and Charles Tapper.
I mean, Dak's good enough. Like, that's a
Never draft a defensive player from OU should be the philosophy of your draft.
Does that go across the entire Big 12 for you or just OU?
I don't know if it's entire Big 12, but I know that drafting OU defensive players have not worked out well for the Dallas Cowboys over time. Roy Williams actually looked good for 3 years, and then Darren Woodson said, I can't play anymore. And Roy Williams said, I can't either, but watch me collect paychecks.
I know Darren would never say this, but there's part of me that kind of, like, because I loved Roy Williams. I have a picture of him laying out Tatum Bell. But I still, like, there's part of me that sees Darren Woodson going, I can't cover this guy's butt anymore. I have to go. I have to leave so he can be exposed. All right, 2017, Jordan Lewis and Marquez White. Like, Jordan Lewis has not been the hero
I don't
of
even
worlds.
remember Marquez White.
Yeah.
He kind of was a practice squad guy in camp, but never really made. He was a 6th-round pick.
That's the worst of the bunch so far, I think.
I like
right?
Jordan Lewis probably a lot more than a lot of people, but I understand the production hasn't really been there. 2018, Cedric Wilson out of Boise State in the 6th round.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Honestly, I wish we could get him back. They're not doing jack S with him in Miami. What's it going to take to get him? Almost nothing.
Two first-round picks.
My ass. It would
Okay.
be 2 6th-round picks maybe, and I would love for him to come back.
All right, 2019, Jalen Jelks out of Oregon in the 7th round.
No.
Okay. Now, 2020 is interesting. I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up here. Azur Kamara, undrafted free agent. He was the guy that they really highlighted on Hard Knocks. That just didn't make the team. Michigan, Sean McEwen, undrafted free agent.
Okay.
Francis Bernard out of Utah, undrafted free agent. Terrence Steele out of Texas Tech, undrafted free agent.
Win.
Bradley Anai out of Utah, 5th round.
Yeah.
Neville Gallimore,
science guy.
Neville Gallimore out of Oklahoma, 3rd round. Wow. Hey, did you not see that Neville Gallimore dropped into coverage and was basically playing safety on the George Kittle play?
I appreciated that. I applaud his effort, but I'm like, how did we get here? Like, how did we get there?
So you got a bunch of names, Sean McEwen being one of them, Terrence Steele, and Galmore's been a starter for you. So those things are kind of like Terrence Steele is your right tackle for the future.
I love Terrence Steele for sure.
2021, Jabril Cox. I still hope more for him. Chauncey Golston and Osa Odigizua.
Okay.
You think that one, like, you put that one, because I think Osa is going to be a significant player for you still. Chauncey Golston's still trying to make his name, and I don't know what they're doing with Cox.
Yeah.
But I think Zach Martin still covers all of these right now.
For sure. And you can maybe combine a whole lot of them, and I'm still taking the surefire Hall of Famer. And I didn't mean to, like, disparage Neville Gallimore. I just, like, compared to some of the other ones, But, like, you've definitely gotten contributors out of the Senior Bowl, even without Zach Martin.
Yes, and I think that's like, and now you look at 2022. Let's take Jalen Tolbert out because nobody wants to deal with it. Like everybody just like they don't know what to think. And a lot of people are confused by it. John Ridgeway, they drafted, smart draft pick,
Great pick, doing a great job stopping the run.
Damone Clark, LSU 5th round.
That looks promising.
Matt Waletzko.
Yeah.
We got. I mean, he had a shoulder injury and he couldn't participate. So Jake Ferguson.
Yeah, that looks really promising.
And Sam Williams.
That looks super promising too.
Like
if he can get out of his own way.
Yeah, if you're paying attention to the Senior Bowl this weekend, you will see some players the Cowboys love seeing, players that have basically years of experience to go along with They compete at a high level against some of the best. Like, this is where you get to see them compete against some of the best. Keep an eye on it on NFL Plus.
All right. Excellent stuff right there, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we had so much breaking Cowboys news, we had to move away from it. But this time, what's the worst Cowboys narrative out there? 877-881-1053. The one you hear and you're like, that's just not even true. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free filler.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens if they hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel, the consultation. It's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Have had plenty of fun today, but also gone through a whole bunch of Cowboys news. So this is actually interesting to me. Corey, you brought this up yesterday. What's the worst Cowboys narrative out there? Like the one that you hear all of the time and you're just like, I'm so tired of it. And I get this because I've felt like this for a while. From the 469, Odell Beckham narrative is the worst. He's washed and they seem to want to waste money on him. I just wanted them to sign him or don't. And the fact that Jerry said today at the Senior Bowl, he's like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to revisit that. And Corey, you said, oh, do you think that'll be a big deal? So I feel like you're going to be stuck in this OBJ vortex again.
You know, it did not feel like every time I asked either Steven or Jerry about that they had a big smile on their face. Like they were like, yes, that story is still alive.
Yeah.
Even Jerry said it. He was like, look, I want it to be alive.
Right.
Odell wants it to be alive.
Yeah.
We all want it to be alive. And so, like, they knew just having that around and available was part of a conversation. So it's going to continue to be there as well. So I think that's one of the narratives. Here's something that I think has popped up as a narrative that I don't agree with, that I didn't expect was going to happen. Mike recently has said that the Cowboys aren't cutthroat, that the Cowboys kind of bide their time on a lot of things. And Kevin, man, when it comes to certain players, they definitely do. And people are like, but they put Tony Romo out to pasture. They told Tony Romo to get out of here. That's how cutthroat they are. They had plenty of opportunities to move on from Tony Romo before.
Yeah.
And there were plenty of times to look at the situation and say, we need to understand that his body isn't going to hold up forever. And it's very similar to Zach Martin. Yes, Zach Martin will not play forever. You got to have a backup plan at some point for when Zach Martin's gone. And the Cowboys didn't do it. The only reason the Cowboys moved on from Tony Romo was because they had something in place that was performing, if not better, but up to what the Tony Romo level was at that time. And that's the only reason they moved on from Tony Romo. It's not because they were cutthroat and that was a shrewd business decision. That was a moment where they decided Dak Prescott is our future.
And they still let him read his poem, so that was nice.
You keep calling it do you have the poem?
Man, I need to go find it one day, his haiku or whatever. And then you found out, like, behind the scenes, he bitched up and down, and he was like, you better not do this. And they still let him read his poem.
He wrote a poem.
If I look at his game logs, he literally didn't finish a game his last 2 years of his career.
Oh, my God.
He didn't ever finish a game.
So that makes a lot of sense.
He couldn't fit his first preseason game that he played in 2016, he didn't finish because he broke his back. I'm clicking on 2015 game logs. Game 1, he played the whole game. Game 2, didn't finish, got hurt. Came back in week 10. He did finish that game. Congratulations. Week 11, didn't finish the game. Season over. That was 2015 and 2016.
Yeah.
He played in 4 games. He started 4 games in his last 2 years in the NFL and got hurt and couldn't finish 2 of the 4 games.
So that's when Mike says they weren't cutthroat, they waited until he physically couldn't do the job anymore. That's what Mike is talking about, rather than them making shrewd business decisions. I think the Diggs thing is kind of like Diggs. He's getting more blame than he should for the Cowboys losing the San Francisco game.
For sure.
Yes, he should have made those plays. Diggs makes those plays. Typically, he gets interceptions. He said on the sideline, the ball hit me in the hands. I didn't even see it. He says that he didn't even see the ball coming to his hands. He was just in the right spot at the right time and didn't make the play. So I understand that part of it, too. We've had those moments happen where somebody says, hey, and you look up, the ball's coming at you and it hits you in the face. And that happened to him. That's what he claimed, at least on the sideline. But I think more than anything, the tackling part is definitely a problem. But when people say that Diggs is a trash cornerback, it doesn't make any sense to me. That dude is one of the elite cornerbacks in the NFL. And that's an narrative narrative that it really drives me nuts. That's something I think is false.
Can I stick with the defensive theme there, because this bothered me all year. I'm not saying he's about to be a multi-time Pro Bowl or an All-Pro again, but LVE only makes plays far past the line of scrimmage. I have always had a huge issue with that, especially this year. First of all, if you look at the defensive setup that we have, that is a logical spot he would make plays off of the second level, because LVE is not a linebacker that tries to win at the line of scrimmage or anything like that. So I thought that was unfair to begin with. And secondly, he's our best, or has at times been our best open field tackler. And I'm like, man, if you got a beef with him because that play went 6 yards before he made the tackle, what was it going to be if he didn't make the tackle? I think he gets a bad rap for somebody who has been a perfectly good player.
Yeah, when you look at Darren Woodson leading the team in tackles, Kevin, that's a bad thing a lot of times.
Sure.
When your safety is leading the team in tackles at a high number, that means that somebody got to the third level of your defense. That's not what you're trying to do defensively. So I understand, I want LVE to be able to shoot gaps and fly up there and say, hey, tackle for loss, baby, all the time. That there are a couple things that need to happen there. A, he has to know exactly, which gap he's supposed to be in. We have seen at times him go to the wrong gap. But also it's the jobs of the guys in front of him. Are they holding up so he can do those things? I'm just happy that it isn't last line of defense and that Hooker has to be the guy. That Mandaresh is able to make that tackle sideline to sideline rather than having to chase 60 yards downfield for the Hooker to be able to make it.
And Corey, I looked up the poem from Tony Romo. It is way too long to go
But it's
over
not
on
in
air.
poem form, dude. It's just a note. It's just him speaking his mind. It's not in some sort of 2-bar verse, right?
Oh, okay. Hold on. You know what? Just because you said that, I'm going to give you a glimpse. But then here you are, sidelined without any real ability to help your teammates win. That's when you're forced to come face to face with what's happened. Seasons are fleeting. Games become precious. Chances for success diminish. That, you're telling me that doesn't have any kind of theme, like a poem? Come on, man.
Sounds like a baiku.
That's a genius word. It's like a haiku, but you're not totally sure, or a haiku when you're saying goodbye.
Okay. I will also say I legitimately heard him say those exact phrases in media scrums before. So I know he says those things he always said that, look, man, this is a fleeting business. You're here, then you're gone. Just like that. So I guess I just didn't hear any rhyme, and I'm one of those very low.
Hold on, if poem is only in rhyming form, I'm with you. I get it. I like that. It's probably because I'm simplistic. Is okay, it rhymes. Now I see what you're doing. There's definitely been times I was like, that doesn't rhyme.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Guess what? The sun came up today. That doesn't feel like a poem to me. It doesn't. But I understand poetry's a wild place.
Okay, would you prefer this version? Roses are red, violets are blue. Welcome to Dumpsville, population U.
Yes, that feels more
Okay.
poetry.
That's good.
But I'm a low-level poet, and I didn't even know it.
Now, from the 469, the narrative that Dak is a reason to be hopeful in the Cowboys is pretty bad.
Okay, but he's also not trash.
Oh, for sure.
This is the reality is he's in the middle somewhere. And any given week he can go higher or lower. He is not consistent. But the dude is not just garbage. Unless
for sure
you think that Patrick Mahomes is the only good one and every other quarterback is trash. Somewhere in between Dak is there. He's not trash, but he's not good enough right now to be the reason that you get over the top.
No, you're right. I mean, I know we've talked about this before, but the narrative, you just know if this is going to be a productive conversation ahead of time if you're talking to someone and they're like, well, obviously Dak is a top 5 or 6 quarterback in football. And you're like, all right, not going to be productive. Yeah. But then also if you're like, oh, Dak is obviously below average or trash, you're like, okay, well, also not productive.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
We were kind of discussing, I think I said this yesterday, I'm a little greedy too. I want a really good player next to Luka, all right? So I understand the people who get upset that CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper weren't next to each other. I get frustrated that people think that CeeDee's not a wide receiver one. I think he identified himself there this year. I really do. I think he put himself in that top 10 conversation. Now, when people are like, well, but what Cooper Kupp was injured, so he's not a top 8 wide receiver. I'm like, but Cooper Kupp was injured. So, yes, this year he was a top 8 wide receiver. And next year, I anticipate him to be better.
Yeah.
I think that he can be an even better receiver next year. Now being like, I don't know how much the offense is going to change, but now knowing that dude just put up 1,300 yards, all of his statistics put him as a better receiver than Amari Cooper. I'm not complaining about that. Yes, did I want more production from the other guys? Absolutely. But CeeDee Lamb at any area of the field is a number 1 receiver that I think can beat his opponent. And I like having that guy right now. So I don't like the people that are saying that he's garbage and that he's not a number 1. That's a false narrative too.
From the 903, to me, the worst narrative is that after 25 years or whatever, that Jerry isn't a football guy. If you did electrical work for 25 years, would you say you're probably an electrician? Now, I agree with that in part.
He ain't working that hard.
Yeah.
Electricians go to their job and do electricity stuff.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah. You know what? It's like saying, I don't know how to exactly put it, but he ain't working that hard.
Yeah. And that.
So there were some years he might have.
I agree with you. Like, if you were an electrician, then also that knew that no matter what they did or didn't do, you'd never get fired. Like, I also wonder about that level of input. So I'm not saying he's not a football guy. I'm just saying there's no consequences to anything he does. And then the other thing, we talked about this a few weeks ago. I think the amount of blame or credit he gets is vastly disproportionate to the amount of actual input he has.
But doesn't he kind of like it that way too? Like,
probably.
I will absorb, because he's like, it's not really going to hurt my feelings. If they're talking about me, because they're talking about me. And so, like, he's okay with that. So I think you're right. Like, that, I think it's very true that the amount of stuff that gets thrown his direction and blame on that is him, whereas the amount of work that he actually does for it is not necessarily in that case either. There are some other people that are messing up somewhere along the line.
What about with Kellen Moore? Because, man...
I don't know what's real there. So, and I think we're going to find out what's real there.
Yeah.
The narrative is Kellen Moore's garbage. Kellen Moore doesn't know how to call plays. There are a lot of discussions when it comes to what Kellen Moore actually did well versus what he didn't do very well. And I think that there's still, you're about to find out whether or not Dak Prescott and him were a good couple, or if Dak Prescott needed to move on from that so he could grow. Kevin, very similar to a situation where, let's say there's a girl who had a boyfriend and they were in high school together, and that's all she ever knew was that guy.
Yeah.
And then she goes off to college and she's like, you know what? Maybe we should break up. Maybe you should go on other dates, And then that guy goes on another date, ends up not kissing the girl, but maybe he could have kissed that girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then that girl ends up becoming a doctor, she does something special with her life. And now, was she better off without the guy? Well, now you find out they get back together and they're a great couple together. Mike?
I kept watching Mike the entire time to see if he picked up that Corey was describing Mike's life.
Not one time. I don't think so.
I wasn't. I was actually thinking if I was Jerry Jones, because I was like, here's what I'm doing. This is how Jerry Jones is. I cover the Texas Rangers, and really quickly I can tell you the 5 starting pitchers for the Texas Rangers. But I also watched the Mariners play quite a bit, and I was like, off the top of my head, can I name the Mariners rotation? And I can't. I can name some of them, and then I can give you ideas on who they are. I'm like, oh, man, I really like that kid. Like Logan Gilbert, I really like, and Robbie Ray. But then I'm like, man, they had a rookie who I really liked. They got the lefty, I think his last name's Gonzalez, who's that soft tosser but been there forever. We asked Jerry Jones knows football. He doesn't even know who Chris Godwin is a day before they play the Tampa Bay Bucks. So don't tell me he actually is a football guy. He doesn't even know who's on the other team and barely knows who's on his team. He definitely knows who he's paying a lot of money to. He doesn't know who the second string defensive tackle is on the Dallas Cowboys.
By the way, it does appear that Plano ISD will be closed tomorrow, according to the message I just got.
Garland ISD is closed as well. So if you want to let us know about you or your kiddos' schools and if they are closed for tomorrow, we are glad to hear it and relay that information. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's the month of February, and President's Day is in the month of February.
side of Texas Live. $3,000 in prize money up for grabs. Which host wins the fan bracket? Roundtable discussions, and of course, we'll enjoy some delicious Revolver together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of Dean Emily Singh. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
We are doing great. Will we get you on Zoom for the G-Bag Nation?
Yes.
Okay.
Within the second.
Oh, there he is. Now, I can't tell as much
Delivery
on the camera, but how is the hair regrowth going?
It's going pretty good. You know, a couple times I've been like, man, maybe I am thinning out a little bit up there. So we'll just have to see.
1983.
I'm not gonna lie. When you said, "Hopefully, I have the hair follicles of the gods," I was very much rooting for you with that idea. Now,
what do you think?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Pretty good, right?
Man.
Yeah. Did you say you think it's hot, Zach?
Yeah, it looks great. I think you pull it off really well. I don't think you should just keep this look forever.
Yeah, I do too. I'm not going back to long hair.
Whoa! There it is.
Yep.
Man,
I'm always going to be a clipper guy from now on.
Okay.
All I got to worry about is someone to line the neck up a little bit every now and then.
I think that's a solid decision. Solid indeed. Now, big news of the day, or one of the big newses of the day, I don't know if that's a word, is Tom Brady retiring for a second time on the same day he did last year. This time, gonna stick? Yes.
Yeah, I think so. He even if you watch the video, he's like, listen, you only get one of these, and he goes, I used it last year. I'm done. So now Tom has to figure out, how quickly does he want to transition into something else? He has to kind of figure out, okay, is broadcasting really this for me? And then, man, I tell you what, that's going to make it really interesting for Greg Olsen, because I think some people out there are going to go after Greg Olsen in a way of like, if Tom Brady does step into the booth, Greg Olsen's got a shot to go make some money somewhere else.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see his ascension in terms of getting more respect while maybe Romo is losing some of that.
Oh, I think Greg Olsen wants to work at the job. I don't think Tony really does.
Yeah.
I think Tony's kind of like, Tony shows up and Jim Nance is really, really good at setting him up, kind of knows how how they work together. And, so Tony doesn't have to bust his rear. I think Gavin made a really good point. Guy's got 3 kids at home, likes to play golf, likes the money. He's got money. He doesn't have to worry about that. So, how hard do you want to work to be really good at this?
And he can be good at it. It's just different. He's more of like an FM shock jock yuck monkey now than maybe an actual football analyst. But it still works. It's highly entertaining. I'm okay with that.
I will give credit to Mike for sure, because I remember when Romo first became a broadcaster, he was like, he's for several years. I think he's going to do well because he knows the players. He knows so much more. And with how quickly the NFL turns over, clearly that has been more of a struggle for him. I wanted to give you some school closings because a bunch of people jumped in. Plano ISD closed for tomorrow. So is Denton ISD, Garland ISD, Northwest ISD, Frisco ISD, Louisville ISD. So it's looking like we're getting pretty close.
Good. That's less of a crowd going to the Mavs game tomorrow night to see the Pelicans.
Oh, that's a good point.
Deal with all that. Man.
How are the Pelicans getting here? If the Pistons can't leave,
that's a good question.
That's a good question.
The Pelicans were in Milwaukee, I think, the other. But yeah, they're just gonna. Yeah, they're gonna. I think we're gonna play the Pistons again. We'll just the Pistons will show back up. Yeah, just run it back. Guys, they got clean
50-50.
uniforms. Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah.
Now I know you guys got Clarence Hill coming up at 4:00. I'm excited about that. But Corey, do you have yet even more Cowboys news from Senior Bowl that Clarence Hill is part of the folks breaking that?
What do we do with Zeke?
This is why we got him. This is why Broadus always goes to the Senior Bowl. This is where all the happenings are.
Man, you don't miss this.
Jerry Jones said the Cowboys are starting over at kicker. So no more Brett Maher? Is that what it means? Or are they saying we'll start over, but we're going to give him a chance to win? I don't know what they do there. What are y'all's thoughts?
Ooh, I think we need to start watching some kickers, Brian.
That's the last damn thing you want to do.
Well,
seriously, I when I was scouting with the Cowboys, and I'll tell you what Jerry Jones needs to do, and I don't know what with Hoffman, Jeff Hoffman, I think is, not Jeff Hoffman. What's my man Hoffman?
Trevor Hoffman.
No, but Steve Hoffman. Excuse me.
Steve
Steve Hoffman.
Good old Steve.
Steve Hoffman was Jeff Hoffman was a pitcher, right, for the Padres or something. But anyway, Steve Hoffman used Trevor, somebody like that. It was one of those guys.
Interesting.
It was a Hoffman. I know.
What's your
right?
Hoffman thought, bro?
My Hoffman thought is that that Hoffman used to, when I was with the Cowboys, we never had to evaluate kickers. Seriously, like he was the best in the business when it came to going and finding and working out kickers and then bringing them to the team. And we never. I wonder if Jerry Jones, if he's available, I wonder if Jerry Jones would say, "Listen, we need to bring this guy back, and work on this some more." Because Hoffman could get a group of guys down there at the Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, and the next thing you know, one of them was going to be a Pro Bowl kicker. So I think Jerry's probably kind of wishing for those days where he had Hoffman here.
All right, so good old Steve is currently he's with the Falcons. He's their senior assistant. So how do we make a trade to pull this off?
We just go and money whip him is what we do. We just try and get him out of the building. He paid his defensive coordinator. Why not go find a guy that can evaluate kickers? So yeah, to me that was one of those jobs. I'm so grateful that somebody else was doing it. I just I don't know. Some days these guys look great, and other days look like crap. It's just the way it is.
What's the next position? I know it's not the same, but what's the next position that you maybe don't love scouting?
Quarterbacks. I mean, you can get lucky. You can get lucky, and you're watching the games, and I'm watching this guy. I'm watching Will Levis play at Kentucky. He looks good to me.
Yeah,
throwing the ball around. And
I know there's a lot of people who like him,
and then there's a lot of people that hate him.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, he is that polarizing quarterback right now, and people say, well, if you draft him, you probably draft him too high, and could he be a guy that's there when Dallas picks at 26? There's that.
Wow.
I mean, that's just talking to people. That's how it goes.
Ooh, that'd be juicy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you might need to take him if he's there.
At 26, yeah.
Yep. If he's somehow
Stephen Jones just said we have our quarterback for the next 10 years.
But Jerry said that they're going to commit to drafting one every year, old Packers style, like they like to do up there.
If it's Packers style, you go ahead and good old Will Levis slides.
Well,
through.
Packers style means that they took Aaron Rodgers at 24?
Yeah,
and
right around the same range.
And Ted Thompson had no intention of drafting a quarterback at 24. And in his room, it is very similar to what the room when CeeDee Lamb was on the board. Hey, there's our guy right there. Why are we passing on this right now?
Both those situations seem to have worked out pretty well.
Pretty good for both teams, absolutely.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
It's a G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. Should I be getting killed on Twitter for saying Luka is a better pro than James Harden was at his peak?
Ooh.
It's pretty close.
Oh, no, I don't think you should be getting killed for that.
Okay.
I think Luka's just a little bit better in a couple areas, but I am getting killed. Yeah, you heard right. Clarence Hill is going to join us at 4 o'clock.
Okay, looking forward to that. Community ISD, Forney ISD, Grapevine
Sunnyvale.
ISD. I haven't seen Sunnyvale come through just on the text, so I'm not sure. But
Gavin's throwing it out there just to make sure he can stay at home. Yeah,
they're done too.
Okay. I was like, I heard it on the fan. So
we're in a parent text thing. I got personal text
the mayor of Sunnyvale just spoke.
Yeah.
That's my guy Doug Williams, the superintendent of Sunnyvale.
Okay,
He's the guy that really makes
I don't think
happen.
I knew how connected you
he's
truly
connected
are
over there. Yeah.
You know what? I might ask you some questions about real estate value in Sunnyvale at some point. All right, roll home with
come home.
Yeah,
Great
the
place. I love it
G-Bag
here.
Nation with the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, I would like to buy a Valdez Scantling, Kevin.
No, that is pretty clever. It really is. But that is still not a vowel. V is for vendetta, not vowel.
Listen.
Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding Wednesday wherever you are. You're staying warm and safe. General at your service, live from Studio G in Sunnyvale, Texas. Brian Broaddus and Lucius Alexander there at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Zach Wolchuk at his parents' house. Eric Chiafalo remains on assignment, dealing with 3 little ones. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How's everybody doing today, guys?
Really good. Really, really good. Man, Lucius has got both hands up in the air like, he attacked this day.
Touchdown.
He's got waterproof boots on. I think he's winning the day myself.
Sweet, we got the fresh boots, LA.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the boots from?
New boot goofing. How about it? New boot goofing. No, my waterproof versions of the Doc Martens came in the other day, so yeah, now I've got them on.
Perfect timing.
Feeling great. Yeah,
that's very important right
That's
now.
planning right there, man. He knew what was going on. Bad weather.
Oh, look, dog.
Yeah. You got to step outside a little bit. You're getting some gas. Next thing you know, your socks are ruined. You don't want that. You need the proper footwear for the occasion.
Did you say step outside and getting some gas?
Yeah, something like that.
Absolutely, 100%. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Usually
yeah, okay, all right. We do got quite a bit of Cowboys news today. Jerry and Steven at the Senior Bowl, they gassed up the headlines for us here and got the offseason rocking and rolling here after about 10 days of radio silence from the Jones family. We got it. What's jumping out to you guys mostly? What's the most fun storyline here that they touched on today?
Oh, man. Well, they're committing to Dak, it sounds like, which I don't think is a massive surprise. We kind of know this with the cap and how much he's going to cost as a cap hit. So it makes sense to extend him from a Cowboys perspective if you're not wanting to move on and try and lower that cap hit. So Stephen Jones saying the Cowboys are committed to Dak long term and they're open to extending him. The one that was really interesting to me, though, was the future of Zeke.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say myself.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, what do you? I
don't think they've had their personnel meetings yet. Okay. I really, really don't. I think that when you get questions like this asked at the Super Bowl, and you're good for Clarence and Calvin Watkins and everybody else that's there, hounding Jerry and those guys. The Jerry will give you the answer. I think Jerry has a hard time lying. I really do. I think Steven would lie to you and smile. But as far as Jerry. I just don't know, because they're going to sit down with Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, Steven, Jerry, Mike McCarthy, anybody else that needs to be involved, Will McClay, and kind of figure out, okay, let's open up the personnel board and start tilting those tags and where we are money-wise. And I think that's where I don't think they've had that meeting yet. And we won't get to talk to these guys. Once all this Senior Bowl stuff, the next time we'll probably get to talk to them is at the Combine. At the end of February.
So you're sort of uncertain on guys like Zeke and Tyron
absolutely,
Smith and Jason
absolutely.
Peters.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they'll get to the Senior Bowl, the Combine, and they'll have a plan for who they want to visit on that bus. Yeah. Those agents will migrate from the hotels and the various bars and restaurants they're at in Indy, and they'll migrate to that bus, and they will have a battle plan for how they're going to either reduce this roster or add guys getting ready for free agency. I don't think they're anywhere near that right now.
Free agency starts March 15th,
yeah.
So they do have a lot of time to be going over these kinds of deals. But, Zach, I'm with you. Like, talking about an extension for Dak Prescott right now is fascinating. I think it's such a flashpoint for the fan base. What would your reaction be? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Big cap number coming up. They could restructure. They probably don't want to leave it alone. What if they announced a 4-year extension for Dak that made him a Cowboy through like 2028? How would that make you feel about the future of this team?
I think most people would be very frustrated by it. I mean, that's just kind of judging by the reaction we get in the post game that Brian and I do after the Cowboy games. I think a lot of the fan base is ready to move on. Now, from a team building standpoint, what we've talked about, I do think it makes sense because I think it's clear Dak is good enough, and we've mentioned this, to where you can win a lot of games with him, and he's good enough to get you to the postseason. If you go ahead and you extend him, now maybe you're opening up room to be more aggressive, which is what we've talked about. If you want to follow the standard, right, the trends of these previous NFC champions, now you have a little bit more room to play around with and try and build the rest of that roster, to try and have a better roster around Dak Prescott. It opens up some space there. The option of just keeping it as it is, that allows you the flexibility to move on. But it seems like they're committed to Dak, and if they do that, it means, all right, this is our guy, and now we need to focus on building around him, and there's no excuses anymore.
The extension could make things short-term fun. Long-term, I guess, I want to bring up another topic. Jerry saying Mike's going to call the plays. It's going to be a version of what he did in Green Bay. If they do an extension and this version of Green Bay makes Dak a better player, maybe it could be great. Long term, I don't know how much hope that I have that Mike McCarthy will, be able to sprinkle some of his magic around Dak and tweak some of the things and make him a better. But it is possible. I can't rule it out.
Yeah, to me, I was thinking that maybe that Mike calling plays and Dak's evaluation. I hate using the word evaluation for a guy that's been in the league 7 years. I think we're past the evaluation stage. The repairing of Dak, the fixing of Dak, making Dak better, whatever you want to call it.
You evaluate in one way or another whenever you're coming up for a contract, though, don't you?
Yeah, but to me, it seems like, valuation, when we're evaluating our players, you're evaluating, like, I'm thinking the young guys. I always think when I use the word evaluation, I'm thinking of young guys. Veteran players, what are you evaluating? You kind of have an idea what they are.
Do you still fit our plans? Are you
That's,
what we thought you were going to be?
Yeah, you're right. You're not
how'd
wrong.
your health hold up during that contract?
Yeah.
Are you still the guy that you were? I think there's a couple of different things you could look at, but I get your point. Like, if you haven't hit your peak yet and you're 30 years old, are we thinking upside? We've seen some players, though, some quarterbacks in particular, drop into situations later on in their career that fit their skill set much better. And I do believe Mike McCarthy is very equipped and skilled at identifying what quarterbacks need to be successful, right? So, maybe you reevaluate in a year what impact did Mike McCarthy have on Dak Prescott. And I don't know. Is there 2% room for growth, or is there 20% room for growth? What else was said here today? They not only did they interview the Panthers assistant Nixon.
Yeah.
They also interviewed Thomas Brown from the Rams.
Got to run that one down for you if I can.
Who was doing similar type of assistant stuff.
Yeah.
And Broadus will have more details on
Hopefully,
him a little bit later on in the broadcast. They're going to resume talks with Odell Beckham Jr. in free agency.
But we called that, though, didn't we? Didn't we really kind of?
I did.
No, no. This,
you did.
Yeah, this was one of those things where I think we were talking about it. Now they have a little bit better. There's not restrictions on their timeline. Now it's, I think that they laid a lot of groundwork on the way, to trying to get that deal done. So, they probably feel like it's worth the opportunity to go forward. I don't think Beckham is going to get the number. The discussion that we had is free agency is going to open with a frenzy. It always does. The first 2-3 days go fast and furious. Then we get to week 2, and everybody now is trying to look for jobs. It's kind of like, okay, well, all the money seems to be gone. We're not going to be able to negotiate anymore. We've got our cap all taken care of. That's where I kind of felt like the Cowboys were going to get in. I didn't feel like it was going to be that initial volley, but they've laid a lot of groundwork to at least get it to where they feel like that maybe that they're close enough that they can get this thing done.
How about when he said he's committed to drafting one every year now?
A quarterback?
Yeah.
I love that.
Isn't that at odds with Dak being your guy?
Well, I think that you should always be – one, you're going to need a backup. We've seen that. And Dak's a guy that now I don't know that you want to put the injury label on him, that he's injury prone, but he's missed time now regularly. So you got Cooper Rush, who's a free agent. So I think you want to keep putting resources into that pipeline because, one, worst case scenario, you find yourself a backup. And then if that backup plays, maybe you go ahead and raise his stock to where if you do like Dak and Dak's your guy, that's a trade asset for you. I don't think there's ever a problem in going ahead and adding quarterbacks to your roster. I think that's a smart move, and every team should do that.
Yeah, San Francisco was in the NFC Championship game. They played with four quarterbacks this year. I don't have time for your feelings, Dak. I really don't. I got to figure out, you won games with Cooper Rush. Zach's right. He's going to be a free agent. If you have a guy ready to go, if something happens to your starter, Dak's got to understand. When he was drafted, he was part of a group of 3-4 guys.
Yeah,
and then
the fourth guy.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he emerges as your guy. So he has to understand that.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. And I wouldn't be sweating it at all until the guy's taken in the second round. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to do that. Right. This is day 3. We're talking.
I don't know. It always depends. To me, the one thing that this team has proven is that if it's the best player on their board, they're more than willing to go and do that. So I'm okay. If they're down there at 26 and one of those quarterbacks that has a high grade on for them is sitting there, I don't think that's a wasted draft pick. I really, really don't. I think it buys you protection. I think it buys you the ability maybe somebody made a mistake of the other 25 teams. And you got a guy that can be that guy. So I'm never opposed to looking at a quarterback at any point in the draft.
Both Jerry and Steve were adamant they want Zeke back, and just said it has to work financially for both sides.
Yeah, they haven't had that meeting yet.
You don't want to be the team that's holding on to a guy too long, right? We gave the Patriots that kind of credit for their entire dynasty, both dynasties that they had. They were the team that would move off a guy even a year or two early. The thing with Zeke, you can keep him around, and this is a personal thing if you're keeping Zeke around. It's because they like him. It's because they love him. They think he's a good locker room guy. The football player on the field, Ezekiel Elliott, is no longer worth having on your roster anymore. That's the bottom line. And it's nothing against Zeke. I think he's matured. I think he's had a great career. I don't see the value matching the production, matching the salary. I think that is completely silly to keep Zeke on your team for next year.
Yeah, I don't think there's a number low enough. And I don't want to hear about your roster concerns going into a Sunday morning if Zeke's going to be on the team. It's apparently a roster spot is not that dang important. Get you 2 kickers then, because having Zeke on the team at this point to be a plus pass protector, but down at everything else, I hate to say it. He's been one of my guys for a long time, but it is time to move on. And, we'll see as the offseason goes if the Cowboys are serious about, keeping him on the roster. Tyron Smith and Jason Peters back in 2023, but again, Broad is telling you they need to have their
They haven't had this meeting yet, man. They're just everybody that's a potential for a keep or a move on is still in play.
Except for Brett Maher, apparently. They said they're starting over at kicker.
Well, yeah, I'll be interested to see with Brett Maher, though, if in fact, though, that they look at that as okay, is there somebody out there? They thought that Garibay was that guy. They looked at all that Texas Tech tape, and they were telling us when we were in Oxnard, oh, no, we like this guy. We like the leg strength. We like all that. Heck, all that work, they didn't even bring the guy back for a practice squad spot, and when they needed a kicker, they didn't even bring him back. So a lot said until we get to Oxnard.
I think Garibay probably needs a bunch of experience, maybe or go kick in the CFL or something. I think maybe the moment was too big for him because it looked like he had the talent. In the end, Tom Brady probably knew it was over when he couldn't even beat the Cowboys anymore in a playoff game, no less. And he shuts it down after 23 years, Tom officially retiring. I'm surprised. I thought he'd go play somewhere else, guys.
Me too.
Nah,
Me too.
That's once he got the divorce, you were kind of thinking that he's just going to keep doing what he wants to do. I think this whole thing, I think that game, I think Tom Brady evaluated himself. Yeah. And the numbers he threw, he still was putting up really, really good numbers, but he's thinking can I continue to do that? And, if he got to the right team, maybe, yeah, but I give him credit. Sometimes the hardest thing is to walk away from this thing when you're still playing at a pretty high level and felt like that he was, but man, give him a lot of credit for saying, I can't do this anymore. He's in great shape. He's always got the program. It's not like he's, fighting it every year to get in shape and be ready. He looks ready to play, But it was pretty clear in that game the way the Cowboys were coming after him that it was pretty tough on him.
Fun future
I don't
trivia
think he wanted
question.
to do that again.
Who is the last player to intercept Tom Brady? And it'll always be our own J-Ron Curse. He'll have that forever.
Well done, sir.
What's the name of that Taibo instructor that his girl is now dating?
Is that Billy Blanks?
No, I don't know. Whatever he does, that's the guy who intercepted Tom Brady last. Ooh. I say that respectfully.
Now that is
anybody can be a victim out here, you know? Anybody can be a victim.
Yeah.
That's why he got back into the league. He was like, oh, that's what you was doing out here? I bet.
I'm out.
I did see Giselle putting herself out there in like a see-through dress.
Yeah.
Kids must be very proud of Mom.
Yeah.
It's just weird. I guess if you're a model, it's like, it's okay. My body's for everybody, kids.
It's art, baby. Yeah, her body is art.
Performance art.
Made a lot of money with that body.
Yeah.
G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30.
Talent in that body.
What's going down with the first overall pick? The Bears have already made up their mind. It's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 105.3 The Fan.
they are going to roll with Fields and look to trade the pick away there, the number one? Is that what you guys would do, or are they making a mistake?
Well, right now, if you're the Houston Texans, you're sitting there going, my gosh, we had to win that last game.
Good for you, Lovey.
Gosh, what are we doing right there? See, this is the kind of things that you just struggle with. You really, really do. You're trying to, but hey, Lovey felt it was important to win that game and whatever. The general manager there should have just told him, don't, I'm going to fire you. If I'm going to fire you, Lovey's probably thinking, I'm going to get fired anyway. Why not? Just go ahead and win it, wreck everybody's, deal with the Texans. Man, here's the Texans. They could sure use a quarterback. They sure could use the first overall pick. We'll see if somebody's willing to go up there and get it. But if you're the Bears, I think there was enough. I watched enough Bears games last year where I felt like that with Fields, that guy's a weapon. That guy is a big-time weapon. Running the ball, he got better throwing the ball. He needs some help on the outside. I mean, Moody and guys like that, Komet, the time they've got a couple of guys, but man, more weapons, offensive line help. That could be a scary offense to have to deal with when you watch them play.
Trade that pick. You go ahead and try and see if an Indianapolis wants to move on up with a new head coach, and whoever wants to, even if it's a flip with Houston, if Houston wants to ensure they fall in love with Bryce Young or Stroud or whoever it is, you go ahead and you get some extra value for that pick, because I think they've got a guy in Justin Fields that's pretty good, and I don't think that any of these quarterbacks are better, in my opinion, than Justin Fields. So unless for some reason their evaluation's different and they do fall in love with Bryce Young, then you take the guy. If you think a quarterback's better than the one you have, then you take him. Otherwise, I think you go ahead and you get the assets, you fall back, and maybe you're able to get an extra pick, which you can take as a wide receiver, but they're in a prime position to get maybe the best defensive player in the draft, which I think could be Jalen Carter, or maybe they want an edge rusher in Will Anderson.
Yeah, nice job by Albert Breer, who was first to report that story. He joined us last night on the show. He's quite an insider. I agree with you guys. Like, you have a quarterback on his rookie deal who might be able to, win. And if you could trade back and pick up multiple firsts and really stockpile your roster, you could probably get at least to the playoffs with him. And depending on how he grows as a passer, maybe much, much more. And then if that doesn't work out in a couple of years, you'll be in a position to take a quarterback again, and your roster is going to be freaking loaded, won't it? I mean, this could get really good for the Bears, I think. Now, they will probably figure out a way to screw it up.
It's Chicago. They always do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you have 2 years basically of him still on a pretty low rookie contract. I think you ride that thing pretty hard and see what you can see what you can make of it.
Dallas had a chance to draft Justin Fields. They had a chance. They drafted Micah Parsons, which has turned out to be a tremendous pick. There's no question about the pick. But with the situation the Cowboys are with their quarterback, would taking Justin Fields been the right thing for them to do there? Considering they're a team that, I know it's okay. If you could have got one of those corners, either one of those corners that you draft, Horn or Surtain, they help. Parsons helps. The offensive tackle would have helped. I just wonder if the Cowboys, if you look at Fields, if he's developed, if you see that development where, man, that guy, I could see that guy being our quarterback.
Man, I'd really have to lean on a guy like you who can scout and watch tape, because I just have not seen enough from Justin Fields to think that he's going to be anywhere close. Like, I like him as a young running quarterback on a team that's building, but there's no way I'd trade an accomplished passer for him.
Yeah, I just wonder, because, like I say, when you get through all these quarterbacks, and I don't want to speak for Zach here, but I mean, I understand what's going on. The Alabama kid, Ohio State. I understand. People. I don't know. I think Justin Fields is just as good as
I think he'd be the best quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm running into right now. It's like, is somebody willing to move up to go get that first overall pick? Is it the quarterback that you really, really want to go get? I don't think this class is particularly that one where I'm moving up to go get a quarterback. I'm going to sit here and see what falls to me. That's kind of how I feel about it right now.
Right. In hindsight, and obviously no, I think that the Cowboys did the right thing. because you've got a guy in Micah Parsons. But in hindsight, again, if we're being honest with ourselves here, you'd feel a little bit more excited about the future of the Dallas Cowboys with the ability to shift to Justin Fields, I think, at quarterback right now.
See, the Cowboys could have moved on, right? They could have moved on from Dak's deal. They could have just said, you know what, we're going to move on. And at the 10th overall pick, we're going to take, Justin Fields is who we're going to take.
Because I do think Justin Fields is a good passer. He just hasn't had the weapons. He hasn't had the help there or the offensive line. The reason he's using his legs so much is that guy's having to bail. I mean, he doesn't have I don't think, the trust in his offensive line and protection to stay and go through his read and his progressions. Some of that might be on him a little bit. Like, he needs to go ahead and put more faith in his protection up front. But I think Justin Fields has a good arm. I think he can throw and be a pocket-type passer. Plus, he's got the ability to just kill you with his legs. I think the dude can be a heck of a player with the right offense if you get some more help around him.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is then. If you guys are sold on it, good line, good weapons, watch that come together for Justin Fields. I could totally see that happening. The 817 says, why is Gavin's mic always low when he's on remote? Has it been? I'm sorry. I can turn it up a little bit, but
I'm hearing you fine. I
did not know that was a thing.
Turn you down a little bit. Yeah.
Talk that talk. Brian brought us says the 214. 361. The Cowboys need a tank next season and draft Caleb Williams in 2024. I'm always for that. The NFL and sports in general are at war with tanking. They're trying to get rid of it, and Jerry Jones would be the last guy.
They
to
never
do it.
will. They won't. Yeah. They won't do that. If what's going to happen, you're going to have massive injuries, and things are going to happen where you don't win. Much like how you got that 4th overall pick for Zeke. That's what's you're going to have to just be not very good on defense, and you're not going to be, you're going to have to lose a bunch of guys. You just can't tank. I don't think the Joneses will ever tank. I just don't. Now, will they make maybe they won't even make a decision about, to me, that this is an organization that should always be in that mode of not having to pay a quarterback $40 million. Because to me, it's like, you know what? I keep saying this, nobody's going to lose their job over there. Nobody, but other general managers have to give draft capital, have to try and trade up, have to go find a quarterback. This crew doesn't have to do that. They just, they could just sit there and say, okay, we're not going to pay you $40 million and we're going to move on and we're going to take a younger quarterback and we think we'll be better there.
Yeah, they want
But they won't do that. They won't do that.
That's too much risk for them. All righty, G-Bag Nation. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, just a pimp in his cup holding these Gators down.
Right.
Trying nothing to spill nothing on my now later Gators. You know what I'm talking about?
And you make it look so easy, too.
Yeah, so easy. But it's so hard. It's so hard. So hard. Our winner is, speaking of hump days, our winner is Megan. She had the wrong house. But this man had the right idea on a hump day. It's just, Megan just couldn't come through for him. Well, she did, but she had to alert the whole neighborhood what was going on.
Hey, Megan.
Hey, Megan. What's up, girl? Hey, hello. It's me, Megan.
The one with the good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, next door.
Everything you're looking for, all the goodies.
Oh. Yeah, we got Marlboro Reds, Camel Lights.
Hello? It's Megan. Megan who? The one with all the awesome stuff for you.
Oh, hot.
What kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Coffee, pudding, juice,
Oh, jeez.
cigarettes. Next door, honey. Next door.
Next door, honey.
And cigarettes?
The laugh.
We know
The
you got them
laugh
joints
at
on
the
deck.
end.
Oh, that's like the mom from Bob's Burgers, but with a meth problem.
My man knows his neighbors, though, doesn't he?
He does.
He does.
Next door, honey.
Next door.
That Travis over there is crazy. He is crazy.
When I lived in Southeast Portland, pretty close to downtown, my neighbor was a prostitute, and this guy would pull up in a van every now and then and pick her up, and she would be like all sleepy and trying to make herself up real quick. It was the weirdest thing to watch, but I was fascinated by it.
Portland is wild. Remember, I had a friend that went up there to do radio. Remember I told you that
Yeah.
a long time ago, years ago.
Yeah.
And some girl robbed him of his laptop and some other like electronic devices when in a hotel together. This fool lives with that girl to this day.
Wow.
He does not.
They live together, bro.
He must have been like, hey, that was a good scam. You know, props.
I respect the game. I see. You call me slipping. I see.
Hey,
Okay.
that was clever.
If you can't beat them, join them. Let's see here. Baby shower. Do you fellas go to baby showers?
Trying to avoid that. Yeah.
So
I
I'm
went to
talking
one.
about-
I went to one.
Your own?
My boss's wife was pressuring me into eating baby food. And I was like, no, I don't want to play this game. I was like, crap, this is my boss's wife. I got to do what she says.
Yeah, we all get suckered into one or maybe two. Then we start realizing this is not for us. This is for the ladies.
Nope.
And close family, I will show up for that type of situation, or really close friends. But I will always send a gift with my old lady when it comes to the baby shower situation.
Absolutely, send the gift.
Yeah, I'll send a gift, and I'm not going to send my body.
I'll tell you what, I will look at the menu, what you're serving, though.
Oh, look at brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, if the food's good, I'm there.
You give me an idea what you're serving, I might show up, and I'll kind of hover around that area over there.
Oh, do you guys have the breast milk? I'll be there.
Oh, we're out of that. That in the fridge, though, you can make that mistake.
You're going to get uninvited.
You can't make that mistake.
Got any placenta?
All right, you guys got to relax. All right, let's see here. Here's a baby shower. Here's a baby shower. There's a baby shower. No gifts were brought to the people who's having a baby.
Okay.
So my old girl just started speaking about it during the baby shower.
Tia got a very special announcement for y'all right here, right now. I'm gonna give the mic to them. Let's go. All right. So first and foremost, thank y'all all for coming. Appreciate y'all. Definitely got to give a shout out to everybody that played a role in this.
Not everybody, because some people came and didn't even bring a gift. Say something, because this kind of gives me wedding vibes. At my wedding, a lot of people came, but they didn't bring a gift. So if you came to the baby shower and you didn't bring a gift, you can leave.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, man. These ladies, they ain't messing around anymore.
Nope.
I saw a deal this morning talking about, well, if you, because I want to be a stay-at-home mom. Well, how much does a guy have to make? $1.1 million. They're interviewing these gals, and they're like, I'm going to be a stay-at-home, and they're talking how much money they have to have in order to be a stay-at-home mom.
It takes a special set of skills to earn that, too.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Start fake cleaning up the house. So you know I'm coming home from work. Let me start acting like it's cleaning up now.
You better be better than something else.
It's a game. Wow. I seen my mom. I hear you brought us.
Yeah.
Brought us over there preaching, really.
No, seriously. You want me to bring money to the game? You better bring something else
Let's
to the
go.
game, too.
Let's go. Don't stop.
I don't mind paying
Talk that talk. You talk that talk, big
I don't mind paying for dinner. I really don't.
That's what I'm talking about.
I really don't.
When Bretta's in the club, I'll drop it like it's hard. Let's see. How about Broader? Okay, let's speak with Broader's. Flage Johnson. That's her name. Flage Johnson. LSU guard. What's the coach over there at LSU? The girls.
Oh, it's
Mulkey?
Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, there we go. Flage dropped a freestyle about Mulkey.
Uh-huh.
And here's Mulkey's reaction to it. It was a post-game question.
No cap. Okay. Y'all know what no cap means?
No cap.
Do y'all know what no cap means? I didn't.
The young people know what's going on.
She had to teach me. Do y'all know what freestyle is? You do?
Yes.
Jim? See? I love honesty.
Calling out the reporters.
Freestyle is when she just right now starts. And I'm like, what are you doing? Are you making up a song? It's not called that, coach. It's freestyle. And she has one now with my name in it, so she's going to get more minutes. Okay? You really don't know how much effort and time this kid puts into basketball on top of what she goes back. If you ever go to her room, it's like a studio. And it's like, when does she sleep? That's when I will have a problem, is when her lack of sleep affects her basketball play. And it hasn't thus far.
She wake up at 5 a.m., so I don't know what she doing.
Guys, you got to see a good game today. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I love Coach Johnson.
Kim Mulkey.
Y'all know what no cap mean?
Yeah.
When cultures collide. When cultures collide right there. Hey, she was freestyle. That's when you go. And she mentioned my name, so she's going to get more minutes.
More minutes.
On that court.
Quite a character, that Kim.
Yeah, it's hilarious to me. I like it. And today is a church day. I usually play this after a church day, but I have a whole lot in the bag, so I'm going to go ahead and let this one off. Amazing Grace in church. Amazing Grace. How sweet thou sound.
Sing amazing grace. Oh, Lord have mercy. Wow, sweet. How sweet the sound.
Oh, here's my organ. I knew it was coming.
She had to get warmed up.
I once was lost.
I once was lost, but now I see.
It's very similar to when you're in a sporting event.
Oh, no.
This is a sporting event, and all of a sudden, like, they're singing the national anthem, and somebody carries it a little further than it needs to go.
Yeah,
and you're you're trying to sit down, and you're just.
Don't you dare.
You can't sit
not
down.
over.
It's not
It's
over.
not over.
It's not over.
We needed Megan for background vocals.
Somebody need some goodies? Somebody call Megan?
Is it the champ Megan? Is it the baby shower disappointment? What those ladies think the shower was all about? The champagne? We're having a champagne shower?
Yes, baby.
Fly J. Johnson and Kim
Girl, you
Mulkey.
ain't got enough mimosas for us. You're running out of orange juice.
Or is it Amazing Grace? I think I'm going to go with that baby shower disappointment. How about you, Lucian?
The LSU guard.
Flage and Mulkey. She's a big guard.
Yeah.
Wow. What are you trying to
They're
say?
a good team. They're a really
yeah, she's
good
thinking
team.
you're 7 foot.
Yeah,
she's
they're,
tall.
They're a really good team.
She's like the gal KD. Okay.
I hope not.
Wait a minute. What?
Hope you got a brush. Stay away from that. Yeah.
Wolchuk, who you going with?
Keep you guys employed. Stay away from that conversation.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going with Coach Mulkey.
Coach Mulkey and Brian.
Yeah, go Tigers.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is Kim Mulkey with Flage Johnson. All right, when we come back, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Guys, I went to the Gang of 7 for a trade possibility. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, the playmaker Michael Irvin.
Delicious Revolver together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Righty on. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, king of the Krusties. Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Did you guys see that Josh Allen, the reason why he's not playing in the Pro Bowl this year?
No, enlighten me, please.
You didn't? You really didn't see this one?
I really didn't. This is news to me.
Okay,
elbow surgery.
They were talking about him being injured and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He said that was his reason. He got hurt in week 9, and they're kind of like saying, hey, we're okay here. You can sit this one out. No, he's going to miss this one because he's playing in the AT&T golf tournament this weekend, Pebble Beach.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man. What happened to the Pro Bowl?
See, that's what I'm
lost
saying.
Its prestige.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wonder. Does this look bad for the league? I mean, does this?
Yes.
I mean, does this?
Yeah, the players look at it the way that the fans do now. Like, whatever, Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And if the players are out like that, then you really got to worry about the future of the event and further deteriorating. So I don't know how you get the players back. To me, it's the difference in the money compared to what the salaries used to be and what they are now. Then it was like, cool, I made the Pro Bowl, I get an extra $12,000. Now it's like, man, that's nothing. It's nothing to get excited about.
Hey, when was the Pro Bowl last good to you? When was something that you paid attention to was the Pro Bowl?
95 maybe?
Yeah, me too. The 90s. Like Darryl Green and all those situations. They're running a 40-yard dash, and it's like guys going head-to-head, skills challenge.
I mean,
that was the last time.
What was it when Sean Taylor
lit up the punter. right? The Bills punter.
That was the last time. Was it Mormon, the punter? I think it was.
Yeah.
That he was running, and all of a sudden Sean Taylor just, that 230-pound body came flying in there and just blasted that guy.
Early 2000s. And that was the last time they had Larry Allen doing his thing, lifting 225, the strongest man competitions.
Yeah,
But
Lucius
that's
is right about that. Yeah.
That was it, man. That was the last time I remember being kind of plugged into what was going on with the Pro Bowl.
Are we to the point now where they just name the guys and don't play? Is that what we should do? Just name the guys, don't play.
Like the All-Pro team.
Are we that desperate for inventory to have the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're desperate. I think they just know that it's still a big moneymaker. Like, the TV ratings will be pretty impressive. It kind of turns into like a 3 or 4 hour NFL talk show, and that's still pretty cool.
Yeah, I kind of
what we do.
I kind of feel like that we're beyond that myself, though. I really do. I kind of feel like that. We don't need to have the Pro Bowl. Just name the guys and let's go.
I'm with it. I don't watch.
Yeah. All right. One year I did at the Cowboys, I broke down for DallasCowboys.com. Like, J.J. Watt and Tyron Smith went at it in the Pro Bowl. Like, they were both trying really hard in the game. And it was one of those things, like, because I watched a little bit of the game, I'm like, man, Tyron's really kind of getting after J.J. Watt. I wonder if he hates him, that kind of thing. And it was like they were going at it. So I said, okay, I got the film like the next day and just broke it down and wrote a story about it. And it was like, everybody's like, why are you breaking down the Pro Bowl? I'm like, man, these two guys were going at it. Yeah. Like, there was some real, like, I'm not going to let you get the best. I don't care if I'm just going to stand up out of my stance and let you rush.
I love that.
They were drafted right next to each other, right?
Yeah.
Was there a friendly comp going on?
It did. It was funny because everybody in the comments, and usually I don't read the comments, but I did on this one.
Lies.
Yeah, you're right. I read every one of them. Matter of fact, Sean Sharif's taken a lot of unnecessary heat for his situation.
I remember the comments used to be where the goofies were at.
Yeah.
And we all knew this.
Everybody,
the whole world knew it. We never even checked the comments on YouTube. Now all of a sudden we go straight there sometimes.
You do. You just read all those comments.
Good content.
It's crazy what people say about other people, but here we go. All right, hey, listen, I teased this about a trade possibility. And I reached out to the gang of 7 because I'm interested now where Aaron Rodgers is going to go. Because I'm starting to see some stories that there appears to be 2 dark horse teams that have that could be Aaron Rodgers trade destinations. And I wanted to see if my gang of 7 was on this. The 2 teams, one of them is the Seattle Seahawks, is one of the teams that could trade for Aaron Rodgers, is what they're talking about. And, everybody's saying it, in this story, they're saying it's likely Rodgers would enjoy a trade to the Seahawks. He'd be given elite targets with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and a growing start running back with Kenneth Walker. What it would take to acquire Rodgers, the reporting asking price is at least the 2 first rounds. Seattle has plenty of draft capital to make the deal work. Now, Seattle might not be into this because they're an NFC team, and they wouldn't, maybe that John Snyder couldn't pull it off. But he does have a relationship with Brian Gutekunst and those guys over there, and so if he's looking for I'm going to move on from Russell Wilson and go get Aaron Rodgers, keep an eye on Seattle. The second dark horse team is the Tennessee Titans. And they're saying that Ryan Tannehill is set to hit free agency. Malik Willis has done nothing to prove. I think they need to give Malik Willis more of a chance. Man, he looks so much better at Liberty than he did playing last year. But another year or 2 of development on the sidelines would be best for him. If the Titans want to get aggressive to keep their contention window open, Rodgers could be that guy. They still have Derrick Henry. They have an up-and-coming wide receiver in Traylon Burks. Tennessee's a team that seriously could compete in the AFC with a quarterback like Rodgers leading the way. All right, so then I asked my gang of 7 guys. And it's surprising offseason everybody got back to me. How about that?
Yeah, it'd be awesome if he does go to the AFC.
Yeah, well, okay. My first 2 guys that got back to me said the New York Jets were the team to think about.
Sure.
My third guy said the Jets, and he said the owner seems like he will force this trade to happen. So it might not be what the general manager wants to do here or what the coach, Robert Saleh, wants to do, but more about that Woody Johnson, the owner, is like, listen, I'm not going to go through this being 7-3 at one point in the season and then losing like 7 straight games.
Yeah.
I don't want to go through that anymore. I need to get this organization back in the playoffs and make this all happen. Any thoughts about the Jets and what my gang of 7 guys said on that one?
I think if you're the Jets, you have to be the most motivated. You can't get out of your own way when it comes to quarterback. This is a gift, just like Brett Favre was. Just like that Packers quarterback was 15 years ago, 12 years ago. You have a chance to get somebody here, and you can't trust your own team's ability to find one. So, you do whatever it takes to get Rodgers, and you try to win the Super Bowl and make the entire last 40 years of being a Jets fan and the stench of that go away.
Woody Johnson, he's been super outspoken about this. I think that might also have to do with why they went ahead and made the Nathaniel Hackett move to bring him in. I don't think that his track record as an OC is awesome, but you have the relationship with Aaron Rodgers, and that probably helps in that area. And I do think they're a team that literally is kind of a quarterback away from being a playoff team. I don't know that you're going to put them in the Super Bowl contender mode because the AFC is so stacked when you look at Kansas City and Cincinnati and Buffalo. I don't know that a Rodgers going there, you're going to necessarily leapfrog those teams, but you're definitely going to be in the conversation because they have a really good defense. They've drafted along the offensive line, and I think if you add another receiver and Breece Hall's able to come back healthy, that's a good roster. And then rules are rules. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Thank you, my bad.
I appreciate you doing that. My next gang of 7 gentlemen said the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders
reunited with Adams there. Any thoughts about the Raiders getting involved with this? Because considering now that the door closed for them on the Tom Brady situation, right?
Man, I got to tell you, I wouldn't want anything to do with the Raiders for whatever reason. This morning, my fiance wife, who is an absolute gem, was wearing a pair of Raider socks. And I found these Raider socks a couple of months ago somewhere in the house, and I thought I had thrown them away, but I probably threw them away in her little bathroom wastebasket, and
Sure.
she found them and pulled them out. And I said, honey, you're a 10, but you're wearing Raider socks, so you're a 4.5.
Ooh.
I just
couldn't go there, huh?
Love the bid.
No, and you don't want anything to do with the Raiders. Beyond my own personal objections to the Raiders brand and what I believe it represents about your character, it's a loser organization, and it's been that way for a number of years now. So I wouldn't want to go play with them if I'm Aaron Rodgers and try to, drag a pretty bad franchise to the top.
Okay, here's my last one for you, and I found this one really, really interesting. Tampa. They're going to reload with the next vet quarterback. That seemed to be something that worked pretty well for them when they went out and got Tom Brady when he became available. Do you think that my guys down there say, you know what? Let's go get Aaron Rodgers. We got all these wide receivers. We'll try to get them a running game together. Maybe that's is that something that would interest you guys? Because this guy was pretty adamant, like, watch Tampa in this thing.
If I'm Rodgers, I'm intrigued by that because they've shown an ability to take that veteran quarterback and surround him with lots of talent. I need to know how much they got their cap in order this year or if they just messed it up more. So I'd have to look into that and see if they still have some credit card they can use.
Yeah, certainly you'd like the weather much more. I don't know if he'd rather go to Vegas just to get back with Davante Adams. I'm not sure how much he misses Davante Adams, but they have great receiver weapons there in Tampa Bay still with Godwin and, of course, with Mike Evans. So I'd definitely be interested in Tampa Bay if I were Aaron Rodgers.
But it sounds like the Jets are the ones that everybody's kind of thinking about. But you got to also, like I say, those dark horse ones, Seattle, Tennessee, and then maybe Tampa would be a dark horse one as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much for playing along with me on this one.
Thank you, sir. It's been a huge day of Cowboys news. Todd Archer reporting Mike Solari is going to become the Cowboys offensive line coach, replacing Joe Philbin. He spent 2018 to 21 with the Seahawks. He was an assistant under Mike McCarthy in Green Bay and had a 2-year run with the Cowboys under Tom Landry in 1987-88.
Yep.
So I think that's pretty cool. A tie to Landry is back in the building.
Yep.
Love that.
NFL True or False is coming up next with Zach Wolchuk here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day, staying safe and staying warm out there. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to give us some NFL true or false. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, Adam Shine of the NFL Network, the man who hogs all the hair gel in America. He slicks that sucker back, doesn't he? And he's put together a Shine 9. And I want to know, do we think that some of these statements are accurate, true, or if they are false? And we begin with Kellen Moore, our former offensive coordinator here with the Dallas Cowboys, and Shine believing that Kellen and Justin Herbert happen to be a perfect match. Do we see this as a successful union between Moore and Herbert, true or false? General?
You know, I was thinking about it too.
Yeah, it's tough. I appreciate you saying my name and pushing me out here. I'm not a huge believer in Herbert. I just don't know if he's got that jock trait. He's kind of a nerd like Daniel Jones, and I think that matters at quarterback. You got to have some gunslinger swagger about you. I guess you can do it if you're like this totally poised robot, but I just don't think that's what Herbert is. I think he's a bookworm. He stayed at college when he could have been a top 5 pick. He was like, no, I think I want to, study statistics or something like that, or Shakespeare.
He won the version of the collegiate, the Heisman for education. For athletes.
And I want a smart quarterback, just not smart like that. So there's something about Herbert I don't like, but his accuracy, his athleticism, his profile is of a player that Kellen Moore is going to do great things with. So I imagine, they're going to have a good amount of success, but it's mostly because that organization is fed up and they have a lot of talent, and I think they're going to throw more money at the roster this year. So they're going to have a bunch of team success either way.
I feel like they are going to have success, and I feel like this for a couple of different reasons. If you look at the Chargers, the wide receivers they have, the big bodies they have, the way they go and get the football, contested catches, guys that they make. They give an accurate quarterback. They've got a running back that can catch the ball. I think what Kellen Moore learned about being with Tony Pollard this year, I think will help him be a better play caller when you start to talk about how to incorporate running backs into the game. And so you will see a team that will continue to be good in screen packages and stuff. Even though the Cowboys never had a great screen package, it's a lot of it because of timing and things like that. And I kind of feel like that he's got a lot of weapons there, and he's got a quarterback that's really accurate throwing the ball. I mean, putting it on the spot and having those guys run the way it is. And we'll see. There were some creative things that Kellen Moore did. Maybe not enough for every fan out there, but I think that's a really, really good fit. I could see why he immediately jumped on this opportunity.
Yeah, I can too. I mean, look, we saw Kellen Moore do a lot of good things. I mean, my biggest complaint with him was the consistency. He's got a lot of good pieces to succeed there with the Chargers. I can see this working. One thing that's interesting, though, that Shine notes is the deep ball accuracy the last 2 years has declined for Herbert. We haven't seen a lot at least in the playoff game against the Niners. They were kind of daring the Cowboys to test them vertically. And Kellen Moore was just unwilling to do that. Will he do that more with the Chargers, with a guy in Justin Herbert? Is he able to improve that aspect of Herbert's game? I don't know. But I think overall I'd lean true as well with you guys. So this could be a marriage that ends up fitting. All right, how about this one? We'll go with Dak Prescott. And we heard today, we'll talk with Clarence Hill coming up at 4 o'clock at the top of the hour. But Mike McCarthy is going to call plays. And it'll be similar to what he did in Green Bay, a little bit of a version of that West Coast offense. But Shine saying, true or false here, Brian, that Dak needed Mike McCarthy to take over as the play caller. And you saw the success that he had as a play caller in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers at one point did speak very highly of him and his quarterback school and his development and how it aided him. Now, certainly the last 2 years of the tenure there, maybe things kind of wore out and Mike got bored. Whatever it was, it didn't end well. But there was a long period of time there where stuff clicked. True or false? This needed to happen, and this is going to benefit Dak.
Yeah, I think it will benefit Dak. I'm now fascinated by the Mike Solari hire as far as the offensive line, and it was Mike Solari with Brian Schottenheimer. You know, I need to kind of now tie things.
So he was. I've got some stuff I can add in
okay,
on that.
well, here we go now. This is what's going to happen. So now you're going to have Mike McCarthy is going to call the plays. Brian Schottenheimer is going to have some kind of title here. It might not be the OC. He might become the quarterback coach. They might go out and get, Nixon from the Carolina Panthers to be the running back coach, but give him the title of OC, and with Mike calling the plays. And now you're going to have all these guys being able to kind of put things together as far as the game plan. But they needed, if there was friction between Mike and Kellen, obviously Dak felt it, saw it, knew it. So I think having Kellen out of the building and just kind of working one-on-one with Mike on a lot of these things, I think it will probably be very beneficial to Dak.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the biggest thing, and a number of people said it throughout the year. The most memorable to me, I think, was Barry Church. You need to be a good running team that depends on play action to get the most out of Dak. And I just don't think Kellen Moore is that committed to doing whatever it takes to establish the run. I think running to him was just something you do to keep the defense honest. It's not something that he could really specialize in and help the team figure out ways to excel in. So as defenses got answers for their running games throughout the course of the season, he didn't have a way to adjust. And I think Mike McCarthy is going to be a lot more serious about emphasizing and prioritizing. We're not going to get stopped running the ball. We're going to execute and practice this so many times that we're really going to thrive. And now we put our quarterback in a situation where he's going to get man looks and we'll be able to put up MVP type of efficiencies. I definitely believe that. So yes, I think it's big that the Cowboys are moving on from Kellen Moore, and yes, I do agree that Mike McCarthy needed to do that for the future of the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm going to go true there as well. And to add to your point there, Brian, about Mike Solari, some of the stuff, and that's the new Cowboys offensive line coach if you're just hearing that. But so he was with Seattle. He's had two different stints with Seattle.
Yes.
08 and 09, he had crossover with Dan Quinn when he was there. So his offensive lines would go against Dan Quinn's defenses, and then he came back to Seattle in 2018, and he had crossover with Brian Schottenheimer when he was the offensive line coach there. They exclusively ran more of a zone blocking scheme, but you have seen Solari show the ability to kind of use multiple blocking schemes where he's run zone. He's also done more power. So he's got a lot of flexibility here. And Dwayne Brown, who the Seahawks ended up trading for from Houston, was very outspoken about even later on in the career. He's a technique-oriented guy. He's got a very good work ethic, high attitude. He had a bunch of strong praise for Mike Solari, and he also was the architect of that 49ers offensive line in the early 2010s under Harbaugh when they made their runs, the NFC championships, and then that one Super Bowl, coached up Mike Iupati, Joe Staley, some of those guys as well. So he's got a successful track record. This sounds like an intriguing hire here for the Cowboys. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out. All right, next up here, NFL true or false. DeMeco Ryans, Gavin.
Yeah.
Exactly what the Houston Texans needed. He's going to help turn around this organization. True or false?
I think so. A former player that the fan base can get excited about. Like, he's the right guy for a lot of reasons. Very good at his job. Former Houston Texans player, wife from there. And then I do think young struggling teams can benefit from a number of different types, but one of them is an energetic, enthusiastic guy who's going to celebrate your accomplishments on the field. And watching D'Amico Ryans from afar working with the 49ers, that's something that really jumped off the screen, and how much fun it must be. So that's a team that's been struggling. All their great players fleed. They were going through some tremendous crises, and now they're trying to emerge from that rubble as a franchise that actually knows how to build a football team, and maybe this coaching hire will be a step in the right direction.
Every year, this team is looking for a head coach, it appears.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't had a head coach there. You could talk about Gary Kubiak was probably the most successful one they had, and then he had to leave for medical reasons. Bill O'Brien coming from Penn State. Romeo Cornell was an interim coach there for a bit. David Culley, a one-year guy. Lovie Smith, a one-year guy. Man, they haven't. They've struggled to hire a head coach. And, if you're a Houston Texan fan, yeah, you have to appreciate the fact that one of your own is coming back and he's highly respected. I do believe that the Denver Broncos, that was their number one choice. I don't think it was Sean Payton. I really, really don't. I think that it was D'Amico Ryans, and they were willing to move forward with that. They just couldn't get it done. And because of all the things Gavin talked about, the fact he's a former player, the wife's from there, a lot of reasons for him to come back to Houston. I'm gonna take a wait and see on this one. I'm going to take a wait and see, because this team has proven over the years that every time they feel like they might have the right guy, they really, really don't.
Man,
the fact that two teams wanted him, though, that's got to increase his chances of being successful.
Well, I mean, I do. I'm going to say false, and this is why, because I kind of agree with what Brian's saying. I don't think it's going to be the fault of D'Amico Ryans. I think he could be an excellent coach.
Yeah.
I just think that's a failure of an organization.
I agree.
And that's ultimately what's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. You have dysfunctional owners and stuff. I'm sorry if Jerry and Steven are driving around. I don't mean to call your ownership guys dysfunctional, but that's an organization that's got a lot of issues, a lot of deep issues there.
Be great if the family sells. It's always tough when the guy who really owned it moves on and the family tries to take over. They just don't know everything that goes into it and the years of experience that helped you be a steady hand.
Bob McNair wouldn't allow it to get to where it is today.
No.
But you get kids involved, and sometimes it's not necessarily the best thing for the organization.
All right, Brian, I'll go back to you. True or false, best Super Bowl storyline? We got a lot of them. We got the Kelsey Bowl with Travis and Jason Kelsey. Of course, the Jalen Hurts storyline. You got Patrick Mahomes going for his second Super Bowl, Baby Goat going for his stuff. But best Super Bowl storyline, it is the Andy Reid Bowl. It's Andy Reid back in it against the team that he coached for so long in Philadelphia. This one's about Andy Reid.
No, this is really about Andy Reid, because it didn't end very well for Andy Reid. Andy Reid had given Philadelphia everything he had, and I just remember all the way back in 1998 when we first brought up, myself, Mike Lombardi, brought up Andy Reid to Jeff Lurie and to Joe Banner, and they had no idea who Andy Reid was. And Andy Reid, Ray Rhodes gets fired, Andy gets the job. The Luries remember the interview and all that, how well all that went. And now, he had a great run in Philadelphia. It didn't end great for him there. There were a lot of people that were very, very critical of him and how the team was going, the direction the team was going. And it was time for Andy probably to move on. And for the Hunt family to immediately grab him, he wasn't out for a minute. It was very much like Kellen Moore being out. But he wasn't out for very long. And then for him to have the success that he's had at Kansas City, John Dorsey, another guy we all worked with in Green Bay, helped him with the trade to get Mahomes. They built a really, really good team. Andy's always about the young coach, getting young coaches in, kind of elevating the team that way. Yeah, this is about him. This is personal now to Andy. This is very, very personal to him to find a way. He's got a lot of great memories in Philadelphia, but I don't think it ended the way he wanted it to end there.
I do like that storyline a lot. It's so cool, the success that he's had and how close Brian is with him and the stories that he can tell, I think brings it home even a little bit more for us. But I do like the Eagles getting there for the second time in like 5 years and just rubbing the Cowboys' nose in it with different quarterbacks. Howie Roseman just putting on an absolute clinic inside the division and hopefully showing the boys up there at the Star how it's done. You know, how you go about building Super Bowl contenders when you don't have a Hall of Fame quarterback. And it's tough to watch indeed, but hopefully it hurts just enough that it will prompt the Cowboys into a little bit of action here. It is still a copycat league, and you can't rule it out that they'll see something the Eagles are doing and want to employ it themselves.
Well, you can go bleep yourself for that take, but a part of me understands it, and I'm kind of with you. I hope it does.
I hear you. I hated myself for it.
But ultimately, go bleep yourself, filthy.
You got
I
it.
hate you.
Yeah.
And that's this edition of True or False in the books. I love you all, and hugs and hand pounds.
Thank you, sir. Zach Wolchuk there handling some NFL business for you. Micah Parsons all friendly with the Eagles and has a message if you have a problem with it. We'll discuss what we think of the Cowboys' best player being friendly with their biggest rival next in the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation, though. Window, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. I love them. And if you have any window needs right now, just go to windownation.com. They have the coolest deal ever for keeping you warm. Very cold out there. How about this, though? Pay zero down, make zero payments, get 0% financing for 24 months. Nation. Hope you're having a terrific day. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Micah Parsons, all friendly with it's mostly Lane Johnson. My understanding, he's a super cool dude, and a lot of people like him. But what do you think about Micah Parsons being all friendly with the member of the Bird Turds and probably being a supporter of that organization throughout his life? It's what it looks like. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. We talked about this story a couple of months back that it appeared from context clues. It was highly likely that, Parsons had grown up as an Eagles fan. And he told Lane Johnson to go win a Super Bowl for the division, which is an interesting concept as well. But go ahead, leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. He has been facing criticism and posted on Twitter about it earlier today, saying you people are sick. You will sit in your own misery because of lack of accomplishments, then root for others. I have no shame. The league is a brotherhood. I'll never prey down on another man's success, nor be ashamed to say I'm happy for my brother's success. So he is standing on it. I don't really have a problem with what he is doing, but I would not advise him to. I guess, it comes down to, do you want to placate to your customers? That's kind of what it comes down to. And for him, being genuine, I guess the great thing for him is, he's got the freedom to just be himself and not worry about where those chips fall. From another thing I gather about him, he's not infected with consumerism like so many people are, where he's got money and he's just got to buy everything. Because I think a lot of people would look at it like, well, I'm invested with the Cowboys fan base. I want to play into that. I want to, open up possibilities to advertise. That is kind of what's on the line here, but that doesn't seem to bother him, which is cool. But at the same time, pretty dang offensive, I think, for a lot of Cowboys fans. And right now, you're the best Cowboy. Maybe you're the most popular Cowboy. But I think this does put that at risk a little bit. And that's why I would not have advised doing that if I was like an agent or a friend or something. I'd be like, man, you know how the Cowboys feel about the Eagles, right? You can feel that way. I just wouldn't be sharing it on social media would be my thought on that. Where are you guys at with it?
I don't want Micah Parsons to change. I love how he is, and I don't want, we saw this with the Jalen Hurts thing. He's honest. He speaks his mind. He says what he feels and how he feels, and I love that. He has ultimate battles every time him and Lane Johnson compete against each other. Yeah. And we saw this year in the game in Philadelphia the immediate impact it made. First half, Micah Parsons is not a factor. Lane Johnson is just handling him. He gets hurt. All of a sudden, insert Neil Driscoll, it's a new ball game. Micah Parsons is wreaking havoc. Cowboys have a chance all of a sudden. So he's got a lot of respect and love, I'm sure, for Lane Johnson. Those two are competitors. I don't really have an issue with it. I do think why some Cowboy fans are also concerned, and another layer of this is he's from Hershey, Pennsylvania. So I think that, the other topic tree is the fear of, would Micah ever go back to Pennsylvania? If he's a free agent, would he ever go and sign with the Eagles, for instance? And how just heartbreaking that would be for Cowboy fans. I think Micah Parsons is a guy that's going to be a Cowboy for life. I don't think the Jones family ever lets that dude out of the building. But this instance, while most of the time I don't want my guys giving any type of praise to Filthy, I don't mind this whatsoever. I love who
he's
Micah
so awesome.
is,
yeah.
and I stand for it.
He's just being real, and you can't have that big of an issue with it. And he plays at 110% against them. It'd be different if he hadn't played well against them. Brian, where are you at with this?
Yeah, I agree with Zach. I absolutely have no problem with this. I myself worked in that league for 13 years. I have friends this day. We just did a segment at 240 of friends helping me out and stuff like that. These are guys and gals you compete against. But when you see them, you respect them, you appreciate them. There's some guys and gals in this league that aren't any good. But the ones that the ones you kind of gravitate towards, and you're like, man, they're doing it the right way. He's recognized. Lane Johnson's a damn good tackle. He really, really is. And if he wants to have a friendship with him and other players around the league, who am I to say who he could be friends with? I get it. Cowboy fan, you're upset about it and it's the Eagles and that and the other. But I'm just going to be real honest here. There's a lot of players that aren't as outspoken as Micah Parsons that are friends with the Eagles guys and the Giants guys and the Commanders guys and everybody in this league. They just don't choose. Micah is one of these guys that is out there on social media because he's saying what he wants to say, and if I appreciate that about him, but like I said, there's a lot of guys that are friends with guys over on that Eagles team. And I guarantee there's guys in the Eagles teams that are friends with your guys here at the Cowboys.
I mean, okay, so there's a couple of different angles on it, and the one Zach mentioned is really interesting, that could he leave? Because you can be friends with the guys that you're competing with. Maybe you know them from a different part of your life, or maybe you've just banged your head up against them so many times that you gain a respect and start talking during the game. Next thing you know, you're mixing it up on social media. But then, there is being a fan of the other team. And we love it when we find out, like Earl Thomas, Seahawk, is leaving the locker room early to run home and watch Cowboys games. It's like, shoot, there's a Texan, and there's just
run
a part
down Jason Garrett in the locker room.
Yeah. But when it's on the other foot, it's like, oh, wait, could this cost us one of our best players? And I don't think the Cowboys have anything to worry about it as long as they bring a market value contract to him. But, that is one of those things that, in the NFL, players are rarely honest about who their favorite team as a kid was. They'll go out of their way. And you did the same thing, Brian, right? When you were in Philadelphia, you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not from Dallas.
No.
Do you wish you had stood on that a little bit more and been like, no?
No, because like I'm saying, that fans generally aren't realistic about, listen, you got your friends, I've got my friends. I'm not going to tell you who your friends are. I'm really not. And it just so happens that you're in a professional, you compete against each other, but you're still friends. You don't want to always put it out there, but no, there's no way in hell I was going to tell anybody I was from Dallas. It just wasn't going to end good for me because, again, fans do crazy things.
So the other thing is he's coming after the fans for being fans. We just hate the Eagles.
Yeah.
Your reality is you're a player, you have mutual respect for these guys, and you're in a player's brotherhood, and that's fine. But I think you're maybe crossing a line over into telling fans how to fan, right?
Sure.
I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not insulting anybody. I just ask that my favorite players on my team, don't openly make it clear they're rooting for such a bitter rival. And I don't think there's anything wrong with, expressing your disappointment with that either. You're calling your fans sick, and saying the only reason I'm against you rooting for the Eagles is because I'm sitting in my own misery. And I'm like, no, I'm disappointed we're not in the playoffs, but I'm not sitting here in my own misery. It's because you're rooting for the Eagles, bro. Trust me, that's pretty much it. We're not a miserable, nasty, bitter fan base down here. We just prefer people don't root for the Eagles.
Mike and I have the same problem. We don't phrase things very well. And I think that Micah, what he said about the fan base and, you're in misery and all that, that's not the way to go. But, he could say, hey, listen, I understand. You say, hey, I understand.
Shut up!
I understand.
Get rid of
the guy! I'm a Dallas Cowboy. I just have a friendship with a guy that plays at the Philadelphia Eagles, and I wish him the best. That's all you have to say. But don't call them miserable.
Are we not supposed to have any friends that are fans of other teams? To an extent?
No, that's
right.
Yeah, you should absolutely have as
many. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I've got a buddy who is an Eagles fan. I hate the Eagles.
He's from Pennsylvania, right?
I'll talk a bunch of bleep to him. I got another friend, his whole family's from Pittsburgh.
Okay. They're from there. That's different. Yeah.
Yeah, they're from there.
Okay.
I mean, his parents went to Penn State.
Okay.
They're diehard Steeler fans, so he grew up being a Steeler fan.
Now, if they worked for the Cowboys organization and started saying they were Philly fans all the time, ugh.
Yeah, I hear you.
Ugh.
But I'm not just not going to be friends with somebody because they're a Steelers fan. We have realized we just can't talk football.
Yeah.
Or else it's going to come to blows, or we might not speak for weeks, which has happened before. So we just leave the football talk out of it.
I think this is one you can relate to pretty good because we love you, just like everybody loves Micah. sometimes you fart in the room, you know, and we're like, dang it, why'd you fart in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you don't got to do that. And, you know, you don't, maybe just not talk about it as much or, hey, do what you want again. But I do think there is a price to pay. And Cowboys fans will probably be hurt on this. You know, is it less Parsons jerseys? I don't know. There's a lot of Cowboys fans that are just going to love him no matter what. And because of the way that he plays. And I don't think that's doing it wrong either. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So much NFL news today. I love this. This NFL is rigged inside joke that they got going on. Did you see this? Like Arian Foster started it, and then Kamara extended it today, talking about the script.
Yeah,
The quote tweets are so good on this.
Yeah, this is prime. This might be the best troll that you've seen. But Arian Foster was on the Macrodose podcast, which I highly recommend. Might make you feel a little queasy at first, but then you'll get absolute clarity during that podcast. But he was asked about leaving the Houston Texans in 2015 and said, that was 2015. Actually, the scriptwriters had nothing to do with my religious choices. It was more so that they needed a change of scenery in Houston. They wanted to get everybody out. That was the ultimate goal. And people started running with it, like maybe didn't know how Arian Foster has had a dry, like clever sense of humor over the years, and considered like outside the box type of stuff. He's out there. He's a guy you could sit on a couch and contemplate the world with or whatever. But yeah, then Kamara came in and said, yeah, bro, when I saw the script for this year, I nearly walked out of the building. With the Saints, coach is gone, quarterback's gone. They got 3 different quarterbacks, none of which can play.
So good.
Yes, sir. Okay. A legend has shut it down. Zach Wolchuk is going to lead you in some NFL news of the day coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about D&M Leasing, though, guys. Before we do anything else, D&M is the best way to get new vehicles here in North Texas. Any area code 35 lease, dmautololeasing.com.
Brian Broaddus Marathon Bet Payoff. As he hops on the air with Sean and RJ at 5:30 until the end of the Get Right at Night. 16 hours straight of Brian Broaddus this Friday on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Yeah, legendary move by Broaddus.
Is it too late to just talk to Wolchuk's mom for 10 minutes?
You want me to go grab her?
Well, you do have 2 bet payoffs.
I do. I do.
So, I suppose you could do that one as well.
Yeah.
But we got promos running, so I'd say it is too late
It's
now.
too late now? Okay, well, I guess
we're committed to the bid.
I guess I'll show up at 5:30 then on Friday.
We really want to see you Saturday as well. It's gonna warm up and Fan Bowl 2023 at Revolver Brewing inside Texas Live. Even if you're not participating, it is the greatest fan hang that you can get. We'll all be there Saturday starting at 3 o'clock. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to take us through a huge day of NFL news. Now, real quick, coming up at 4 o'clock, it's been one of the biggest days of Cowboys news you'll ever see, just volume of headlines. We're going to go through everything coming up at 4. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, it's been a big day for Cowboys news, new offensive line coach, and you've got both Joneses speaking there at the Senior Bowl. So excited to talk with Clarence Hill and get some more information there. But a big day with Tom Brady announcing his retirement. If you missed his video, Tommy Brady put this out to social media, and this is how it sounded.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
Love him or hate him.
I wish he had thanked Lane Johnson. That would have been cool.
He should have given Lane Johnson.
I'm rooting for you, Lane.
Lane, I'm rooting for you. A lot of players. Lane, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, I think perfect. You don't want to drag everybody back up there to the podium and do that whole thing. I know some of the Tampa media was offended that they didn't get more of an opportunity for a Q&A or something like that. But no, I think that's a pretty good way to do it in light of how everything went last year with your non-retirement.
Well,
struck
Bob
a
Kraft,
good tone as well, with almost crying but not totally crying.
Right. You could see
he stopped before he cried.
He was
That's what he
welling up.
did. Yeah,
he was. He was thinking about Giselle, and he started to well up just a little bit there. Thank you to everybody. Bob Kraft from a massage parlor near you said there won't be another like Tom, which is very true. There won't ever be another like Tom. In fact, Tom retires as the leader in passing yards in NFL history. He 9,000. More than Drew Brees. He's got the most passing touchdowns in NFL history by a wide margin over Drew Brees as well. He's had the 5th most passing yards in NFL history prior to his tenure with New England. So he was able to break those records by moving to Tampa Bay. That's probably why they were upset. They're like, Tom, you broke these records here with the Bucs, right? And think about this, guys. 5 years from now, assuming Tom actually stays retired, you're going to get J.J. Watt and Tom Brady in the Hall of Fame together. It's a pretty good twosome there in that Hall of Fame class right there. The other 3 that get inducted with them, that's a pretty big honor to get to go in with those guys.
But think about this, though. If you're Aaron Rodgers, there's no way in hell you're retiring this year.
Oh, absolutely not.
Because you do not want to be in the same draft class or the same Hall of Fame class with Tom Brady.
No.
You do not want to be in that if you're a quarterback.
Most wins, most Super Bowl starts, most completions in a Super Bowl, most yards in a Super Bowl, passing touchdowns, Super Bowl wins. He's got them all. It's incredible.
Let me ask you guys a question. Mike Francesca said this earlier, and usually we're listening to Mike Francesca, and it's all about jokes and what's he doing, and he went on air today. He went on air, I believe, today with Stephen A. Smith and those guys, and said that Peyton Manning was the best game-to-game quarterback. in the league or in the history of the league, and that Joe Montana was the greatest Super Bowl quarterback ever. And he got Stephen A. Smith to almost like want to attack him, and Stephen A. Smith couldn't do it. He's like, that when you say it that way, when you say game to game, Peyton Manning was the best quarterback to ever play. But when you say Super Bowl quarterback, because Tom Brady's, yes, he's been to Super Bowls, but he's also lost Super Bowls. Is it? And he's basing it on because of the longevity of Brady's career. That's why you would say that Manning is the game to game and
what's the difference of a game to game quarterback compared to what Brady's like? Can you define that further for me?
I would believe what he was. I was trying to get it like when you're talking about Sunday to Sunday, your ability to win, your ability to go out there and win on a weekly basis. I believe is why he's trying to say, you go out there and on this Sunday we're going to win because of, and then he's talking about Peyton Manning being that guy better than Tom Brady. He says the only reason why we have all these thoughts about Brady is just because of his longevity.
Well, and winning 7 Super Bowls, he would have still packed in 3 or 4 in his best decade, right?
But to Francisco's point, he also lost Super Bowls.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a negative to get there and lose 2. He doubled.
We don't give Jim Kelly nearly enough credit for losing 4.
And you're right, and shame on us.
We always talk about Jim Kelly and not in a. The first thing we talk about him is not. We don't talk about him getting to 4. We talk about him losing 4.
Right.
Fran Tarkenton back in the 70s, Minnesota Vikings getting to the Super Bowl, losing the Super Bowl.
But Tom still won 7. That's the difference.
Longevity.
And you're right. I do think that we should give Kelly more love. But no, the fact that Joe Montana went to 4 and was 4-0, amazing. But just because Tom lost a couple, I'm not going to take that away from Tom and be like, oh, it was a bad thing you played so long and went to so many Super Bowls and lost 2, buddy. We've got
Joe Montana undefeated, never threw a pick in a Super Bowl.
Sure.
Pretty good record.
I thought it was
28-3, man. He came back and won.
I thought Stephen A. was going to go after him after Francisco said that, and he couldn't. He just stopped, and he goes, once you really kind of think about it, and to me personally, I think Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback ever to play, but he brings up the longevity question. He's put a lot of these records out of reach because of longevity.
Oh, he certainly has.
Now he's played well in Tampa. I kind of thought the Tampa experience was not going to be great.
Right. And we got a text that said Brady got carried. I think that Tom Brady has squashed any kind of hate that you want to give on him because he's had, CBS Sports put this out. He's had 3 different Hall of Fame careers, 01 to 07, 86 wins. That's more than Roger Staubach, 197 touchdowns, 26,364 yards, 3 Super Bowl titles, more than Elway. Then 08 to 14. He has another 74 wins, 195 touchdowns, more than Ken Stabler, 26,812 yards, another Super Bowl title. Then again from 2015 to 2012, gets 91 wins, over 250 touchdowns, over 35,000 yards, 3 more Super Bowls. The dude's done it over the course of 2 different generations with 2 different teams in a salary cap era, a bunch of change around him, different head coaches. You can push back because you just don't like Tom Brady. But the bottom line is, the guy's the greatest of all time. And if you want to doubt it, but you're wrong.
Well, I'm going to sit over here in Sunnyvale and be wrong then, Woolchuck.
You're wrong.
I guess I'm a Tom Brady
There's a difference between being talented and being the greatest. If you want to say somebody was more talented, fine. But that dude's the greatest quarterback to ever play the position.
I kind of see what Francesa was saying, and I think it's so tough to separate a quarterback from his surroundings when it comes to giving credit. And we fail in it all the time. You see plenty of examples of it happening all the time. I think Tom Brady's been in a great situation. The Tampa team was incredible. But, yeah, I think Peyton Manning probably won a higher percentage of regular season games with less. He rarely had a defense. Tom always had a top 5 defense. And, I think
The
there's something to be
coach
said
as
for the
well.
longevity.
Two Hall of Fame
Hall of Fame coach.
Payton. We see how much of an edge it
Tony
is
Dungy's Hall of Fame coach.
when you don't take market value money at quarterback. Like Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts are in the NFC title game, and Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl. Like the impact of that is huge, and he was constantly playing for 50%, And then you have the greatest coach of all time. Like, I think there's room for discussion in there. If you take Tom Brady as your GOAT, great. But I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at somebody else and saying, oh, yeah, that guy would have done the same thing, maybe more in a similar circumstance.
Possibly. I mean, look, Peyton Manning was also fantastic, but I don't know, man. I don't know how you can doubt the greatness that was Tom Brady.
Is it doubt, or is it just bringing up logic?
For what?
Other guys are great too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Other guys are great, no doubt. But I mean, that guy I think has just surpassed it to where it's I think people just kind of hate on Brady because they don't like Brady. They just refuse to want to look at and acknowledge the facts that are staring him right in the face with what the guy's accomplished and what he's done. And if you want to still go based on the cheating argument, like he didn't cheat on Tampa Bay. I get it. If you want to discredit him in New England, bleep them for cheating. But Tampa Bay wasn't cheating, and Tampa Bay wasn't a playoff team until he got there, no matter how good that roster was around him. They weren't doing anything, and they're not going to do anything since he's retired now. They're probably going to be last place in the NFC South.
Since you brought it up, Wolchuk, I moved on from my Tom Brady hate and resentment years ago. So maybe other people do, but I like Tom. I just think that it's clear quarterback evaluation is highly subjective.
100%.
And I just think absolute statements about football are impossible. So, I think there's been lots of great players who passed the eyeball test more than Tom Brady. He got a lot of wins, and he had some incredible seasons. I'm not trying to say he's not exceptional. Sure. I just think others are right up there with him, and there's no way of measuring quarterbacks that would give us a clear answer.
It would be fun to see Manning and Belichick together. It certainly would have been fun because those two are geniuses.
Yeah, with a good spine. Had that spinal thing came up, kind of threw him off as well. All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news of the day: a historic day of pro football with what happened with Tom Brady, and a huge day for the Cowboys. The idea of a Dak extension is back on the topic docket after Stephen Jones addressed it, said they're open to it. Clarence Hill, live from the Senior Bowl, where it's all been breaking. He joins us next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels, though, because if you find yourself in a wreck out here in this weather, you should call the Frankels immediately if it's not your fault. They'll make sure you do not settle.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On a day when Tom Brady finally called it a
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We have had so much Cowboys news coming out of the Senior Bowl today, and a man that's been there covering it all joins us now from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Clarence Hill. And a good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing great. How's mobile? Is it any warmer over there?
Oh, it's much warmer. It was 7 degrees yesterday. I think it's 64 today, and I've had my flight canceled for today to get back, and early in the morning to get back. So I'm on my 3rd flight sometime midday. Hopefully get back tomorrow to Dallas. But yeah, it's crazy. We got here on Monday. We just got out early Monday morning before they started shutting down flights, and I heard the Jones boys. I was talking to them, and they were on the tarmac yesterday afternoon because they didn't get down here Monday. They were trying to get here Tuesday, and they were, on Jerry's plane getting that de-ice for like 3 hours yesterday evening, so they didn't get in until late last night.
Wow. So I guess kind of a blessing that you get to cover more of this for us, and we appreciate your perspective. What's your take on the Dak Prescott extension story that Stephen Jones has brought back up for us? Do you think we could have a Dak extension this offseason?
Well, I think it was from a philosophical point of view, he was saying it's something they could look at. He didn't say it was going to happen. He didn't, it was nothing like that. It was, he's going to be our quarterback for 10 years. And, when they're making that kind of money, it's something you have to look at because they do have some cap issues, some cap challenges. And that's one way to get it done. He didn't say it was going to happen, but, there's no question that he and Jerry doubled down, believe in Dak Prescott. He's going to be our quarterback for here on out, and certainly for the foreseeable future. And everything is built around that.
You feel like Clarence, and by the way, if you have to, you can drive over to New Orleans, get out of the airport, more flights out of that New Orleans airport.
Funny, brothers, that's what we did. I flew into New Orleans because I couldn't get into Mobile because, the flights were too expensive, and I flew into New Orleans and drove, and that's where my flights are canceled out of New Orleans back to Dallas. It's because of the weather in Dallas.
Okay, are you in New Orleans right now then?
No, I'm still in Mobile. I'm going to drive to New Orleans tonight and probably hang out somewhere. I think they got a couple of places you can smoke a cigar and have a drink.
Oh no, they have a few.
I don't know what they call those places, but you want to spend the night there.
Yeah. By the way, chill too. Pensacola is another way to go too. Head away from the weather. If you go east and then come back all the way west is what you can do. You got. I appreciate it. All right, man. Hey, when you heard the whole thing about Mike McCarthy calling plays, Kellen Moore leaving, what ran through your mind?
A thing that's been running through my mind actually the last few days, is for a while now. And for a guy who's won as much as he has, and for a guy who has so much success as he had and been around so many quarterbacks he's had, no one respects Mike McCarthy as a play caller, offensive mind. I was talking to people here at the Combine, and different agents said, that's the worst they can do. And, obviously guys that are in bed with McCarthy think he's a great play caller. But it's just funny that people have such lack of respect for what he did and has done as an offensive play caller. So it's interesting that the Cowboys themselves are doubling down on Mike McCarthy as a play caller and saying this is the way for us to take the next step. Mike is going to run the offense, run his West Coast offense, certainly with some of the stuff that they like, from what they've done the past 2 years. But this is the way to go. This is going to get us over the hump if we're going to go down with Mike McCarthy.
What do you think Mike wants to change?
Stephen was very honest about it. He said that he and Kellen Moore didn't jive philosophically, and how they want to do things. And certainly, I'm sure, late game situations, play calling situations, certainly, whether we like those sticks or stop routes, whatever that Kellen Moore has in his arsenal, there's some things philosophically that they didn't jive with. And they're siding with Mike, and they want to take the next step with Mike, But again, Stephen Jones, acknowledged that there were philosophical differences with Mike and Kellen Moore.
Chill, they also talked about Dak in the future with Dak. Are you expecting an extension this offseason or what's going on? Do you believe in Dak, I should say, really, after what we saw from the playoffs?
See, I get this wrapped in I'm a Dak apologist, and that's not necessarily the case. I don't think it's Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy was going to take a team to the Super Bowl, right? And
Sure.
Jalen Hurts did it. Based on body of work, Dak has been a better quarterback than both. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Can we agree
Oh,
on that?
absolutely.
Yeah,
He's got
absolutely, yeah.
Much
One of those
better
guys
body
are
work.
able to take it. So one of those guys can take a team to the Super Bowl. That means thus that Dak can take a team to the Super Bowl.
Right.
I believe that Dak is good enough to take a team to the Super Bowl. Is he Aaron Rodgers? Is he Patrick Mahomes? No. He's not that guy. I don't think he's a guy who can elevate a team with lesser parts around him. But I think with the right situation, with the right parts around him, yes, Dak can take a team to the Super Bowl. And so, I guess it gets crossways when you throw in the money. Well, he gets paid like, Patrick Mahomes. He should play like Patrick Mahomes. He gets paid like what the department market is. I don't think anybody, when he got paid, thought he was going to turn into Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
The biggest problem the Cowboys made this year was they said, we're paying you $40-something million, so you have to be a franchise quarterback, uplift the lesser parts of the team. They went into this season with a lesser roster offensively than they did last year, and they expected Dak to uplift that roster. That's not a formula for success with Dak Prescott as your quarterback.
Yeah, the pressure's got to be on the front office to build as good of a team as what the Eagles and 49ers have around their quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, and we talked about Jerry Stevens, and said they will go after. They talked about the 49ers and what the Rams have done and how they, committed a lot of resources to making a splash and bringing in guys, and it's something they will consider doing and will do. And instead Stephen Jones and Jerry pointed out we went after Odell Beckham, and there's a chance they will go after Odell Beckham again. They said they're not scared to go after players, but they just don't want to compromise themselves for the future. So it's a balancing act. But I do think because of success of what has happened the past couple of years, they'd be more inclined to go after something this year than they have in past years.
What about the Zeke situation as well? I mean, they got a lot of money tied in on Zeke. I know they said they got to look at the business aspect of that as well, but the production not quite meeting certainly the expectation there of what we've seen from Zeke in the past.
Well, they're not going to go on the record and say we don't want Zeke back, and they're not going to go on record and trash what Zeke has done and the type of player he is. And so they said all the right things, and theoretically, yes, they want Zeke back. How do you make that work financially with what you have to do with Tony Pollard and what you need to do for the future of this football team? I don't know if there's any number that you can give Zeke that makes it okay for him to come back. Because, there's a certain point where he's not going to take a pay cut down to $2 million, right? Sure. Maybe from a pride standpoint. And certainly cutting him to 7 or 6, I don't know if that's enough. If that's what you want to invest in that position, especially when you possibly are going to have to give Tony Pollard the franchise tag, which is $10 million. So I don't know how you make that work financially, especially when there's too many other options you could have in the draft with tagging Tony and drafting one of these young stars, whether it's first, second, third rounder. They're running backs that can come and help you win, or you can draft early and have control of them for 3 or 4 years and really maybe better for you for the future. So, yeah, they said the right things about Zeke. They're going to talk to him. They like him. They want to bring him back. But, they have to talk business. And when business becomes on the table, I think that's where, we'll see a meeting of the minds that this may not work for the Cowboys going forward.
Yeah, Clarence, I can't get anybody to take your Texas running back there, Bijan Robinson. I can't get anybody here to go with me on this one.
I'm getting.
I've talked about that. Everybody talks about the running back, and you don't draft the running back.
Sure.
Maybe you don't draft the running back top 5, but 26.
Yeah,
and
no, that kid can play.
Years,
that kid can play. And
you control him for 5 years in a rookie contract.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I'm with you on that. But I know you're a Longhorn as my son, so I appreciate that about you. Well, hey, real quick, though, on this, and I know we all love Bijan Robinson, but I want to ask you this question. Did Jerry admit that they messed up on the Cooper thing today? Did I read that the wrong way with that?
He refused to admit it. He basically said that they used that Cooper $20 million in other places.
Okay.
He admitted that they expected too much or made a mistake or whatever else. They didn't get what they hoped to get out of Tolbert. He admitted that they did not get what they hoped to get out of Gallup. But he doubled down on the money aspect of it because he said, I know what you're getting at here. And we spent that $20 million. We used that $20 million
on three different guys. Yeah.
On other guys.
Right.
So that's what he focused on. But he did admit that they made a mistake at receiver. He did admit that they did not improve their receiver position. He did admit that was one of the things that held this team back. Yes.
Clarence Hill, Star Telegram here with you. Are they looking at Pollard as a must-keep guy?
I mean, I think, yeah, of course. You have to. My question is, and Brothers can answer the question as well, it's one thing of paying Dak, a quarterback, coming off ankle surgery, another thing of paying him running back.
Yeah.
Where everything about his whole game is his legs, his juice of the legs. You need to make sure Tony Pollard is still springy, fast, 4-3 Tony Pollard again. But yeah, they love what Tony Pollard did for this offense. Jerry and Stephen ready to admit that that San Francisco game changed when Tony Pollard got hurt. So he means that much to this offense and what they're trying to do. So yeah, they want him back. Just a matter of how much. The franchise tag. I would do a 1-year deal. It'd be 1 year from here on out for Tony Pollard from me. And just talking to an agent last night, there's no way Tony Pollard turns down the franchise tag. From a 4th-round pick, you get $10 million guaranteed. You're not turning that down and hold out for more money.
Well, going back to receiver, how high do you think receiver is going to be on their priority list? And were you surprised to hear about Michael Gallup having another surgery already?
Well, yeah, it was a cleanup surgery, and certainly it's something that they have. Tyron Smith had one, and this offseason as well. So the surgery is not. What Gallup is not the issue. The issue is what is Gallup? What type of player is? I mean, it was always a lie when they trotted out that we got 3 number 1 receivers. He was never of the CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper ilk. Even back then, when everybody tried to make him out to be as good as those guys. We love Michael Gallup. We love him as a person. We love him as a player. We love the guy. But what are you getting at Michael? What type of player he is? That's what they must decide. But, yes, they're going to go after receiver in the draft or free agency or both. I mean, that's no question about that. They openly talked about going back after Odell Beckham again. That's certainly something when I talked to Jerry about needs and offseason needs in the draft, he brought up wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, in those positions as things are big needs on offense.
Do you think Odell Beckham Jr. is still that good?
Oh, I think he is, yes. I mean, you saw him at a Super Bowl. He was on pace to be an MVP player. And everybody you talk to about him, he's a hard worker. And if he is healthy again, he can be an impact player for sure. He certainly can be an upgrade of what the Cowboys ran out there to receiver behind CeeDee Lamb last year.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's true.
I don't know. I guess I just looked at it as, if he's finishing the season with us and it's not that much of a long-term financial commitment, we want Odell, but with his injury history, like saddling up and doing like a full contract for the future, I don't know if that kind of jives with how the Cowboys are looking at availability last offseason. It seems like they were drawing a pretty clear line on that.
Well, yeah, and certainly them talking to him and pursuing him and them signing to a deal are 2 totally different things. Because I know Odell, I know his people. He wants to maximize his earnings. So if they don't get on the same page financially, then it won't happen for sure. It's going to have to be a deal that the Cowboys are acceptable to. But again, he's going to have other suitors. So we'll see how this breaks down. But yeah, they want Odell. They would like to bring him, but they're just not going to give him Amari Cooper money, for example, to bring him here.
Chill, I know you're down there in the middle of all that Senior Bowl stuff. What's the craziest Cowboy rumor you've heard?
I really have not. We sat in the lobby and waited for damn Jerry last night in this snowstorm. You know how it is when you sit there and wait. I really haven't. I really haven't dug into any major rumors on this team and what they're going to do. We're just getting started here. I've talked to, just talking to agents, talked to Tony's agent, certainly talked to Leighton Vander Esch's agent and some other guys' agents just to get a read on what they want to do. The interesting thing, I don't know if you guys heard Jerry talk earlier today, but they believe Tyron Smith and Jason Peters will come back.
Yeah.
Next year and to go with this offensive line and with Tyler Smith, and certainly that means that you got to wonder how long those guys can hold up. But does it mean you let Connor McGovern walk if you kick Tyler back inside. You got Terrence Steele coming back, and those two old guys, the man left tackle.
Yeah, what's the starting lineup look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but Jerry said he likes the offensive line. I mean, that's one of the things he talked about. He likes their options at the offensive line going into next year with those two guys coming back better than he has in any offensive line he's had over the last several years.
Hey, Clarence, real quick, in the last minute or so, the kicking situation, have they given up on Brett Maher here?
Well, we asked him about Brett Maher. He said they're starting over, and it's not an indictment of Maher, but he's a free agent. So, I mean, they have to re-sign him. They're going to look at other guys as well. But, it's not like he's locked in the next year. But, the thing about it is, and we all love Brett Maher. We've seen him, but we've also seen him fall off a cliff before.
Yeah.
He was great in 2018. He fell off a cliff in 2019. Okay? So he was great this year, and he fell off a cliff at the end of this season. With so much on the line, can you bank your team on Brett Maher being Brett Maher or him falling off a cliff again? Jason Garrett stuck with him too long in 2019.
Hey, Bijan gets all the love, but you got Roshan Johnson out there at the Senior Bowl as well. That cat can run it pretty well. Any buzz around him?
Actually, he got hurt yesterday. He broke a hand in practice the first day of practice today, so I don't think he's going to do anything else the rest of it. Yeah, he's a nice back. He's a nice change-of-pace back. He's not Bijan. If you look at the running backs, you got to look at that guy at Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to go with Bijan in the first round.
There you go.
Alabama certainly is an option in the second round for the Cowboys, but they do need help. They need to draft a running back in the first 3 rounds this year, especially if they move on from Zeke. And I said that last week. When you get rid of Skip Pete, you're moving on from Zeke. I mean, that's Skip's boy. Okay, Skip and Zeke's agent have a tight relationship. That's all family. One reason why Skip is here is because of the relationship with Zeke. You move on from Zeke, that tells me you're thinking about moving. I mean, you move on from Skip Pete, that tells me you're moving on from Zeke.
That's a great nugget right there, man.
Yeah, that is terrific stuff. You're awesome, Chill. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck getting back to North Texas.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, we got to run. When we come back, Nation, it is time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Texas Day, the top 10 iconic Texas foods that taste better in the Lone Star State. What's your favorite? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, I cannot wait. I got to talk to you about my friends at D&M Leasing, though. D&M, any area code 35 lease. DMAutoleasing.com. More important than ever, we're in a rising interest rate environment. Auto leasing volume is surging because the monthly. brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much, fellas. We just had J-Ron Kurz go ahead and tweet out, good thing I held on to this one. Hell of a career, TB12, the GOAT. And it's a picture of the football. The final interception that Tom Brady threw in that wild card victory. J-Ron Kurz picking him off in the end zone. He'll have that forever.
Gotta get that ball signed, don't you?
You think Tom's going to sign it?
Oh no, he does. Tom does. It's kind of it's weird that guys ask him. He's not okay with it, but he's like, yeah, I'll sign it.
It's all good. You got me. Love Tom Brady.
Exactly. That's exactly what he says, Lucius. You knew.
He's non-confrontational, actually, in life.
Shout out to Jake.
Too bad you didn't take this one to the house, Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's true.
Best wishes.
Best wishes. Before we slide into our top 10 here, which is going to be the top 10 most iconic Texas foods on National Texas
This might
Day.
be the best one we're ever going to do.
I'm so pumped about it, baby. The great state of Texas.
Might be.
I did have this crazy parlay story, and it happened again, and this is starting to happen more and more. But we had a recent gambler bet $10, turned it into $10,000.
Kenny Rogers?
LFG.
It was on a NBA parlay. He ended up turning in a 3-leg parlay on LeBron James to record a triple-double, LaMelo Ball to record a triple-double, and then Nikola Jokic to get a triple-double, and for Denver to win. All of them ended up hitting, and our guy ended up winning 10 G's. So shout out to you, sir.
Did you see the behind-the-back, through-the-leg, split defenders dribble from Jokic last night? It was stupid.
He is unbelievable. Like, what he can do at his size, he's a freak of nature, man.
Yeah, we've never seen somebody like that could do that much guard stuff.
Yes, he's a point guard in a center body.
Yeah.
It's unreal. It is unbelievable.
It's a Euro thing.
It must be. We just need to get him in a Maverick jersey. That's what we need to do. Very, very
Better
soon.
chance of your guy ending up in a Nuggets jersey.
I'm not buying that. I think that's a load of horse crap, Brian. That's what that is. All right, I'm sick and tired of you just
Till he gets mad at you for night in, night out, having to play his ass off to beat Detroit.
The way we're going right now, you're not wrong. You're really not wrong. All right, text in your favorite Texas foods. Gentlemen, and I'll start with you, LA, in the Pimp Cup. When I say iconic Texas foods, what's the first thing that's coming to your mind?
Chicken fried steak.
I knew you were going to do that, Lucius.
Yeah, and pecan pie.
Yes. Lucius knows. He knows. I'm glad you went to him first. Seriously, I was thinking that. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chicken fried steak, cream gravy, rolls.
Talk to him, B.
Yeah. Jeez, come on.
That's my guy.
Mashed potatoes, too.
Come on now.
Take the mashed potatoes, dip it in the gravy, dip it in the chicken fried steak.
Let's go!
All one bite.
All one bite.
Big glass of sweet tea.
Make like a little
Why
sandwich
not?
with the roll.
Yes.
Put a little hole in that roll.
Yeah. Just dip the roll in the
Holy
gravy
Lord.
and all that. Yeah.
That's
He
what it's
knows.
about.
That's
What
it.
about you, G?
Well, I do think chicken fried steak is in my top 5, but that maybe is more of a Midwestern diner food to me, just from my background.
Okay.
My family does Midwestern diners, by the way, up in the Indiana area. I'm gonna go with brisket, smoked with post oak.
Yeah.
A properly smoked brisket.
Yeah, but when you talk about Midwest diners and stuff, are you Salisbury steak kind of Midwest diner thing?
Okay, so their signature dish is your breaded pork tenderloin sandwich.
There you go. Okay.
Okay,
sounds good.
that's like an
That is
Iowa,
damn
Indiana
good.
thing.
Yeah.
Not very kosher, but I'd still eat it.
Oh, it's unbelievable. What do? You take a pork chop and you just hammer that thing down till it's thin. It's about the size of an elephant ear from the fair, and then you fry it and put it on an oversized bun and put some mustard on it. It's pretty outstanding.
Salisbury steak is amazing, too, by the way.
It is too.
Yeah.
With the brown gravy and another one you could put with, you could do that one with potatoes. You could do it with corn together. I mean, it's a great combination.
Reminds me of Swedish meatballs, which are amazing as well. Swedish meatballs.
All right, now see, I would go to one of these.
These are Texas food, by the way. You just, you get me excited.
No, I would go to one of those parties we were talking about earlier, like the baby gift party, the shower.
Yeah.
If you said, in the chafing dish, we got Swedish meatballs, I'm showing up. I've got a big old long toothpick, and I'm stabbing those meatballs.
Did you say the chafing dish?
Chafing dish. It's like a way to keep your to keep the food warm. I think it's in it, right?
Oh, okay,
chafing
like
dish.
the
Chafing
warm
dish, yeah.
heater thing.
Yeah, it's got the little sternos
I heard
underneath
chafing
it.
and thought something very different.
Yeah, some
Chafing.
lubrication.
I probably said it
help you
wrong.
out.
I say
no,
things wrong
you
all
probably
the time.
said it right. I just
No,
probably
I
didn't
didn't,
know
probably.
that was called a chafing dish.
Hotel pan, I think. Some of those
I know
things
exactly
are-
what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
just learned something new.
Yeah.
This is good.
Sounds like it
okay.
burns.
We're getting
Yeah.
a lot of love for Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. I could do without.
Yeah.
I can do without.
That counts.
No.
Fajitas.
Shiner.
Ooh,
We're going
Shiner's
Shiner.
good, yeah.
We'll throw in some beverages. Beverages will make this list. Honorable mentions: pecan pie.
Fajitas, no doubt. You know,
Yeah.
fajitas, no doubt. And I
Fajitas.
love, you know, how they come from Michoacana. You can cook that and just leave it in a bowl in the fridge and snack on it for the whole weekend.
delicious.
You know? Like the fajita meat is just so versatile.
We also have
Hey.
ship. Yeah.
Sorry, you said Dr. Pepper. I have this interview of this old woman. This is an old interview.
Oh, please.
But she's like 104 years old, and she drinks like 3 Dr. Peppers a day, and people are telling her, you shouldn't do that, lady.
Yeah.
And you hear what she said about it? Let's see. Choke the boys up.
Dr. Pepper right now.
That's exactly right. That stuff is good. It's got sugar in it, and two doctors have told me that if I drink it, I will die. But they died first.
Yeah, there you go.
They died first.
There you go.
Keeping them alive.
That's the one time the comedian George Burns, I heard him say, they asked Johnny Carson, how many cigars you smoked today? And he goes, this is my 12th one. And he goes, what do your doctors think? And he goes, they're all dead. Yeah.
There we go. He's smoking with Lucius and Chill. Over
cigars
there.
are good.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good for you.
Easy Money T23 on the Twitch said Texas T, and Play a President said Big Red as well. And we'll get to that as
Red.
well. We got Texas Toast getting some love. Breakfast Tacos getting some love.
Yes.
Texas Whiskey's
lasagna
getting some
forever.
love.
Texas.
All right, so the honorable mentions on the list, we got pecan pie and then Shipley's Donuts.
Ooh.
Yes.
Shipley's Donuts is a
Ooh,
Texas
good call.
tradition.
Yeah.
What about
Number 10,
kolache?
we'll get to that. Number 10, we got Whataburger, which is number 10.
Number
on this
10.
list.
Number 10, all right.
Number 10.
Whataburger.
Just like you like it.
I love that
Number
commercial.
9.
I love that commercial with that girl. She takes a bite, and that guy looks at her like, what are you
Oh,
doing?
yeah.
She ain't giving that thing
He
back.
just gets up and goes to order
He goes
another
and orders
one.
another one. I'm not going to
It's
fight
so
you.
good.
I'm not going to fight you, ma'am. I'm going to go get
All
my
of a
own.
sudden, now it's hers.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the kolaches. Good call there, Gavin. That check stop, everyone's got to stop by. It's been around since 1850.
I don't know, man. The one on the right might be better than the one on the left. If you're going down south, there's one on the right. Yeah, there's a
Slovaceks or something like that?
Yeah, there's one that's on the right side. They
Yeah,
have
I know exactly what you're talking
They have
about.
boudin kolaches there down there, and I'm like, I can't.
Okay, so what's the boudin?
Boudin. It's
Boudin,
like
baby. Oh, boudin.
Sausage in sausage in a
gotcha.
condom is really
Cajun.
what it is. Yeah.
Makes you
Number-
say, boo, dang, I need another.
That's what I'm saying.
Boudin.
I want Zach to go somewhere and order some boudin.
Hey, can I get the boudin kolaches,
Get that
please?
boudin.
That's good for you, man.
We're all out of the damn boudin, but I got
Yeah.
this for you.
He said he wants some boudin.
Yeah. You might get some
Boudin,
looks if you order that. Yeah.
I need a side of boudin. Number 8 is the chicken fried steak.
Yeah.
Ooh, number 8.
Yep, number 8.
This is a good list. Good list.
Number 7, we've got Big Red and Dr. Pepper.
Big Red. Big Red.
In Texas, you can't ask for a Coke. You got to ask for a Dr. Pepper.
Been more of a big Tex guy usually, but I understand.
Number 6, we got the beer. Lone Star and
Yeah,
Shiner Box.
Lone Star. There you go.
Lone Star. No disrespect.
Come on, Gavin.
I'm surprised they're still making it.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'd put down
Lone
Tall
Star's a good fishing beer, man. Sit out there and
absolutely.
fish with it. That,
You
that
know,
Miller, the
music
High Life.
concert,
Yeah.
and Lone Star, baby.
Drop your Stevie Ray Vaughan opinions too. While
Yeah,
you're at
exactly.
Let them know.
Yeah, say anything about Austin City Limits you want to talk about with music down there? Willie Nelson? Want to talk about Willie
South
Nelson?
by Southwest. I don't know. What do
Oh,
we- I'd like to
palms
see the
up!
volume
Like I'm
they're
just
doing.
telling you guys.
You can get
I'm
all
sitting here in
offended.
Sunnyvale, and you guys act like you know it all over
When's
there.
the last time somebody showed up at one of your crawfish bowls with a 12, a Lone Star? Okay?
I'll tell you what.
Act offended.
Hey, no, Gavin, we got some broke ass friends now. We do. We got some broke ass
Still
friends.
not drinking it.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Broke
Yeah.
ass friends
If it's
stand
cold,
up.
if it's cold, yeah. If it's cold,
Consume it.
yeah, let's go.
Number 5, we got Bluebell ice cream.
The best ice cream in the country.
Yeah.
Hell
Rocky
yes.
Road.
Ooh.
Why
not?
Bluebell Rocky Road slaps, man. It really does.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Number 4, Texas chili.
Yes.
Okay, the argument's with or without beans.
Texas chili's without beans.
There you go.
I do like a good bean in my chili, though.
Oh, here we go.
But I'm not going to fight it if it's got a bean in there. I'm not going to eat it.
Pacific Northwest guy.
Yeah, protect that bean.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm sorry. I think it helps, though. It's just a bowl of ground beef in red sauce, then, if you don't have the beans.
I mean, you might be eating some taco soup. I'll flick the beans right out of there. And
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll eat my chilies.
Respectfully.
Wow.
Absolutely. Number 3 is the breakfast taco, which apparently was created here in the great state of Texas.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's it.
Huge.
Yeah. On the flat top, you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
So amazing when you're camping.
Yes.
Yeah, you've been fishing or something like that.
Hungover
Somebody
is
starts
all
cooking.
get out.
Oh, it's so amazing.
You can smell it. You start feeling better. The minute you smell it, you start feeling better. Yeah.
How many you want? 1, 2, 3? Like, oh, yeah.
No, just keep making them. Just keep making them. Oh, you're out of cheese? I'll go get some more. I'll be right back.
Out of cheese. Shout out to Rudy's Barbecue, by the way. Their brisket breakfast tacos.
We do that for the draft. We
Oh.
bring those in for the draft. Yeah, 3 days of the
They're
draft.
so good.
Yeah.
Just
fry
number
up the
2.
tortilla a little bit's my only request. You do that, it goes next level.
What? Say again what you just
When
did?
you fry up the flour tortilla
Oh, geez.
on
Yes.
breakfast
Yeah.
tacos.
You're right.
Yes.
Like it doubles its quality.
Yes.
Yep, you're right. Top 2 here, the most iconic Texas foods on National Texas Day is Tex-Mex.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I can survive off of that for sure.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's divine. We got a lot of love for margaritas, which we found out.
Absolutely. I can survive off of that too.
Yeah.
100%. There's water and liquor. That's all I drink anyway. I'm so godly.
Brahms is getting some love. I think Brahms is Oklahoma, though. I don't think that's us. I think.
Brahms is good.
Brahms is fantastic.
Brahms is good.
But I think the original Brahms
If
was
we
in
stole
Oklahoma.
it from them, we did good. We just took
I'm
it
fine
over.
with
Yeah.
that. Hey,
Yeah.
let's give some. They're stealing a lot of our players. That's why the Sooners are worth a damn, right?
Last year.
Fantex is saying Buc-ee's a lot.
Buc-ee's for
My
sure.
cousin from New York, Queens, New York, calls Buc-ee's Busey's.
It kind of looks like
He said,
that.
y'all so like Busey's down
It
there.
kind of looks like that. It really does. It
Don't go
does.
to Busey's.
Busey's.
It does.
Found out by
But
Gary
number
Busey.
1, without further ado, it is indeed Texas barbecue.
There you go.
Let's go.
There you go.
There you go, Gav.
Smoked salt and pepper. Go get it.
Shout out to Pecan Lodgers. A week ago today, we got to stuff our faces with that deliciousness.
gosh. I was watching Gavin just eat the bits off the thing. I was admiring him too. I couldn't reach it. I couldn't reach across the table to get the bits.
I like the little morsels that have the perfect smoke profile.
Yeah.
I just want to rub it in
beef
my
ribs.
Damn, are they open today?
Can we get anybody to deliver Lucius here? You
I'm
think?
about to find out, bro.
Let's stay. The roads look really nice out there, folks. If you want to get out, I'll pay you. We'll do what we have to.
DoorDash
sure you
still
tip
not
your
delivering in my area, by the way.
So you didn't get your double slice of pizza folded up
There's
yesterday?
been no slices of pizza. There's been no spicy chicken sandwiches.
What was the thing you
no tackle
folded up?
boxes.
The thing you were folding up. You said it was 2 pieces
That's
of pizza.
Yeah, that's the new Pizza Hut item.
Okay.
I forget what that thing is called, but it's in the commercials.
Didn't you say
now.
you
It's
ate
there.
4 of them one time?
Yes,
You're-
I've been having them like every other day until the snow hit. I'm hooked on them more than the Chiking.
Chiking.
Yeah. All righty, guys. Well, thank you. The top 10 at 4:20
Good
every
list.
afternoon with Zach Wolchuk. We got to run. When we come back, Cowboys are saying they're up for a QB extension. What's the one thing I'd say to them before they open up those negotiations? What would you say? The truckwreck.com fan text is there for you here on the Fan Salute.
Coming up Thursday morning on
2023. This Saturday afternoon at Revolver Brewing inside of Texas Live. $3,000 in prize money up for grabs. Which host wins the fan bracket? Roundtable discussions, and of course, we'll enjoy some delicious Revolver together. We'll see you Saturday at Fan Bowl 2023.
Classic Chevrolet Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Come back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30. Cowboys Insider. We'll talk to him about everything that Jerry and Steven broke today. Advanced stories as they spoke with the assembled media at the Senior Bowl in Alabama. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll have some postseason awards, off-season questions. Zach Wolchuk has you covered. And we are heading for a national signing day college football super segment at 6 o'clock, right after L.A. Live with Lucius Alexander, which is every night at 5:40. So if you want more L.A., you got to make sure you set a reminder to come back to the dial at 5:40 every evening. All righty. That kind of sets you what we got coming on in the next 90 minutes. Right here, we might be coming up on a quarterback decision for the Cowboys today. Both Steven and Jerry gave Dak a big vote of confidence, even talked about the possibility of, being up to negotiate an extension. But there are just 2 years left on the contract. And, going with a new quarterback this year would be very difficult. But if they do end up making a decision that they might want to move on, I just hope they consider all of their options now. Brian always talks about how no quarterbacks were moving when he was working for the Cowboys in 2004 and 2003, and how, it would have been such a blessing to have the opportunity to pick up, one of these players. And quarterbacks are moving more than ever. Not only can you trade for a superstar, but you can trade for a fallen star that won't want, top of the market money, because, the other thing that's going on is there's guys like Derek Carr who are becoming available, and they aren't considered like hot names to be starters. I think not only is it possible that in a year, if Aaron Rodgers just does a 1-year contract, he could be available, but so could other guys that maybe aren't stars, but they could give you close to what a starting quarterback would for significantly less financial investment. And if the model is going to be, the Cowboys are going to be really, really cap conscious, that's the opportunity. Sure, if a Hall of Fame quarterback comes along, 100% jump into that. But it really doesn't matter who the names are. It's just that the Cowboys understand this is no longer the 2000s. It doesn't have to be Dak or draft. There's a lot of different ways this thing can go, and I don't want them to be scared into hanging on to something, because I think for about half of the cap, or maybe 65% of that hit, you can get some pretty dang good performances, especially if you're wanting to run the ball as much as it looks like they're doing. What do you guys think about that idea?
I've been I'm scared to move on if I have a quarterback guy. And I talked about this when they lost to the Niners. That's why I was so scared about moving on from Romo or Dak. I think now you're 100% right in everything you said, Gavin. We're now in an era where these quarterbacks are becoming available. And, Brian, you've talked about this. It was, in no disrespect to anything that you had going on there, but the 5-11 seasons, 3 in a row, I think is what made me so fearful of it when you don't have a quarterback. But you've talked about it where at that time it wasn't like it is now, where you never had the ability to go and trade for a Derek Carr or an Aaron Rodgers, or even a guy like a Geno Smith wasn't available. Now you have that at your disposal. So if you have questions, if you've gone 7 years with a guy, you've made playoffs, and you realize, okay, unless I've got a roster that is really, really good, he's not the guy that's going to be able to propel me over the top. There's no reason to just stay with the guy because you're fearful of who else am I going to get. You can find a way to go get somebody else if you really want to.
Hell, we gave up 2 first-round picks for a wide receiver back then. Imagine what we'd have given up to go get Aaron Rodgers, that situation. This is a different era of football that we're playing when it comes to these quarterbacks. everybody was so fearful of not having one, but you when you kind of evaluate these guys and then you move on. Either you keep them around or you move on. And I mean, and there's, you talk about getting rid of a guy like Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Okay. That kind of opens people's eyes. Tom Brady, you ever believe?
Can you imagine how much fun it'd be to be talking about trading for Aaron Rodgers next year?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If if in 2002, when we're sitting there with the Dallas Cowboys and we were playing with baseball player quarterbacks, and someone says, "Hey, Brian, your old club Green Bay is interested in moving Aaron Rodgers," we'd all be like, "Well, how do we do this? How do we make that up?" Instead we give up 2 first rounds for a wide receiver. I mean, you've done anything. Now, hey, let's be honest though too. In 2000, our team could have drafted Tom Brady. Yeah. Could have drafted Tom Brady. Those opportunities do afford to you.
And maybe Jerry's got his eye on that kind of a dynamic, talking today like he should have been committed to taking a quarterback every year in the draft a long time ago.
I explained that to him though.
Did you?
I did a long time ago, because when I was in Green Bay, that was Ron Wolf. That's exactly what he wanted to do. He just knew that it was going to come to a point in time where you probably had to have a guy. I mean, we were very fortunate in Green Bay because Brett Favre never got hurt. I mean, he never got hurt. And
but you were still taking like Hasselbeck, right?
Oh, well, we took Mark Brunell, Ty Detmer. We took guys, they took Brooks, Aaron Brooks. I mean, there's guys that have been, drafted and they kind of just move on from them. But you keep drafting them because you're thinking, well, eventually we're going to have to replace our quarterback. But in that situation, you didn't.
So maybe he didn't listen to you, but Mike McCarthy came through and he echoed that sentiment out of Green Bay, and it clicked with Jerry this time around.
Yeah, it did. And but the fear of the Cowboy fan is that the last 2 quarterbacks you had, you almost lost. If you think about, if somebody, Tony Romo, if Quincy Carter does not fail a drug test and Bill Parcells is pushing him out the door, then, you lose Tony Romo. The whole situation with Dak Prescott, it was one guy. They thought Jamil Showers. Imagine this, guys. Imagine sitting in a room and they thought Jamil Showers was Dak Prescott.
Right.
That was who they're like, why do we want to draft Dak Prescott? We got Jamil Showers. Same guy. Imagine that thinking. That's the kind of stuff that should scare you a little bit. But maybe they've got to figure it out with McCarthy.
Scares the crap out of me. I'll tell you. But McCarthy might have the eye for it.
Yeah, he very might well. Very might well.
I don't think you have to be scared, because if any plan doesn't work, there's other guys. Ryan Tannehill made the playoffs a bunch of times.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And
would you rather have that and Geno Smith area at $20 million or pushing $45 for a guy? How much better are you getting? Is that 10%?
Yes. If you're the Cowboys, as I've said before, don't be fearful of this, because the owner they're not going anywhere. If the front office is, they could talk about Jamil Showers and all that, but nobody's going anywhere. But they can go and say, okay, well, we'll go get this guy, or we'll go get this guy. You didn't have that. You didn't have that 20 years ago.
We want to see you at Fan Bowl 2023 coming up on Saturday. Come fellowship, come hang out. Let's have a blast. If you're in Arizona, reach out to us on social media. We'll be out and about in Phoenix next week, and we'd love to connect with some.
We'll be at the light rail station right around.
We're bopping on that light rail back and forth from the conference center to the hotel and the airport and stuff. So we'll be out there next week for the Super Bowl. Cowboys off-season questions, postseason awards. We'll check we're bringing a Cowboys segment to the table next, right?
Yeah, we absolutely are. We'll give some updates on what's going on this afternoon, and then let's do a little postseason awards. And as you mentioned, I got some questions for you as well next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com. Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and here's Zach Wolchuk with some more Cowboys content.
Thank you very much, General. If you've missed anything that has broken over the course of today, tons of storylines from the Cowboys at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. The first of which, well, they've got a new offensive line coach. It's Mike Solari. He is going to come in and man that O-line, and, well, he's got a lot of history. Not only with Mike McCarthy, he's had some crossover with Brian Schottenheimer, with Dan Quinn as well. He's had 2 different stints with Seattle, but I think one of the most fun nuggets here is that he had a 2-year run with the Cowboys under Tom Landry from 87 to 88. So you got a coach now who dates back all the way to the Landry days. But I think probably the thing to know about Solari is he's able to be multiple with this offensive line. If you want a zone scheme, if that's what Mike McCarthy wants to do here, and the Jones family did say he will be calling the plays, he can do that for you, but he can also do more of a power run blocking scheme as well, and he did that to perfection under Jim Harbaugh when the 49ers were really good in the early 2010s, orchestrating a line of guys like Alex Boone, Mikey Upati, Joe Staley, and they helped pave the way for Frank Gore and have a lot of success for those units. So it'll be fun to see what he can do coming in here and working with guys like Zach Martin and the veterans, along with some of the younger guys like Tyler Smith. So excited to find out how this offensive line looks. But to that point, we also did find out the Jones family expects Mike McCarthy to be calling the plays. So that'll be interesting as well. Anything else stand out to you guys from the news that we found out before we get to some awards?
Yeah, I think the connections you picked out were really, really good. Nate Newton sent me a text message and said he really, really likes Mike Solari. He is, as if you're talking about a guy that played and all that kind of stuff, knows the guy, everything about him. So, good for kind of get that. I'm going to dig into some more about him with some guys around the league, but I did get encouraged by Nate giving me a big thumbs up text on that one.
Awesome.
Wolchuk, Chill joined us an hour ago, and I didn't see it in the Twitter activity or anything. Maybe I just missed it, but he communicated that the Joneses aren't scared to go after players, and maybe because of what's happened in the NFC over the last 3 or 4 years, they'll be more up for it. And they pointed at Odell Beckham and maybe wanting to add the big Brandon Cooks contract as a sign that they're more willing to do it than they've been. And that would be the most important thing that could develop.
I think they have to be. You look at the last 3 representatives out of the NFC, they were all super aggressive in the offseason. Tampa Bay, the Rams, and the Eagles. Clearly, you have to be, if you want to be able to get over the hump, even if you think you're a team that's close, or if you're a team that wasn't. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people thought the Eagles were close, but the moves that they made were able to elevate them to the top of the conference. So I think if you're the Joneses, you've got to think, hey, we've got a decent roster. We beat the Eagles once in the regular season. Granted, it was with a backup quarterback. We were within a possession of beating the San Francisco 49ers. We're close in the NFC. We got to be aggressive this offseason if we want to go ahead and make it to the Super Bowl. All right, let's do, as we put the Cowboys season in our rearview mirror, let's do some postseason awards, shall we, gentlemen, before we get into some offseason questions. Cowboys MVP award. Who we giving this one to? I think it is pretty obvious who should get the MVP, but I do want to ask you fellas as well. Who do you think should get the Cowboys MVP? Can be anybody. Offensive player, defensive player. Heck, if you want to give it to a long snapper, Brian Broaddus, you could do so.
No, I will give it to this long snapper because there were some issues on the some of the operations that they had that cost them a point or two. I think it's very easy to give it to Micah Parsons just because of the type of season that he's had. I think at the end he had to battle really, really hard to get some of his rushes. Teams were just kind of figuring things out, and they were putting resources towards him. I think the what I would probably pick then would be CeeDee Lamb, and I would say that just because I think he put to bed the questions about him being a number 1 overall receiver or number 1 receiver for your team. So I would probably go the direction of CeeDee Lamb on this one.
Yeah, I was trying to think of alternates. It's obviously Micah Parsons. He's the MVP of the team. I would also throw, my an idea out there. Most important position in all of sport. Guy had an 800 winning percentage there. Cooper Rush.
Oh, hey, he did keep the season afloat, Gavin, so I don't think that that's a terrible nomination either. MVP will indeed go to Micah Parsons. He's not only a contender for Defensive Player of the Year, it's pretty widely thought that he's going to be the runner-up to Nick Bosa, but the guy's the best player on the team, and he should be your MVP for this year. Offensive Player of the Year award. We've got a vote for CeeDee Lamb already for MVP. Would he also be the Offensive Player of the Year then?
Kind of feel like that's the direction that you would want to go there. I think Tony Pollard played really, really well for you down the stretch. If you want a dark horse guy, and I don't know what other categories you have here. But
I'll tell you. We got Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Most Improved, and then Coach of the Year.
Okay, the Rookie of the Year then is going to be Tyler Smith then. Okay,
Right.
Because I was going to mention him for the MVP because
unless you want to go Bland.
Well, yeah, that could very well be. The thing I would say is it's Pollard, and it's a shame that they figured out in year 4 of his Dallas Cowboys career of all the things that he can do. I wish this was something from the jump. That when we were all watching him play at Memphis, and they said, "Hey, throw him the ball, do this with him, hand him the ball." I think he put a lot of things to rest by the way he played this year. So I would go with him. I know CD and stuff like that, but man, Pollard had an incredible year. He really did.
A lot of good choices there. CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard, I could see giving it to them as a tie. I could see giving it to Dak, even though he had the interceptions. He just plays quarterback at a pretty dang high level on a down-in, down-out basis, and I don't think it'd be a huge mistake to give it to Dak Prescott because of how he led the offense in the 12 games that he played. I guess if you wanted to be cute, we got to look at Terrence Steele because look at how the run game fell off without him.
Good point.
So
Good
I
point.
just want to throw him out there as
Absolutely.
like an honorable mention.
Good point.
Yeah. Absolutely. Tony Pollard does get the award. I do think CeeDee Lamb, though, for all the reasons that you mentioned for MVP, Brian, certainly could also get this thing. But nearly 1,400 scrimmage yards for Tony Pollard. He didn't even have the full workload because he had a nearly 50-50 split with Zeke. But he was electric, and he was a difference maker, and you could tell how much of a loss it was in that playoff game when he went down. All right, Rookie of the Year, Tyler Smith. Certainly, I think it really comes down to him or Deron Bland. And I'll tell you, I'd throw this out. If we have Micah Parsons as MVP, I wouldn't be objective to giving Deron Bland even Defensive Player of the Year if you gave Tyron Smith Rookie of the Year with how darn important Deron Bland became at the end of the season, considering you didn't have another corner opposite Trayvon Diggs.
I think that a couple of those rookies really stepped up, and there was so much really worry going into the Tampa game, the first Tampa game to start the season. Here's Tyler Smith, and he's battling McGovern for the left guard, and you're thinking, are they going to start McGovern? And then all of a sudden, Tyron Smith gets hurt, and you're like, no, we're going to kick Tyler Smith out. He's done it, and they're telling us, oh, he's done it before. He's done it, this, that, and the other. And you're like, but wait a minute, you played him at left guard the whole time. We didn't see any reps. OTAs, mini camps, there was some going back and forth, but during training camp, I didn't remember one rep that he got at left tackle. And so for him to come out and play the way he did, but your point about Bland, I mean, it was like there was like a lot of that for him to get those interceptions, to be in the places that he was, to make tackles, to be physical like he was, to cover as well as he did. It made you forget having Kelvin Joseph on this team. Because if you didn't have, that's it got down to they played Kelvin Joseph and he wasn't good enough. And then Bland steps in, you're like, okay, maybe this thing will be all right if you play Diggs on one side, Bland on the other. If you draft another one, maybe you get a little bit better there as well.
Yeah, I'm real happy with what Deron Bland did, but I think there's a number of defensive players that are more important than him, and then but I appreciate the exercise and trying to look for different options. It's clearly Tyler Smith, who improved every week he was here throughout the season, and by the time he was done, he was playing multiple positions at a really high level as the playoffs approached.
Yeah, so we go Tyler Smith with Rookie of the Year there, and then Most Improved Player. This one's interesting. I went with Tyler Biotish for the most part the entire season on our show. I thought week to week, I thought Tyler Biotish got better. I thought this was his best season by a mile, and maybe he takes another step with a new offensive line coach. But there is another player that's being mentioned here, and I wonder what you guys think as well.
Did they mention McGovern? Is that what they're going to say?
It's Israel Mukuamu.
I still think it's the center Biotish. I mean, there were a lot of. It got to the point last year during the draft, we were working on it, and we were talking about drafting the Iowa center. When you got down to 26, 27, wherever they picked down there, and we're like, oh, they got to take this Iowa center. Boy, that'll upgrade this. We're talking all that, and they passed. And so it was like, okay, well, let's see what they got in Biotish then. But he got better. He went from being, I felt like, maybe a liability when it came to awareness or adjustments to being a guy that you could absolutely count on him playing very well for you game in and game out.
He's in the dang Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is in the dang Pro Bowl, isn't he? And then finally, Coach of the Year. And Dan Quinn gets the vote here. Hard to go with anybody outside of Dan Quinn, but maybe there's a position group that really stood out to you as, hey, this guy deserves some love. But otherwise, I do think Dan Quinn might be a runaway for Coach of the Year from the Cowboys.
What's not to love? He checks all the boxes, and the players love playing for him. He's a problem solver. He'll take you as a player and put you in the best position to succeed instead of taking you and trying to fit him in a preconceived box for what he wants the ideal player at that position to look like. He's just an absolute stud through and through, and the Cowboys are lucky to have him. I think he's the best assistant coach for any team in the game.
Yeah, I think that Aiden Durdee would be the guy for me, the defensive line coach.
I like that name.
This team got gashed. They were really good rushing the passer. They got gashed early in the running game. There were a lot of questions about how well they were going to play the run. Could they play better? I think the defensive line got better. Now Van Der Esch helps at the linebacker. Wilson and Kearse help at the safety position. But this defensive line, once they added Hankins and all that, they kind of shored some things up. I felt like that they got better as a group, so I'm going to give the defensive line coach a lot of credit for. And I know that Dan helps teach the defensive line, but Aiden Durdee, he did a great job of, like I say, as a pass rusher and as a run defender. That group, what they did in that San Francisco game was super impressive.
You had to do a great job to not get fired this year.
Yeah, and that's the truth.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to fit in one Cowboy question here for you. Now, some of these we've gotten answered. Some of these we've talked about, with Zeke moving forward and Tyron Smith as well. And now we know, Mike McCarthy's going to be calling the plays, and the Cowboys kind of answered the Dak future as well today. But this one's interesting, and I think that we're kind of moving forward already with this scenario happening. So let's get a jump on the conversation. But Trayvon Diggs forcing a contract extension this summer. What's your play? You call his bluff? Do you try and let's see how the season plays out? If he holds out, fine, hold out. Or do you go ahead and get that thing done?
Does he want to force my hand and make the most money of any cornerback? If you're going to force my hand, then you got to be giving something too. So we'll see, if he wants to do a deal that the team would be excited about doing early. Otherwise, I'm happy to let him, play it out and franchise tag him next year if necessary. I'm not quite as convinced as maybe a Bobby Belt is per se.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you gave me a choice between one or the other, I am going to try and get Lamb done. I know he's got the 5th-year option and all that, but maybe that Todd Archer said something the other day that is absolutely right. Todd says a lot of really good things when it's talking about this team. They've got to stagger these contracts. They can't keep having them come up at the same time every year. They've got to figure out, okay, this guy's up, that guy's up, and let's negotiate that way. So I think that's one of the. I think that you want a nugget that the Cowboys need to go forward with. That's it. To me, I would do Lamb before I would do Diggs.
I like that. I like that option. And to me, it just depends on how much Diggs is wanting. If you get with the agent and they're trying to be paid the highest corner in football, I'm with you, Gavin. I'm down to wait and see how this thing plays out. Otherwise, to me, I think Trayvon Diggs has shown you enough. I'd keep him around. But I do, if it is one or the other, I think you lock up CeeDee Lamb. You're already questioning, hey, what do you have at receiver? That dude is right now, he's hitting his ceiling. His arrow is pointing up. Whereas Diggs, there is frustration amongst the fan base because of the tackling. But bottom line is the dude's a hell of a corner.
Yeah, he is a good corner. Appreciate you, Wolchuk. When we return, it is time now for the Expressway. You'll have 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here. Bobby Belt at 5:30 reacting to no less than 6 big headlines out of the Senior Bowl today around what Jerry and Steven had to say. Then LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan.